Beyond Reach by Karin Slaughter. For Barb, Sharon, and Susan. For everything. Prologue. What had they given her? What had the needle brought into her veins? She could barely keep her eyes open, but her ears were working almost too well. Under a sharp, piercing ring, she could hear a skip in the car's engine, the thump-thump as the tires rolled over uneven terrain. The man sitting beside her in the back seat spoke softly, almost like a lullaby you would sing to a child. There was something calming about his tone, and she found her head dropping down as he talked, only to jerk back up at Lena's curt, cutting responses. Her shoulders ached from stretching her hands behind her back. Or maybe they didn't ache. Maybe she just thought they should, so her brain sent the message that they did. The ache was dull, a thud that throbbed along with her beating heart. She tried to focus on other things, like the conversation going on around her, or where Lena was driving the car. Instead, she found herself spiraling back into her body, cocooning into every new sensation like a newborn rolling into a blanket. The backs of her legs were stinging from the leather, even though she did not know why. It was cool out. There was a chill on the back of her neck. She remembered sitting in her father's Chevette on a long trip to Florida. There was no air conditioning, and it was the middle of August. All 4 windows were rolled down, but nothing would cut the heat. The radio crackled. There was no music, no station they could all agree on. In the front seat, her parents argued over the route, the cost of gas, whether or not they were speeding. Outside of Opelika, her mother told her father to pull over at the general store so they could buy frozen Cokes and orange crackers. They all winced as they moved to get out of the car, the skin on the back of their arms and legs sticking to the seats as if the heat had cooked their bodies to the vinyl. She felt the car lurch as Lena put the gear into park. The engine was still humming, the soft purr vibrating in her ears. There was someone else, not in the car, but in the distance. They were on the football field. She recognized the scoreboard, big letters screaming, "Go Mustangs!" Lena had turned around, was watching both of them. Beside her, the man shifted. He tucked the gun into the waistband of his jeans. He was wearing a ski mask, the kind you saw in horror films, where only the eyes and mouth were revealed. That was enough, though. She knew him, could almost say his name if her mouth would only move to let her. The man said something about being thirsty, and Lena passed him a large styrofoam cup. The white of the cup was intense, almost blinding. Out of nowhere, she felt a thirst in her throat like never before. The suggestion of water was enough to bring tears to her eyes. Lena was looking at her, trying to say something without using her voice. Suddenly, the man slid across the back seat, moved close enough so that she could feel the heat off his body, smell the subtle musk of his aftershave. She felt his hand go around the back of her neck, resting lightly on the nape. His fingers were soft, gentle. She concentrated on his voice, knew that what was being said was important, that she had to listen. "You gonna leave?" the man asked Lena. "Or do you want to stay put and hear what I have to say?" Lena had turned away from them, maybe had her hand on the door handle. She turned back now, saying, "Tell me." "If I had wanted to kill you," he began, "you would already be dead. You know that." "Yes." "Your friend here." He said something else, but his words were jumbled together so that by the time they reached her ears they meant nothing. She could only look at Lena and judge from the other woman's reaction what her own should be. Fear. She should be afraid. "Don't hurt her," Lena begged. "She's got children. Her husband—" "Yeah, it's sad, but you make your choices." "You call that a choice?" Lena snapped. There was more, but all that came across was terror. The exchange continued, then she felt a sudden chill come over her. A familiar odor filled the car, heavy, pungent. She knew what it was. She'd smelled it before, but her mind could not tell her when or where. The door opened. The man slid out of the car and stood there looking at her. He did not look sad or upset. He looked resigned. She had seen that look before. She knew him, knew the cold eyes behind the mask, the wet lips. She had known him all of her life. What was the smell? She should remember this smell. He murmured a few words. Something flashed in his hand, a silver cigarette lighter. She understood now. Panic sent a flood of adrenaline to her brain, cutting through the fog, slashing right to her heart. Lighter fluid. The cup had contained lighter fluid. He had poured it all over her body. She was soaked, dripping in it. "No!" Lena screamed, lunging, fingers splayed. The lighter dropped onto her lap, the flame igniting the liquid burning her clothes. There was a horrible keening. It was coming from her own throat as she sat helplessly watching the flames lick up her body. Her arms jerked up, her toes and feet curled in like a baby's. She thought again of that long-ago trip to Florida, the exhausting heat, the sharp, unbearable rip of pain as her flesh cooked to the seat. Monday afternoon, Chapter 1. Sara Linton looked at her watch. The Seiko had been a gift from her grandmother on the day Sara graduated from high school. On Granny M's own graduation day, she had been 4 months from marriage, a year and a half from bearing the first of her 6 children, and 38 years from losing her husband to cancer. Higher education was something Emma's father had seen as a waste of time and money, especially for a woman. Emma had not argued. She was raised during a time when children did not think to disagree with their parents, though she made sure that all 4 of her surviving children attended college. "Wear this and think of me," Granny M had said that day on the school campus as she closed the watch's silver bracelet around Sara's wrist. "You're going to do everything you ever dreamed of, and I want you to know that I will always be right there beside you." As a student at Emory University, Sara had constantly looked at the watch, especially through advanced biochemistry, applied genetics, and human anatomy classes that seemed by law to be taught by the most boring monosyllabic professors that could be found. In medical school, she had impatiently glanced at the watch on Saturday mornings as she stood outside the lab, waiting for the professor to come and unlock the door so she could finish her experiments. During her internship at Grady Hospital, she had stared blurry-eyed at its white face, trying to make out the hands, as she calculated how much longer she had left in 36-hour shifts. At the Hartsdale Children's Clinic, she had closely followed the second hand as she pressed her fingers to a child's thin wrist, counting the beats of his heart as they ticked beneath his skin, seeking to discern if an achy all over was a serious ailment, or if it just meant the kid did not want to go to school that day. For almost 20 years, Sara had worn the watch. The crystal had been replaced twice, the battery numerous times, and the bracelet once because Sara could not stomach the thought of cleaning out the dried blood of a woman who had died in her arms. Even at Granny M's funeral, Sara had found herself touching the smooth bezel around the face, tears streaming down her own face at the realization that she could never again see her grandmother's quick, open smile, or the sparkle in her eyes as she learned of her oldest granddaughter's latest accomplishment. Now, looking at the watch, for the first time in her life, Sara was glad her grandmother was not there with her, could not read the anger in Sara's eyes, know the humiliation that burned in her chest like an uncontrollable fire as she sat in a conference room being deposed in a malpractice suit filed by the parents of a dead patient. Everything Sara had ever worked for, every step she had taken that her grandmother could not, every accomplishment, every degree, was being rendered meaningless by a woman who was all but calling Sara a baby killer. The lawyer leaned over the table, eyebrow raised, lip curled, as Sara glanced at the watch. "Dr. Linton, do you have a more pressing appointment?" "No." Sara tried to keep her voice calm, to quell the fury that the lawyer had obviously been stoking for the last 4 hours. Sara knew that she was being manipulated, knew that the woman was trying to bait her, to get Sara to say something horrible that would be forever recorded by the little man leaning over the transcript machine in the corner. Knowing this did not stop Sara from reacting. As a matter of fact, the knowledge made her even angrier. "I've been calling you Dr. Linton all this time." The lawyer glanced down at an open folder in front of her. "Is it Tolliver? I see that you remarried your ex-husband, Geoffrey Tolliver, 6 months ago." "Linton is fine." Under the table, Sara was shaking her foot so hard that her shoe was about to fall off. She crossed her arms over her chest. There was a sharp pain in her jaw from clenching her teeth. She shouldn't be here. She should be at home right now, reading a book or talking on the phone to her sister. She should be going over patient files or sorting through old medical journals she never seemed to have time to catch up on. She should be trusted. "So," the lawyer continued. The woman had given her name at the start of the deposition, but Sara couldn't remember it. All she had been able to concentrate on at the time was the look on Becky Powell's face. Jimmy's mother. The woman whose hand Sara had held so many times, the friend she had comforted, the person with whom she had spent countless hours on the phone, trying to put into simple English the medical jargon the oncologists in Atlanta were feeding the mother to explain why her 12-year-old son was going to die. From the moment they'd entered the room, Becky had glared at Sara as if she were a murderer. The boy's father, a man Sara had gone to school with, had not even been able to look her in the eye. "Dr. Tolliver?" the lawyer pressed. "Linton," Sara corrected, and the woman smiled, just as she did every time she scored a point against Sara. This happened so often that Sara was tempted to ask the lawyer if she suffered from some unusually petty form of Tourette's. "On the morning of the 17th, this was the day after Easter, you got lab results from the cell blast you'd ordered performed on James Powell. Is that correct?" James. She made him sound so adult. To Sara, he would always be the 6-year-old she had met all those years ago, the little boy who liked playing with his plastic dinosaurs and eating the occasional crayon. He'd been so proud when he told her that he was called Jimmy, just like his dad. "Dr. Tolliver." Buddy Conford, one of Sara's lawyers, finally spoke up. "Let's cut the crap, honey." "Honey?" the lawyer echoed. She had one of those husky, low voices most men found irresistible. Sara could tell Buddy fell into this category, just as she could tell that the fact the man found his opponent desirable heightened his sense of competitiveness. Buddy smiled, his own point made. "You know her name." "Please instruct your client to answer the question, Mr. Conford." "Yes," Sara said, before they could exchange any more barbs. She had found that lawyers could be quite verbose at $350 an hour. They would parse the meaning of the word parse if the clock was ticking. And Sara had 2 lawyers. Melinda Stiles was counsel for Global Medical Indemnity, an insurance company to whom Sara had paid almost $3.5 million over the course of her medical career. Buddy Conford was Sara's personal lawyer, whom she had hired to protect her from the insurance company. The fine print in all of Global's malpractice policies stipulated limited liability on the part of the company when a patient's injury was a direct result of a doctor's willful negligence. Buddy was here to make sure that did not happen. "Dr. Linton, the morning of the 17th? "Yes," Sara answered. "According to my notes, that's when I got the lab results." Sharon, Sara remembered. The lawyer was Sharon Connor. Such an innocuous name for such a horrible person. "And what did the lab results reveal to you?" "That more than likely Jimmy had acute myeloblastic leukemia." "And the prognosis?" "That's out of my realm. I'm not an oncologist." "No. You referred the Powells to an oncologist, a friend of yours from college, a Dr. William Harris in Atlanta?" "Yes." Poor Bill. He was named in the lawsuit, too, had been forced to hire his own attorney, was battling with his own insurance company. "But you are a doctor." Sara took a deep breath. She had been instructed by Buddy to only answer questions, not pointed comments. God knew she was paying him enough for his advice. She might as well start taking it. "And surely, as a doctor, You know what acute myeloblastic leukemia is. It's a group of malignant disorders characterized by the replacement of normal bone marrow with abnormal cells. Connor smiled, rattling off, and it begins as a single somatic hematopoietic progenitor that transforms to a cell incapable of normal differentiation. The cell loses apoptosis. Another smile, another point scored. And this disease has a 50% survival rate. Sara held her tongue, waiting for the axe to fall. And timing is critical for treatment, is that correct? In such a disease that literally turns the body's cells against themselves, turns off apoptosis, according to you, which is the normal genetic process of cell death. Timing is critical. 48 hours would not have saved the boy's life, but Sara was not going to utter those words, have them transcribed into a legal document and later thrown in her face with all the callousness Sharon Connor could muster. The lawyer shuffled through some papers as if she needed to find her notes. And you attended Emory Medical School. As you so graciously corrected me earlier, you didn't just graduate in the top 10%, you graduated 6th in your class. Buddy sounded bored with the woman's antics. We've already established Dr. Linton's credentials. I'm just trying to put it all together, the woman countered. She held up one of the pages, her eyes scanning the words. Finally, she put it down. And, Dr. Linton, you got this information, this lab result that was almost certainly a death sentence, the morning of the 17th, and yet you chose not to share the information with the Powells until 2 days later. And that was because... Sara had never heard so many sentences starting with the word and. She imagined grammar wasn't high up on the curriculum at whatever school had churned out the vicious lawyer. Still, she answered, They were at Disney World for Jimmy's birthday. I wanted them to enjoy their vacation, what I thought might be their last vacation as a family for some time. I made the decision to not tell them until they came back. They came back the evening of the 17th, yet you did not tell them until the morning of the 19th, 2 days later. Sara opened her mouth to respond, but the woman talked over her. And it didn't occur to you that they could return for immediate treatment and perhaps save their child's life? It was clear she didn't expect an answer. I would imagine that, given the choice, the Powells would rather have their son alive today instead of empty photographs of him standing around the Magic Kingdom. She slid the picture in question across the table. It glided neatly past Becky and Jim Powell, past Sara's 2 lawyers, and stopped a few inches from where Sara was sitting. She shouldn't have looked, but she did. Young Jimmy stood leaning against his father, both of them wearing Mickey Mouse ears and holding sparklers as a parade of snow-white dwarfs marched behind them. Even in the photo, you could tell the boy was sick. Dark circles rimmed his eyes, and he was so thin that his frail little arm looked like a piece of string. They had come back from vacation a day early because Jimmy had wanted to be home. Sara did not know why the Powells had not called her at the clinic, brought in Jimmy that day so she could check on him. Maybe his parents had known even without the test, even without the final diagnosis, that their days of having a normal, healthy child were over. Maybe they had just wanted to keep him to themselves one more day. He had been such a wonderful boy, kind, smart, cheerful, everything a parent could hope for. And now he was gone. Sara felt tears well into her eyes and bit her lip so hard that the tears fell from pain instead of grief. Buddy snatched away the picture, irritated. He slid it back to Sharon Connor. You can practice your opening statement in front of your mirror at home, sweetheart. Connor's mouth twisted into a smirk as she took back the photograph. She was living proof that the theory that women were nurturing caretakers was utter bullshit. Sara half expected to see rotting flesh between her teeth. The woman said, Dr. Linton, on this particular date, the date you got James's lab results, did anything else happen that stood out for you? A prickling went up Sara's spine, a spark of warning that she could not suppress. Yes. And could you tell us what that was? I found a woman who had been murdered in the bathroom of our local diner. Raped and murdered. Is that correct? Yes. That brings us to your part-time job as coroner for the county. I believe your husband, then ex-husband when this rape and murder occurred, is chief of police for the county. Both of you work closely together when cases arise. Sara waited for more, but the woman had obviously just wanted to get that on the record. Counselor? Buddy asked. One moment, please, the lawyer murmured, picking up a thick folder and leafing through the pages. Sara looked down at her hands to give herself something to do. Pisiform, triquetrum, hamate, capitate, trapezoid, trapezium, lunate, scaphoid. She listed all the bones in her hand, then started on the ligaments, trying to distract herself, willing herself not to walk into the trap the lawyer was so skillfully setting. While Sara was in her residency at Grady, headhunters had pursued her so relentlessly that she had stopped answering her phone. Partnerships, six-figure salaries with year-end bonuses, surgical privileges at any hospital she chose, personal assistance, lab support, full secretarial staff, even her own parking space. They had offered her everything, and yet in the end she had decided to return home to Grant to practice medicine for considerably less money and even less respect, because she thought it was important for doctors to serve rural communities. Was part of it vanity, too? Sara had seen herself as a role model for the girls in town. Most of them had only ever seen a male doctor. The only women in authority were nurses, teachers, and mothers. Her first 5 years at the Hartsdale Children's Clinic, Sara had spent at least half of her time convincing young patients, and frequently their mothers, that she had, in fact, graduated medical school. No one believed a woman could be smart enough, good enough to reach such a position. Even when Sara bought the clinic from her retiring partner, people had still been skeptical. It had taken years to carve herself a place of respect in the community. All for this. Sharon Connor finally looked up from her papers. She frowned. Dr. Linton, you yourself were raped, isn't that correct? Sara felt all of the saliva in her mouth dry up. Her throat tightened and her flesh turned hot as she struggled with an unwelcome shame that she had not felt since the last time a lawyer had deposed her about being raped. Just like then, Sara's vision tunneled and blurred in such a way that she saw nothing, just heard the words ringing in her ears. Buddy shot to his feet, arguing something, stabbing his finger at the lawyer, at the Powells. Beside him, Melinda Stiles from the Global Medical Indemnity said nothing. Buddy had told Sara this would happen, that Stiles would sit silently by, letting opposing counsel tear into Sara, speaking only when she thought Global might be exposed. Another woman, another failed role model. And I want that on the goddamn record, Buddy finished, pushing his chair away from the table as he sat down. Noted, Connor said. Dr. Linton. Sara's vision cleared. She heard a whoosh in her ears, as if she had been swimming underwater and suddenly pushed herself to the surface. Dr. Linton, Connor repeated. She kept using the title, making it sound like something vile instead of a position Sara had worked for all of her life. Sara looked at Buddy, and he shrugged as he shook his head, indicating there was nothing he could do. He had predicted that the deposition would be nothing more than a fishing expedition with Sara's life as bait. Connor said, Doctor, would you like a few minutes to collect your emotions? I know that your rape is a hard thing for you to talk about. She indicated the thick file on the table in front of her. It had to be the trial transcript from Sara's case. The woman had read everything, knew every disgusting detail. From what I gathered, your assault was very, very brutal. Sara cleared her throat, willed her voice to not just work, but to be strong, fearless. Yes, it was. Connor's tone turned almost conciliatory. I used to work at the district attorney's office in Baton Rouge. I can honestly say in my 12 years as a prosecutor, I never saw anything as brutal, as sadistic, as what you experienced. Buddy snapped, "Sweetheart, you want to quit with the crocodile tears and get to the question?" The lawyer hesitated for just a second, then continued. For the record, Dr. Linton was raped in the bathroom of Grady Hospital, where she was working as an emergency room intern. Apparently, the perpetrator accessed the women's room through the drop ceiling. Dr. Linton was in one of the stalls when he literally dropped down on her. "Noted," Buddy said. "You got a question in there, or do you just like giving speeches?" "Dr. Linton, the fact that you were brutally raped figured greatly into your decision to return to Grant County, did it not?" "There were other reasons." "But would you say that the rape was your primary reason?" "I would say that it was one of many reasons that figured into my decision to return." "Is this going somewhere?" Buddy asked. The lawyers exchanged words again, and Sara reached for the pitcher of water on the table, poured herself a glass with hands she willed to be steady. She felt rather than saw Becky Powell stir, and wondered if the woman was feeling guilty, seeing Sara as a human being again instead of a monster. Sara hoped so. She hoped Becky tossed and turned in her bed tonight, realized that no matter how much she and her lawyer vilified Sara, nothing would bring back her son. Nothing would change the fact that Sara had done everything she could for Jimmy. "Dr. Linton," Connor continued, "I imagine, in light of the brutal rape you experienced, it was quite an emotional ordeal to walk into that bathroom and discover a woman who herself had been sexually assaulted, especially as it was almost 10 years to the date that you were raped." Buddy snapped, "Is that a question?" "Dr. Linton, you and your ex-husband, husband, you both are trying to adopt a child now, aren't you? Because as a consequence to this brutal rape you experienced, you cannot have children of your own?" Becky's reaction was unmistakable. For the first time since this had started, Sara really looked at the woman. She saw a softening in Becky's eyes, a stirring of joy for a friend, but the emotion vanished as swiftly as it had come, and Sara could almost read the rebuke that canceled it. "You have no right to mother a child when you killed my son." Connor held up a familiar-looking document stating, "Doctor, you and your husband, Jeffrey Tolliver, filed papers for adoption with the state of Georgia 3 months ago. Isn't that correct?" Sara tried to remember what they had put on the adoption application, what they had said during the state-mandated parenting classes that had taken up every free minute of their time over the last few months. What incriminating evidence would the lawyer wring out of the endless, seemingly innocuous process? Jeffrey's high blood pressure? Sara's need for reading glasses? "Yes," she said. Connor shuffled through some more papers, saying, "Just a moment, please." The room was tiny, airless. There were no windows, no paintings on the wall to stare at. A dying palm tree stood in the corner, the leaves drooping and sad. Nothing good would come of any of this. No pound of flesh would bring back a child. No verdict of innocence would restore a reputation. Sara looked down at her hand. Dorsal metacarpal ligaments, dorsal carpometacarpal ligaments, dorsal intercarpal ligaments. Sara had visited Jimmy the week before he died, held his frail little hand for hours as he haltingly talked about football and skateboarding and all the things he missed. Sara had been able to see it then, that look of death in his eyes. The look was the mirror opposite of the hope she had seen in Becky Powell's, even though the woman had heard the prognosis, had agreed to stop treatment so as not to prolong Jimmy's suffering. It was that hope that kept Jimmy from letting go, that fear that every child has of disappointing his mother. Sara had taken Becky to the cafeteria, sitting in a quiet corner with the bewildered woman and holding her hand just as she had held Jimmy's moments before. She had described to Becky how it would happen, how death would claim her son. His feet would get cold, then his hands, as circulation slowed. His lips would turn blue. His breathing would become irregular, but that shouldn't be taken as a sign of distress. He would have difficulty swallowing. He might lose control of his bladder. His thoughts would wander, but Becky had to keep talking to him, engaging him, because he would still be there. He would still be her Jimmy until the very last second. It was her job to be there at every step, then, the hardest part, to let him go on without her. She had to be strong enough to let Jimmy go. Connor cleared her throat and waited for Sarah's attention. You never charged the Powells for the lab tests and subsequent office visits after you made James's diagnosis, she said. Why is that, Dr. Linton? I didn't, in fact, make a firm diagnosis, Sara corrected, trying to get her focus back. I could only tell them what I suspected and refer them to an oncologist. Your college friend, Dr. William Harris, the lawyer supplied. And you didn't bill the Powells for any of the lab work or any subsequent visits following the referral. I don't handle billing. But you do direct your office staff, do you not? Connor paused. Do I need to remind you that you're under oath? Sara bit back the sharp answer that wanted to come. According to the deposition of your office manager, Nellie Morgan, you directed her to write off as a loss the almost $2,000 the Powells owed you. True? Yes. Why is that, Dr. Linton? Because I knew they were facing what could be crippling medical costs for Jimmy's treatment. I didn't want to add to the pile of creditors I knew that they would have. Sara stared at Becky, though the woman would not meet her gaze. That's what this is about, isn't it? Lab bills, hospital bills, radiologists, pharmacies. You must owe a fortune. Connor reminded, Dr. Linton, you're here to answer my questions, not ask your own. Sara leaned toward the Powells, tried to connect with them, make them see reason. Don't you know it won't get him back? None of this will get Jimmy back. Mr. Conford, please instruct your client. Do you know what I gave up to practice here? Do you know how many years I spent? Dr. Linton, do not address my clients. This is the reason why you had to go to Atlanta to find a specialist, Sara told them. These lawsuits are why the hospital closed down, why there are only 5 doctors within 100 miles of here who can afford to practice medicine. They would not look up at her, would not respond. Sara sat back in her chair, spent. This couldn't just be about money. Becky and Jimmy wanted something more, an explanation for why their son died. The sad fact was that there was no explanation. People died, children died, and sometimes there was no one to blame, nothing that could stop it. All this lawsuit meant was that a year from now, maybe 5 years, another child would be sick, another family would be stricken, and no one would be able to afford to help them. No one would be there to hold their hand, to explain what was happening. Dr. Linton, Connor continued, as to your failure to bill the Powells for the lab work and office visits, isn't it a fact that you felt guilty for Jimmy's death? She knew the answer Buddy wanted her to give to the question, knew that even Melinda Stiles, the silent advocate for global medical indemnity, wanted her to deny this. Dr. Linton, Connor insisted, didn't you feel guilty? Sara closed her eyes, could see Jimmy lying in that hospital bed, talking to her about skateboarding. She could still feel the cold touch of his fingers in hers as he patiently explained to her the difference between a heel flip and an ollie. Interphalangeal joints, metacarpal phalangeal joint, capsule, distal, radial-ulnar joints. Dr. Linton. Yes, she finally admitted, tears flowing freely now. Yes, I felt guilty. Sara drove through downtown Hartsdale, the speedometer on her BMW 335CI barely reaching 25. She passed the Five and Dime, the dress shop, the hardware store. At Burgess's Cleaners, she stopped in the middle of the empty street, debating whether or not to drive on. Ahead of her, the gates of the Grant Institute of Technology stood open. Students walked down the main drive dressed as goblins and superheroes. Halloween had come and gone the night before, but the Grant Tech students tended to stretch every holiday into a week-long affair. Sara had not even bothered to buy candy this year. She knew that no parent would be sending their kid to knock on her door. Since the malpractice suit had been filed, the whole town had ostracized her. Even patients she had treated for years, people she had genuinely helped, avoided her gaze at the supermarket or the drugstore. Considering the atmosphere, Sara felt it would not have been wise to don her usual witch's costume and go to the church party as she had for the last 16 years. Sara had been born and raised in Grant County. She knew that this was a town that burned witches. She had spent 8.5 hours in the deposition, every aspect of her life being raked over the coals. Over 100 parents had signed releases so that their children's medical charts could be combed through by Sharon Connor, most of them hoping that at the end of the day there would be some money in it for them. Melinda Stiles, who had turned surprisingly helpful once the room had emptied of witnesses, explained that this was fairly common. A malpractice suit turned patients into vultures, she explained, and more would start circling as the Powell case proceeded. Global Medical Indemnity would run the numbers, weigh the losses against the strength of Sara's defense, and then decide whether or not they would settle. In which case, all of this, the humiliation, the degradation, would be for nothing. One of the college students in the street screamed, and Sara startled, letting her foot slip off the brake. It was just a young man wearing a Chiquita Banana costume, including blue capri pants and a yellow tie top that showed a hairy, round belly. It was always the burly ones who dressed up as women the first chance they got. Would Jimmy Powell have been that sort of silly young man? If he had lived, would he have developed his father's stooped posture and thin frame, or his mother's rounded face and cheery disposition? Sara knew he'd had Becky's quick wit, her love of practical jokes and bad puns. Anything else would be forever unknown. Sara took a left into the clinic parking lot, her clinic parking lot, the one she had bought from Dr. Barney all those years ago, working part-time as coroner so that she could afford the deal. The sign was faded, the steps needed a new coat of paint, and the side door stuck on warm days. But it was hers, all hers. She got out of the car and used her key to open the front door. Last week she had closed the clinic, furious at the parents who had signed releases in hopes of cashing in, furious at her town for betraying her. They saw Sara as nothing more than a cash machine, as if she was merely a conduit through which to access the millions of dollars sitting in the insurance company's coffers. No one saw the consequences of this smash and grab, the fact that malpractice premiums would go up, doctors would go out of business, and health care, which was already unaffordable for many, would soon be unobtainable for most. No one cared about the lives they destroyed on their way to becoming millionaires. Let them think about it while they drove an hour and a half over to Rawlings, the closest town with a pediatrician. Sara left the lights off as she walked through the clinic's front lobby. Despite the chill November air, the building was warm, and she took off her suit jacket and laid it on the front counter as she walked to the bathroom. The water was freezing cold straight out of the faucet, and Sara leaned down to splash her face, to try to get rid of the grime that was clinging to her skin. She wanted a long bath, a glass of wine, but these were things that she would have to go home to find, and right now she didn't want to go home. She wanted to be alone, to regain her sense of self. At the same time, she wanted to be with her parents, who were at this moment somewhere in Kansas, exactly halfway in their long-planned quest to drive across America. Tessa, her sister, was in Atlanta, finally putting her college degree to use as she counseled homeless people. And Jeffrey? Jeffrey was at home, waiting for Sara to return from the deposition, to tell him everything that had happened. She wanted to be with him the most, and yet she didn't want to see him at all. She stared at her reflection in the mirror, realizing with a shock that she did not recognize herself. Her hair was pulled back so tightly that she was surprised she hadn't developed a stress fracture. Carefully, she reached up and loosened the band, wincing from the pain as roots were yanked out. Her starched white shirt showed water spots, but Sara did not care. She felt ridiculous in the suit, which was probably the most expensive outfit she'd ever owned. Buddy had insisted she have the black cloth sharply tailored to her body, so that during the deposition she looked like a rich doctor instead of a small-town plumber's daughter turned pediatrician. She could be herself in the courtroom, Buddy had told her. Sara could show Sharon Connor her real side when it would do the most damage. Sara hated this duplicity, hated having to transform herself into a masculine-looking, arrogant bitch as part of her defense strategy. Her entire career, she had resisted quashing her femininity in order to fit into the boys' club of medicine, and now one lawsuit had turned her into everything she despised. "You okay?" Jeffrey stood in the doorway. He was wearing a charcoal-colored suit with a dark blue shirt and tie. His cell phone was clipped to one side of his belt, his paddle holster to the other. "I thought you were at home."
"I dropped off my car at the shop. You mind giving me a ride home?"
She nodded, resting her shoulder against the wall.
"Here."
He held up a daisy he had probably picked from the overgrown yard.
"Brought you this."
Sara took the flower, which was little more than a weed, and put it on the edge of the sink.
"Want to talk about it?"
She moved the daisy, lining it up perpendicular to the faucet. "No."
"Do you want to be alone?"
"Yes." "No." Quickly she closed the distance between them, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, burying her face in his neck. "It was so horrible," she whispered. "My God, it was just so awful."
"It's going to be fine,"
he soothed, rubbing her back with his hand.
"Don't let them get to you, Sara. Don't let them shake your confidence."
She pressed into him, needing the reassurance of his body against hers. He'd been at work all day, and he smelled like the squad room, that odd mixture of gun oil, burned coffee, and sweat. With her family scattered, Jeffrey was the only constant in her life, the one person who was there to help pick up the pieces. If she thought about it, this had been true for the last 16 years. Even when Sara had divorced him, even when she had spent most of her days trying to think of anything but Jeffrey, in the back of her mind, he was always there. She brushed her lips against his neck, softly, slowly, until his skin responded. She smoothed her hands down his back to his waist, pulled him closer in such a way that there was no mistaking her meaning. He looked surprised, but when she kissed him on the mouth, he responded in equal measure. At the moment, Sara didn't so much want sex as the intimacy that came with it. It was, at least, the one thing she knew she was capable of doing right. Jeffrey was the first to pull away.
"Let's go home, okay?"
He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear.
"I'll cook supper, and we'll lay on the couch and—"
She kissed him again, biting his lip, pressing closer. He had never needed much coaxing, but as his hand slid to the zipper on her skirt, Sara's mind wandered to thoughts of home, the pile of laundry that needed to be folded, the leaking faucet in the guest bathroom, the torn shelf liner in the kitchen. Just the thought of taking off her pantyhose was overwhelming. He pulled away again, a half-smile on his lips.
"Come on,"
he said, taking her by the hand and pulling her out of the bathroom.
"I'll drive you home."
They were halfway across the lobby when his cell phone started to ring. He offered a shrug to Sara, as if he needed her permission to answer the phone. "Go ahead," she relented, knowing whoever it was would just call back, or worse, come find him. "Answer it." He still seemed reluctant, but took the phone off its clip anyway. She saw him frown as he looked at the caller ID, then answered, "Tolliver." Sara leaned back against the front counter, hugging her arms to her waist as she tried to read his expression. She had been a cop's wife far too long to think that there was any such thing as a simple phone call.
"Where is she now?"
Jeffrey demanded. He nodded, his shoulders tensing as he listened to the caller.
"All right," he said, looking at his watch. "I can be there in 3 hours.
He ended the call, squeezing the phone so hard in his hand that Sara thought it might break.
"Lena,"
he said brusquely, just as Sara was about to ask him what was going on. Lena Adams was a detective on his squad, a woman who made a habit of getting herself into bad situations and dragging Jeffrey along with her. Just the sound of her name brought a sense of dread. Sara said, "I thought she was on vacation."
"There was an explosion,"
Jeffrey answered.
"She's in the hospital."
"Is she okay?"
"No,"
he told her, shaking his head as if he could not believe what he had heard.
"She's been arrested."
3 days earlier. Chapter 2. Lena kept one hand on the steering wheel as she scrolled through radio stations with the other. She cringed at the vacuous girls screeching from the speakers. When had stupidity become a marketable talent? She gave up when she hit the country music channels. There was a 6-disc changer in the trunk, but she was sick of each and every song on each and every disc. Desperate, she reached into the floor of the back seat, groping for a loose CD. She fished out 3 empty jewel cases in a row, cursing more loudly with each one. She was about to give up when the tips of her fingers brushed a cassette tape underneath her seat. Her Celica was around 8 years old and still had a tape player, but Lena had no idea what this particular cassette contained, or how it had even ended up in her car. Still, she popped it into the dash and waited. No music came, and she turned up the knob, wondering if the tape was blank or had been damaged by last summer's scorching heat. She turned it up further and nearly had a heart attack when the opening drum beats of Joan Jett's Bad Reputation filled the car. Sybil. Her twin sister had made this tape 2 weeks before she had died. Lena could remember listening to this exact song nearly 6 years ago as she sped down the highway, heading back to Grant County from a drop-off she'd made at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's lab in Macon. The drive had been much like the one she was making today. A straight shot down a kudzu-lined interstate, the few cars on the road whizzing by 18-wheelers and mobile homes that were being transported to waiting families. Meanwhile, her sister was back in Grant County, being tortured and murdered by a sadist, while Lena sang with Joan Jett at the top of her lungs. She popped out the tape and turned off the radio. 6 years. It didn't seem like so much time had passed, but then again it felt like an eternity. Lena was just now getting to the point where her dead twin was not the first thing she thought about when she woke up in the morning. It usually wasn't until later in the day when she saw something funny, or heard a crazy story at work that she thought about Sybil, made a mental note to tell her sister, then realized a split second later that Sybil was no longer there to hear it. Lena had always thought of Sybil as her only family. Their mother had died 13 days after giving birth. Their father, a cop, had been shot dead by a man he'd pulled over on a speeding violation. He had never even known his young wife was pregnant. As there were no other relatives to speak of, Hank Norton, their mother's brother, had raised the 2 girls. Lena had never thought of her uncle as family. Hank had been a junkie during her childhood and a sober, self-righteous asshole during her teen years. Lena thought of him as more like a warden, somebody who made the rules and held all of the power. From the beginning, Lena had only wanted to break out. She pushed in the cassette tape again, twisted the knob to lower the sound to a low, angry growl. "I don't give a damn about my bad reputation." The sisters had sung this as teenagers, their anthem against Rees, the backwater town they lived in until they were old enough to get the hell out. With their dark complexions and exotic looks that came courtesy of their Mexican-American grandmother, neither one of them had been particularly popular. Other kids were cruel, and Lena's strategy was to take them on one by one, while Sybil kept to her studies, working hard to get the scholarship she needed to continue her education. After high school, Lena had spun her wheels for a while, then entered the police academy, where Jeffrey Tolliver plucked her from a group of recruits and offered her a job. Sybil had already taken a professorship at the Grant Institute of Technology, which made the decision to accept the job that much easier. Lena found herself thinking about her first weeks in Grant County. After Rees, Hartsdale had seemed like a major metropolis. Even Avondale and Madison, the other cities that comprised Grant, were impressive to her small-town eyes. Most of the kids Lena had gone to school with had never traveled outside the state of Georgia. Their parents worked 12-hour days at the tire plant or drew unemployment so that they could sit around and drink. Vacations were for the wealthy, people who could afford to miss a couple of days of work and still pay the electric bill. Hank owned a bar on the outskirts of Rees, and once he had stopped injecting the profits into his veins, Sybil and Lena had lived a fairly comfortable life compared to their neighbors. Sure, the roof on their house was bowed, and a 1963 Chevy truck had been on blocks in the backyard for as long as she could remember, but they always had food on the table, and each year, when school came around, Hank drove the girls into Augusta and bought them new clothes. Lena should have been grateful, but she was not. Sybil had been 8 when Hank, on a drunken bender, had slammed his car into her. Lena had been using an old tennis ball to play catch with her sister. She overthrew, and when Sybil ran into the driveway and leaned down to pick up the ball, the bumper of Hank's reversing car had caught her in the temple. There hadn't even been much blood, just a thin cut following the line of her skull, but the damage was done. Sybil hadn't been able to see anything after that, and no matter how many Alcoholics Anonymous meetings Hank attended, or how supportive he tried to be, in the back of her mind, Lena always saw his car hitting her sister, the surprised look on Sybil's face as she crumpled to the ground. Yet here Lena was, using up one of her valuable vacation days to go check on the old bastard. Hank hadn't telephoned in 2 weeks, which was strange. Even though she seldom returned his calls, he still left messages every other day. The last time she had seen her uncle was 3 months ago, when he'd driven to Grant County, uninvited, to help her move. She was renting Jeffrey's house after he'd found out his previous tenants, a couple of girls from the college, were using the place as their own personal bordello. Hank had said maybe a handful of words to her as he moved boxes, and Lena had been just as chatty. As he was leaving, guilt had forced her to suggest dinner at the new rib place up the street, but he was climbing into his beat-up old Mercedes, making his excuses, before she got the words out of her mouth. She should have known then something was wrong. Hank never passed up an opportunity to spend time with her, no matter how painful that time was. That he had driven straight back to Rees should have been a clue. She was a detective, for Christ's sakes. She should notice when things were out of the ordinary. She also shouldn't have let 2 whole weeks pass without calling to check on him. In the end, it was Charlotte, one of Hank's neighbors, who called to tell Lena that she needed to come down and see about her uncle. "He's in a bad way," the woman had said. When Lena tried to press her, Charlotte had mumbled something about one of her kids needing her and hung up the phone. Lena felt her spine straighten as she drove into the Rees city limits. God, she hated this town. At least in Grant, she fit in. Here, however, she would always be the orphan, the troublemaker, Hank Norton's niece. No, not Sybil, Lena, the bad one. She passed 3 churches in rapid succession. There was a big billboard by the baseball field that read, "Today's forecast, Jesus reigns." Christ, she murmured, taking a left onto Cayuga Road, her body on autopilot as she coasted through the back streets that led to Hank's house. Classes weren't out for another hour, but there were enough cars leaving the high school to cause a traffic jam. Lena slowed, hearing the muffled strains of competing radio stations as souped-up muscle cars stripped their tires on the asphalt. A guy in a blue Mustang, the old kind that drove like a truck and had a metal dashboard that could decapitate you if you hit the right tree, pulled up in the lane beside her. Lena turned her head and saw a teenage kid openly staring at her. Gold chains around his neck sparkled in the afternoon sun, and his ginger-red hair was spiked with so much gel that he looked more like something you'd find at the bottom of the ocean than in a small southern town. Oblivious to how stupid he looked, His head bobbed with the rap music pounding out of his car stereo, and he gave her a suggestive wink. Lena looked away, thinking she'd like to see his spoiled white ass dropped off in the middle of downtown Atlanta on a Friday night. He'd be too busy pissing his pants to appreciate the gangsta life. She turned off at the next street, taking the long way to Hank's, wanting to get away from the kids and traffic. Hank was probably fine. Lena knew one thing she shared with her uncle was a tendency toward moodiness. Hank was probably just in a dark place. He'd probably be angry to find her on his doorstep, invading his space. She wouldn't blame him. A white Cadillac Escalade was parked in the driveway behind Hank's old Mercedes. Lena pulled her Celica close to the curb and turned off the ignition, wondering who was visiting. Hank might be hosting an AA meeting, in which case she hoped the Escalade's driver was the last to leave instead of the first to show up. Her uncle was just as hooked on self-help bullshit as he had been addicted to speed and alcohol. She had known Hank to drive 6 hours straight to hear a particular speaker, attend a particular meeting, only to turn around and drive another 6 hours back so that he could open the bar for the early afternoon drunks. She studied the house, thinking that the only thing that had changed about her childhood home was its state of decay. The roof was more bowed, the paint on the clapboard peeling so badly that a thin strip of white flecks made a chalk line around the house. Even the mailbox had seen better days. Someone had obviously taken a bat to the thing, but Hank, being his usual handy self, had duct-taped it back onto the rotting wood post. Lena palmed her keys as she got out of the car. Her hamstrings were tight from the long drive, and she bent at the waist to stretch out her legs. A gunshot cracked the air, and Lena bolted up, reaching for her gun, realizing that her Glock was in her glove compartment at the same time she processed that the gunshot was just the front door slamming shut. The slammer was a stocky, bald man with arms the size of cannons and an attitude she could read from 20 paces. A large sheath containing a hunting knife was on his right hip, and a thick metal chain dangled from his belt loop to his wallet in his back left pocket. He trotted down the rickety front stairs, counting a wad of money he held in his meaty hands. He looked up, saw Lena, and gave a dismissive snort before climbing into the white Cadillac. The SUV's 22-inch wheels kicked up dust as he backed out of the driveway and swung out into the street beside her Celica. The Escalade was about a yard longer than her car and at least 2 feet wider. The roof was so high that she couldn't see over the top. The side windows were heavily tinted, but the front ones were rolled down, and she could clearly see the driver. He had stopped close enough to crowd her between the 2 cars, his beady eyes staring a hole into her. Time slowed, and she saw that he was older than she had thought, that his shaved head was not a fashion statement, but a compliment to the large red swastika tattooed on his bare upper arm. Coarse black hair grew in a goatee and mustache around his mouth, but she could still see the sneer on his fat, wet lips. Lena had been a cop long enough to know a con, and the driver had been a con long enough to know that she was a cop. Neither one of them was about to back down, but he won the standoff by shaking his head, as if to say, "What a fucking waste." His wife-beater shirt showed rippling muscles as he shifted into gear and peeled off. Lena was left standing in his wake. 5, 6, 7. She counted the seconds, standing her ground in the middle of the road as she waited for the Cadillac to make the turn, taking her out of sight of the guy's rearview mirrors. Once the car was gone, she went around to the passenger side of the Celica and found the 6-inch folding knife she kept under the seat. She slipped this into her back pocket, then got her Glock out of the glove compartment. She checked the safety on the gun and clipped the holster to her belt. Lena did not want to meet the man again, especially unarmed. Walking toward the house, she wouldn't let her mind consider the reasons why such a person would be at her uncle's house. You didn't drive a car like that in a town like Rees by working at the tire factory. You sure as shit didn't leave somebody's house flashing a wad of money unless you knew that no one was going to try to take it off you. Her hands were shaking as she walked toward the house. The door jamb had splintered from being slammed so hard, or maybe from being kicked open. Pieces of rotting wood and rusting metal jutted into the air near the knob, and Lena used the toe of her shoe to push open the door. "Hank?" she called, fighting the urge to draw her weapon. The man in the Escalade was gone, but his presence still lingered. Something bad had happened here. Maybe something bad was still going on. Being a cop had given Lena a healthy respect for her instinct. You learned to listen to your gut when you were a rookie. It wasn't something that could be taught at the academy. Either you paid attention to the hair sticking up on the back of your neck, or you got shot in the chest on your first call by some whacked-out drug addict who thought the aliens were trying to get him. Lena pulled the Glock, pointed it at the floor. "Hank?" No answer. She stepped carefully through the house, unable to tell if the place had been tossed or if Hank just hadn't bothered to straighten up in a while. There was an unpleasant odor in the air, something chemical, like burned plastic, mixed with the usual reek of cigarettes from Hank's chain smoking and chicken grease from the takeout he got every night. Newspapers were scattered on the living room couch. Lena leaned down, checked the dates. Most were over a month old. Cautiously, she walked down the hallway, weapon still drawn. Lena and Sybil's bedroom door stood open, the beds neatly made. Hank's room was another matter. The sheets were bunched up at the bottom like someone had suffered a fever dream, and an unpleasant brown stain radiated from the center of the bare mattress. The bathroom was filthy. Mold blackened the grout. Pieces of wet plaster hung from the ceiling. She stood outside the closed kitchen door, Glock at the ready. "Hank?" No answer. The hinges creaked as she pushed open the swinging door. Hank was slumped in a chair at the kitchen table. AA pamphlets were stacked hundreds deep in front of him, right beside a closed metal lockbox that Lena instantly recognized from her childhood. His kit. Junkies loved their routines almost as much as they loved their drugs. A certain type of needle, a particular vein. They had a habit for their habits, an M.O. they followed that was almost as hard to break as the addiction. Thump the bag, tap out the powder, flick the lighter, lick your lips, wait for the powder to turn to liquid, the liquid to boil. And then came the needle. Sometimes thinking about the rush was enough to get them halfway there. Hank's drug kit was a metal lockbox, dark blue with chipped paint that showed the gray primer underneath. He kept the key in his sock drawer, something even a 7-year-old girl could figure out. Though the box was shut now, Lena could see the contents as clearly as if the lid was open. Hypodermics, tin foil, torchlighter, filters broken off from cigarettes. She knew the spoon he used to heat the powder as well as she knew the back of her hand. Tarnished silver, the ornate handle bent into a loop that you could wrap around your index finger. Hank had caught her with it once and spanked the skin off her ass. Whether this was because Lena was messing with his stuff or because he wanted her to stay clean, she still did not know. She was leaning against the kitchen counter, gun still in her hand, when Hank finally stirred. Milky eyes looked up at her, but she could tell he couldn't focus, couldn't see, didn't care. Drool slid out of his open mouth. He hadn't put in his teeth, hadn't bathed or combed his hair in what looked like weeks. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, and she saw the tiny scars that needles had left so many years ago, mingling with new punctures, ulcerous, gaping holes, where the drain cleaner or talcum powder or whatever the hell had been used to cut the shit he was putting into his veins had set up an infection. The gun raised up into the air. She felt outside herself, as if the weapon was not connected to her hand, as if it wasn't her finger on the trigger, and her own voice saying, "Who the fuck was that man?" Hank's mouth opened, and she saw the dark red gums where his teeth had been, teeth that had rotted in his mouth because the drugs had eaten him from the inside out. "Tell me," she demanded, shoving the Glock in his face. His tongue lolled outside his mouth as he struggled to speak. She had to use both hands to keep the gun steady, keep it from going off in her hands, Minutes passed, maybe hours. Lena didn't know. She was incapable of keeping time, figuring out if she was in the present or somehow trapped in the past, back 30 years ago when she was just a scared kid wondering why her uncle's grin was so wide when blood was streaming from his nose, his ears. She felt her skin prickling from the heat inside the house. The odor coming off Hank was unbearable. She remembered that smell from her childhood, knew he wouldn't take care of himself, didn't want to bathe because the layer of grime on his skin clogged his pores and helped hold in the drug longer. Lena forced her hands to put the gun down on the counter, keeping her back to him as she tried to stop the memories that came flooding back. Hank passed out in the yard, Children's Services coming to the front door to take them away. Sybil crying, Lena screaming. Even now hot tears slid down her cheeks, and she was suddenly that little girl again, that helpless, powerless little girl whose only hope in life was a useless fucking junkie. She swung around, slapping him so hard that he fell into a heap on the floor. "Get up!" she shouted, kicking him. "Get the fuck up!" He groaned, curling into a ball, and she was reminded that even in a weakened state, the body did what it could to protect itself. She wanted to pummel him with her fists. She wanted to beat his face until no one would recognize him. How many nights had she lain awake, crying her eyes out as she waited for him to finally come home? How many mornings had she found him face down in his own vomit? How many strangers had stayed the night, nasty, vile men with their leering smiles and fat, prodding fingers, while Hank remained oblivious to anything but chasing his high? "Was that your dealer?" Lena demanded, feeling a wave of nausea building in her stomach. "Was that your connection?" He whispered something, blood spraying in a fine mist on the filthy linoleum. "Who?" she screamed, leaning over his curled body, wanting to hear his words, to get the dealer's name. She would track him down, take him into the woods, and put a bullet in his skull. "Who was that man?" "He was," Hank wheezed. "Give me his name," Lena ordered, kneeling beside him, her fists clenched so tight that her fingernails were cutting into her palms. "Tell me who he is, you stupid fucker." His head turned up, and she saw him struggling to focus. When his eyelids began to flutter closed, she grabbed his greasy yellow hair in her fist, yanked his head up so he had no choice but to look at her. "Who is he?" she repeated. "The man." "Who?" Lena said. "Who is he?" "He's the one," Hank mumbled, his eyes closing as if the effort of keeping them open was just too much. Still, he finished. "He killed your mother." Monday evening. Chapter 3. From the moment James Oglethorpe first set foot in Georgia, men had been trying to chop up the state into their own perfect little pieces. The first attempt came in 1741, when the trustees decided to split the land into two colonies, Savannah and Frederica. When Georgia became a royal colony and adopted the Church of England as their official religion, the territory was sectioned into 8 parishes. After the Revolutionary War, Creek and Cherokee land in the South was taken for white expansion, then later more Cherokee land was claimed in the North. By the mid-1800s, no Indian territory remained, so the good old boys decided to start subdividing existing counties. Once 1877 rolled around, there were 137 counties in Georgia, so many little pockets of political power that the state constitution was amended to stop the overdevelopment, then amended again in 1945 to close loopholes that had allowed the creation of 16 counties in between. The final number allowed was 159, each with its own representative in the state assembly, its own county seat, its own tax base, schools, judges, political systems, and its own locally elected sheriff. Jeffrey did not know much about Elawa County, other than that its founders had obviously borrowed the name from the Indians they had kicked out for the land. Night had come by the time he and Sara reached the town limits, and from what they could see, the place was not much to write home about. Lena was hardly the type to sit down and chat about her childhood, and Geoffrey understood why as he drove through Rees, Ilawa's county seat. Even the dark of night could not obscure the town's depressing bleakness. Geoffrey had studied American history at Auburn University, but you wouldn't find it written in any textbook that there were some places in the South that still had not recovered from Reconstruction. Running water, indoor plumbing, basic necessities that other Americans took for granted were considered luxuries to people living on the wrong side of Rees's tracks. Geoffrey's hometown of Sylacauga, Alabama, had been poor, but not this kind of poor. Rees was the sort of festering wound that was only exposed when some kind of natural disaster yanked off the scab. "Up here on the left," Sara said, reading the directions Geoffrey had gotten from the sheriff. Geoffrey took the turn, glancing at Sara as a streetlight illuminated the car's interior. She had changed into jeans and a sweater, but her face was still drawn. He wasn't sure if this was because of the malpractice deposition or because of the situation with Lena. He had been surprised when Sara had volunteered to come. She was certainly no fan of Lena's. While the two women had managed to keep their exchanges civil over the years, some of the worst arguments Geoffrey and Sara had had in recent memory were over the young detective. Lena's stubbornness, her quick temper, what Sara saw as the other woman's casual disregard for her own safety, and Geoffrey saw as the makings of a damn good cop. Part of Sara's bad opinion was Geoffrey's fault. At home, he only talked about Lena in the context of her screw-ups. He had never had a conversation with Sara about the things Lena did well, the way she could work an interrogation, or the fact that sometimes she actually learned from her mistakes. Having made colossal mistakes of his own early on in the job, Geoffrey was more forgiving. Truthfully, Lena reminded him a lot of himself when he was her age. Maybe Sara felt the same way. She wasn't exactly a big fan of the Geoffrey Tolliver she'd known 10 years ago. If Geoffrey had to guess, he'd say that Sara's offer to tag along came because she hadn't wanted to be by herself. Or maybe she had just wanted to get the hell out of town. Geoffrey wasn't too pleased with how the citizens of Grant County were treating his wife right now, either. For the last 2 months, he'd been keeping a running list in his head of people who would never have a speeding ticket fixed for them again. "Up here," she said, pointing to a side street that looked like a dead end. "You sure?" Sara scanned the directions again. "It says take a ride at the barbecue joint." He slowed the car as he blindly reached overhead, looking for a way to turn on the interior lights. "Here," she said, pressing a button near the rearview mirror. Sara's BMW was like butter on the road, but all the bells and whistles made Geoffrey's head hurt. He took the directions from her, holding them up to the light. She said, "It's not like I can't read your handwriting. You have the penmanship of a first-grade teacher." He pointed to the satellite navigation screen on the dash, which had read, "No data available for this position for the last half hour." "How much extra did you pay for this thing?" "What does that have to do with your handwriting?" He didn't answer as he looked at his notes. He had clearly written, "Right at barbecue joint." Geoffrey handed the sheet of paper back to Sara and took the right. He drove slowly, the car's tires dipping into one pothole after another. He was about to turn around when Sara spotted a familiar blue road sign with an H on it. Farther up ahead, they could see the bright lights of a parking lot, and beyond this, what could only be the hospital. 5th Avenue, Sara read off the street sign. She didn't say anything more as he pulled into the parking lot. The Aloha County Medical Center was across from a Dunkin' Donuts and a Kentucky Fried Chicken, both closed this time of night. The hospital's building was an architect's nightmare. Part poured concrete, part cinder block, and yet another part brick. The 2-story structure looked like a mangy dog that had been kicked to the curb. The few vehicles scattered around the parking lot were mostly trucks, mud caked around their wheel wells from a recent rain. NASCAR stickers and Jesus fish dotted the chrome bumpers. They had driven almost 3 hours straight to get here, but there was no mistaking they were still in a small southern town. Geoffrey took an empty space right by the emergency room entrance. He didn't get out of the car, didn't turn off the ignition. He just sat there, thinking about what little information he had been given. Lena had been involved in an explosion. She was being treated at the hospital. She had been arrested. What had she done now? Those were Sara's words. Sara, who couldn't understand why Jeffrey had stood by Lena all these years, who didn't know what it was like to grow up with no one rooting for you, no one thinking you'd end up doing anything but making your parents' own stupid mistakes. If that were the case, Jeffrey would die a worthless drunk like his old man, and Lena would. He didn't know what would happen to Lena. Her only saving grace was that she had rejected Hank Norton as a role model. As for the rest of the people in Lena's life, Jeffrey had only met one of them, an ex-boyfriend, ex-felon, ex-neo-Nazi, whose sorry ass Jeffrey had happily hauled back to prison. "Hey," Sara said softly. "You okay?"
"Yeah."
He turned to her.
"Listen, I know how you feel about Lena, but—"
"Keep it to myself," she interrupted. He studied her face, trying to figure out if she was annoyed or angered by the request. Neither emotion seemed to register, and she actually managed to smile. "Let's just get this over with and go home."
"Good plan."
He turned off the ignition and got out of the car. The smell of cigarette smoke wafted through the air, and Jeffrey could see a couple of paramedics leaning against an ambulance, shooting the shit as they waited for their next call. One of them tossed Jeffrey a wave, and he nodded back as he walked around to open Sara's door. Jeffrey warned,
"I'm not sure how this is going to go."
"I can wait in the car," she offered. "I don't want to get in your way."
"You're not going to get in my way,"
he answered, though the thought had occurred to him. He opened the back door and took out his suit jacket.
"You can examine her. Make sure she's okay."
Sara hesitated. He knew what she was thinking, that she hadn't felt much like a doctor lately, that with the lawsuit hanging over her head, she didn't quite trust her instincts anymore. "I'm not really—" Jeffrey didn't press her.
"It's okay,"
he said.
"Come on."
The glass doors slid open as they walked into the emergency department. Inside, the waiting room was empty but for an elderly man in a wheelchair and a younger woman sitting in a chair beside him. They were both wearing surgical masks, eyes trained on the television hanging from the ceiling. Jeffrey was reminded of the health warnings he'd been seeing on the news lately about yet another new strain of flu that was going to kill them all. The receptionist behind the front counter wasn't wearing a mask, but he guessed from the sour look on her face as they approached that any germ floating around would be too frightened to go near her. He opened his mouth to speak, but the woman cut him off, slapping down a clipboard on the counter and saying, "Fill these out. Follow the yellow line to the business office to work out a payment plan, then come back here. We're running about 2 hours behind right now, so if you're not here for a good reason, you might as well go home and try to sleep it off." Jeffrey pulled out his badge and placed it on the counter beside the clipboard.
"I'm here to see Sheriff Valentine."
The woman ran her tongue along her bottom teeth, making it look as if she had a pinch of snuff there. Finally, she gave a noisy sigh, pulled back the clipboard, and turned toward her computer, where a couple of clicks brought up a hand of solitaire she'd obviously been playing. Jeffrey looked at Sara, as if she could decipher the goings-on of the hospital. She shrugged, and he was thinking they'd been given the brush off when the receptionist heaved another heavy sigh, then said, "Follow the green line to the elevator, take it to the 3rd floor, then follow the blue line to the nurse's station. They might know what you're talking about." He looked down. There were 4 painted lines under their feet. 2 led down a hallway, 1 led toward the elevator, and the last one, a red line, led to the exit, which was less than 10 feet behind him. Jeffrey picked up his badge and tucked it back into his pocket. He let Sara walk ahead of him toward the elevator. As if by magic, the doors slid open on their approach. The floor of the car was reddish-pink from dirt, and the faint odor of pine sol and vomit filled the air. Sara stopped. "Maybe we could take the stairs?"
"What about the blue line?"
Jeffrey asked, only half joking. She shrugged and got on. He followed suit, pressing the 3 button, noticing that there was a 2 but not a 1. They both stood there waiting for the doors to close. Nothing happened, so he pressed the 3 button again. Still nothing happened. He pressed the 2 button, and the doors closed. Above them, machinery whirred, and the elevator moved upward. Sara said, "I really shouldn't be here." He hated that she felt so out of place.
"I want you here."
He tried to sound more convincing.
"I need you here."
"You don't," she insisted. "But I appreciate the lie."
"Sara."
She turned around, studying the notice board screwed to the back of the elevator. "Meth is death," one of the posters warned, showing before and after photos of a beautiful blonde teenager who, after a scant year on meth, turned into a soulless crone with no teeth and festering wounds erupting from her once perfect skin. A number at the bottom was scribbled over, a crude drawing of a joint obscuring the last 2 digits. Another poster outlining the steps to performing CPR took up most of the remaining space. This one was vandalized with the usual graffiti you found in spaces like this: dirty limericks, phone numbers for loose women, and messages for various people to go fuck themselves. Finally, the elevator doors groaned open, and a bell dinged. A dimly lit hallway greeted them, and Geoffrey guessed the lights had been turned off so that patients could sleep. The emergency exit sign across from the elevator gave off a warm red glow, pointing toward a doorway at the very end of the hall. Geoffrey glanced around, holding the elevator doors open, wondering if they were on the wrong floor. "There's the stripe," Sara whispered, indicating the single blue line on the floor. Geoffrey saw that it went to the right, past the emergency stairway and around the corner. He looked up the hall to the left, but all he could see were more patients' rooms and another exit sign. They followed the painted line to the nurses' station. He realized as soon as they got there that the hallway circled around, and that they could have just as easily taken a left and gotten to the same place.
"This is why people hate hospitals,"
Geoffrey told Sara, keeping his voice low.
"If they can't make you feel sicker, they drive you crazy."
Sara rolled her eyes, and Geoffrey remembered the first time he'd told Sara that he hated hospitals. Her response had been almost automatic. Everybody hates hospitals. The nurses' station was oblong, open at both ends and packed to the gills with charts and colored sheets of paper. There was one desk with a lamp casting a harsh light over the blotter. A newspaper was folded to the crossword, some of the squares filled in. Geoffrey guessed from the half-eaten pack of crackers beside an open can of Diet Coke that whoever had been sitting there must have been called away mid-snack. Sara leaned against the wall, arms folded over her chest. "The nurse must be making rounds."
"I guess we'll wait here."
"We could find Lena on our own."
"I don't think the sheriff would appreciate that."
She gave him a curious look, as if she was surprised that he cared. He was about to respond when he heard a toilet flush behind him.
"Guess the nurse just finished her rounds."
They both waited, Sara leaning against the wall, Geoffrey pacing, reading the signs that had been taped to some of the patients' doors. No water, no solids, no unattended toilet. Christ, they knew how to bring you low in these places. He heard water running from the bathroom faucet, then the familiar squeak of a paper towel dispenser. Seconds later, the door opened, and a gray-haired man in a uniform came out. He did a double-take when he saw Geoffrey.
"Chief Tolliver?"
"Geoffrey," he offered, walking over to shake the man's hand. He realized a second too late that he wasn't talking to the sheriff. The insignia on the dark brown and taupe uniform identified the man as a deputy.
"This is my wife, Dr. Sara Linton." "Donald Cook."
The man shook Geoffrey's hand, nodding at Sara. He had a loud, booming voice and didn't seem to be worried if he woke up any of the patients.
"Sorry if I kept y'all waiting."
Geoffrey got straight to the point.
"How's my detective doing?"
"No trouble at all," Cook answered.
"She's been quiet as a mouse."
In a different situation, Jeffrey would have made some joke about mistaken identity.
Was she burned? Your sheriff said there was some kind of explosion. She's got smoke inhalation, some cuts and scrapes. Doc says she'll heal up fine.
Jeffrey waited for Sara to press the man about Lena's condition, but she just stood there listening. This wasn't like her. The hospital was Sara's element. He had expected her to at least ask for Lena's chart or try to find the doctor in charge. Then again, Sara didn't usually tag along when he was working. Jeffrey guessed she was trying not to interfere. He asked the deputy,
"Can you tell me what happened?" "Best talk to Jake about that."
The man made his way behind the counter and fell back into the desk chair with a groan. He picked up the phone, saying,
"Sorry I can't offer y'all a seat."
He slipped on a pair of reading glasses so he could make out the numbers on the telephone.
"They had a junkie in here last night who puked all over the chairs. Easier to just throw them out and order some new ones."
"No problem," Jeffrey said, tucking his hands into his pockets, trying to resist the urge to resume pacing. Though Sara seemed to be keeping her own counsel, he could see she was just as surprised by the situation as Jeffrey. Lena's armed guard was a joke. The deputy should be sitting outside her room, not eating crackers and taking a crap when the mood suited him. Sara had been right. Jeffrey should have looked for Lena on his own instead of attempting to play the diplomat. Cook unnecessarily held up his hand for silence, saying into the phone,
"Jake? He's here. Yeah, brought a doctor with him."
He nodded, then hung up, telling Jeffrey,
"Jake said he's just pulling into the parking lot. Went home to get some supper. We figured it'd take a little longer for you to get here." "What was she arrested for?"
When the man didn't answer, Jeffrey gave him some options.
"Property damage? Criminal neglect?"
Cook's lips turned up in a grin.
"Not exactly."
Jeffrey knew what a "not exactly" meant. They had charged her with something small in order to buy time to figure out how to charge her with something big. He glanced back at Sara, feeling pulled in two different directions. Bringing Sara here was probably not one of his brighter ideas. Everything about the hospital was likely reminding her of the malpractice suit, the fact that somewhere back in Grant County her professional and private lives were being raked over the coals. With some effort, Jeffrey shifted his focus back to Lena.
"Can we go ahead and see her?" "Might not be a good idea,"
Cook said, sliding a cracker out of the pack. Jeffrey felt his stomach rumble and realized he'd missed supper. Cook must have heard it because he offered,
"You want one?"
Jeffrey shook his head, and the men held the pack toward Sara, who shook her head too. Cook sat back, chewing his cracker. He raised his eyebrows at Jeffrey.
"Bad situation."
Jeffrey knew that he was being played by the old man. Cook was probably bored out of his mind doing babysitting duty. Tossing Jeffrey a bone and seeing if he'd fetch was obviously more entertaining than doing the crossword. What the deputy didn't count on was that the dog might bite. Jeffrey looked at his watch, thinking he had wasted enough time. He could get his chain pulled in the comfort of his own home. He told the deputy,
"I'd really like to see her." "That explosion was deliberately set."
Cook's tone was a warning. Jeffrey heard Sara shift behind him.
"That's so?"
he asked.
"Yep."
He couldn't help himself.
"You think my detective started it?"
"Like I said,
talk to Jake."
"Right,"
Cook said, crumbs dropping onto his uniform as he chewed the cracker. Out of nowhere, he announced,
"I worked with Calvin Adams."
Jeffrey guessed he meant Lena's father.
"Good man, Cal,"
Cook continued.
"Took 2 in the head on a traffic stop. Like to killed me when it happened."
Jeffrey didn't respond, but he knew all too well the feeling of losing a fellow cop. It was a loss that haunted you every day of your life, Harder, maybe, than losing a family member or a spouse. Cook was still leaning back in his chair, fingers laced over his belly.
"You took me for the sheriff, huh?"
"Sorry?" Geoffrey asked. His mind had been wandering.
"Yeah,"
he answered, realizing what the man had said.
"My mistake. I've been wearing this uniform going on 40 years, Cook proudly stated. Finally threw my hat into the ring for the sheriff's job. Lost it to Jake.
Geoffrey knew that the sheriff's office was an elected position. He said a silent prayer of thanks that he didn't have to campaign every 2 years to keep his job. It was a good position if you could get it. The sheriff's pension and benefits were some of the best in law enforcement. Cook said,
"Jake Valentine,"
with a chuckle.
"Sounds like some kind of soap opera star. Boy ain't been off his mama's tit more'n 3 years.
Geoffrey wasn't in the mood to gossip about the sheriff. He wanted to know more about the explosion, whether it was deliberately set, who else was hurt, and what in the hell Lena had to do with any of it. He knew Cook wasn't about to offer up answers on a silver platter, so he asked,
"Do you know Hank Norton?" "Sure I do. No good piece of shit is what he is."
Geoffrey realized that he was relieved to hear the man talking about Lena's uncle in the present tense. He asked,
"Has Hank been in trouble?" "Caught somebody passing meth at his place 3 weeks ago. We closed it down, but Norton was so wasted I doubt he even noticed."
"I thought he was sober now."
"I thought my wife was a virgin when I married her."
Cook blanched, remembering Sara.
"Sorry, ma'am."
He leaned his elbow on the desk, directed his words toward Geoffrey.
"Look it, Norton's been a junkie from the word go. Must have started when he was around 16, 17. You don't stay away from that kind of thing for very long." "Speed, right?" "So the story goes."
The elevator dinged, and Geoffrey heard the metallic whir of the door sliding open. 2 sets of footsteps echoed up the hall. The pair was having an animated conversation in hushed tones. As they drew closer, Geoffrey saw that one of them was a nurse. The other had to be Sheriff Jake Valentine. The young nurse seemed to be hanging on the sheriff's every word as he described an elaborate scuffle he had had with a drunk driver. Cook had been right about Valentine. The man looked about 18 if he was a day. He was so tall and lanky that the gun belt around his waist was pulled to the last hole, the end flopping out of the buckle like a tongue. A smattering of facial hair over his upper lip seemed to imply a mustache, and the wet spot on the crown of his head suggested a cowlick he'd tried to tame before coming to the hospital. He was at least 2 inches taller than Geoffrey, but the stoop in his shoulders and the turtle-like bend in his neck blew the advantage. Geoffrey imagined that his mother had spent every day of his young life telling the boy to mind his posture.
"Jake!"
the nurse shrieked, punching him on the arm. Cook made a groaning noise, indicating he'd heard the drunk driver story the sheriff was telling one too many times. He said,
"Jake, that chief's here to see you."
Valentine seemed surprised to find Geoffrey standing in front of the nurse's station. Geoffrey wondered at the act. Even if Cook hadn't made the phone call, the hallway wasn't that dark.
"Jake Valentine,"
the sheriff offered, shooting out his hand.
"Tolliver."
Geoffrey returned the gesture. Despite Valentine's slight appearance, the young man gave a firm handshake.
"This is my wife, Dr. Sara Linton."
Sara shook the man's hand and managed a forced smile. The nurse went behind the counter, and Valentine's demeanor changed to solemn as if a switch had been flipped. He told Geoffrey and Sara,
"Sorry to be meeting y'all under these circumstances." "Can you tell us what happened?"
Valentine indicated his deputy.
"I figured Don here filled you in." "Thought I'd leave you the pleasure,"
Cook returned, giving Geoffrey a wink.
"Dollar,"
Valentine said, meaning the nurse.
"mind if we step into your office?"
"Suit yourself,"
she answered, thumbing through a patient's chart.
Let me know if y'all need anything.
Actually, Jeffrey said, I'd really like to know how my detective is doing. Lena Adams?
She's fine,
the nurse replied.
Just got some smoke in her chest. Give her a few days and she'll be good as new.
Good, Valentine said, as if he'd been the one to ask the question.
Up this way.
He stepped back, indicating that Jeffrey and Sara should precede him. Sara offered, I can stay here if—
That's okay,
Jeffrey interrupted. Considering how quiet Sara was being, he wasn't crazy about leaving her alone right now. He let Sara take the lead up the hallway, trying not to be too obvious about checking the names of the patients on each door they passed. Valentine spoke in a harsh whisper as they walked.
We found her at the high school last night. I live across the street. I could see the flames from my living room.
Jeffrey slowed his pace, wanting the younger man to catch up instead of nipping at his heels like a puppy. Valentine continued.
We think it was a Cadillac Escalade. No plates or registration on it, so we're having trouble tracking it down. Parked right in the middle of the football field. Fire chief says there's obvious signs of an accelerant, probably gasoline. Wait a minute.
Jeffrey stopped him, trying for clarity. He had been told that there was an explosion and that Lena had been hurt. Jeffrey had assumed this had taken place in a building.
The Cadillac was torched? That's what exploded? Right.
Valentine nodded. Still keeping his voice low, he explained.
The car was sitting smack dab on the 50-yard line. I've never seen anything burn so hot in my life. They're going to have a devil of a time getting an ID on the body. Fred Bott, that's our coroner, says the heat was so intense it shattered the teeth.
Sara had stopped a few feet away. There was a body in the Escalade?
Yes, ma'am, in the back seat,
the sheriff confirmed. Sara pressed her lips together, looked at the floor. She didn't seem surprised or even shocked by the news. Jeffrey knew what she was thinking. It had finally happened. Through stubbornness or blatant disregard, Lena's actions had finally led to someone's death. Valentine misinterpreted her silence for confusion.
I'm not telling this right, am I? I'm sorry, I just assumed Don.
Jeffrey told him.
Don said he'd let you explain.
Right. Valentine nodded again, but in a way that gave the impression that he didn't quite believe what Jeffrey was telling him.
Let's just go in here,
he said, indicating a closed door. Jeffrey turned around, sure the man was joking. They were standing in front of a linen closet.
Give us some privacy,
the sheriff offered, though as far as Jeffrey could tell, no one was around. Sara crossed her arms over her chest. She looked at the closet with obvious trepidation. Jeffrey asked,
Are you sure this is necessary? This way we won't have to worry about waking anybody up.
Valentine reached past him and opened the door.
After you.
Jeffrey was annoyed at the cloak and dagger, but he was willing to play along with the sheriff for now. The most important thing right now was figuring out what kind of mess Lena had gotten herself into. He felt around for the switch and turned on the light. Rows of sheets were stacked on the right, towels on the left. The remaining space was just 8 feet deep and 3 feet wide. There were cells at the county jail that were larger than this. Sara obviously wanted to stay outside, but he indicated she should go in ahead of him. Jeffrey followed, and Valentine brought up the rear, closing the door. The closet got even smaller.
So, the sheriff began, flashing a smile.
He was talking in a normal voice now, and he leaned against one of the shelves, acting as if they were just a group of pals chatting before a football game.
About 11 o'clock last night, I was sitting around watching the TV, and I see these flames shooting up over by the high school. First thing I do is call the fire department, thinking the building's on fire again. We've had some kids try it before, but the sprinklers stopped them in their tracks. which is a good thing because the fire department's all volunteer and it like to took forever to get them all there. Anyway, I got dressed and walked over to the school to see what was going on. It was faster to walk. Like I told you, I live right across the street.
The story was so embellished, Geoffrey wondered how many times it had been repeated. He tried to get to the important part.
So you saw the car burning on the field? Right, Valentine confirmed. Last night was dark as pitch, but the flames were high, and I could see somebody sitting on the bleachers. I walked over, thinking it'd be some stupid kid gone out for a joyride, and I see Miss Adams, your detective. She was sitting on the bottom bleacher, soot and stuff all over her, had her foot propped up on a gas can. Was she burned? Nah, but she was beat something awful, the man answered. Bruised down the side of her face like she'd been punched, blood coming out of her mouth, wheezing something horrible. Me, I've never seen anything like that before, but maybe I've been watching too many Lifetime movies with the wife, because the first thing that pops into my mind is, this woman just torched her husband. You know, like he'd hauled off and hit her one too many times, and she just snapped. He snapped his fingers. And so I sat beside her, tried to get her to talk. Geoffrey asked, What did she say? Nothing, the man admitted. I tried every trick I could think to draw her out, but she wouldn't speak.
Geoffrey could imagine what Lena's reaction would have been to Valentine's various tricks. The man was lucky she hadn't laughed in his face. Valentine continued.
Wasn't until this morning, when we did a search of the school parking lot and found a Celica, that we got a name. I found a badge in the glove compartment and figured, hey, what's it hurt to give him a call?
Geoffrey skipped over the fact that the sheriff had waited until daylight to search the parking lot.
She wasn't carrying any ID on her? No, sir. Didn't find anything on her except a tube of chapstick. The license was in the Celica, and the badge was in the glove box, like I told you. Nothing else in her pockets, nothing hidden in her.
His voice trailed off, and he blushed as he finished.
Places. No weapon?
In addition to her Glock, Lena sometimes carried a large folding knife in her back pocket, but Geoffrey wasn't going to share that with the sheriff right now.
No, sir. No weapons of any kind. Was anyone else injured or on the scene? Nope, just the victim and the caddy, and her on the bleachers. Did she have gasoline on her? Any kind of accelerant on her shoes or clothes? Nope, but the gasoline can was empty. Did she have matches or a lighter? Nothing except the chapstick, and I cranked it all the way up to make sure what it was, and it was chapstick all the way through. Were her fingerprints on the gas can? Can't really tell. It's an old can, lots of rust. We sent it to the GBI lab in Macon, but I can guess you're familiar with their time frame.
Geoffrey nodded. Unless a case had high priority, the lab probably wouldn't have time to process the gas can for at least 6 months. He tried to be polite with his next question.
No offense, but what did you charge her with? Not much, Valentine admitted. I'm going to shoot straight with you, Chief. What with us both being on the job and all. We don't have a lot on her, but I think you'll agree the circumstances are pretty suspicious, plus with her not helping us out by answering any questions.
Geoffrey had to admit that with a non-compliant person found at the scene of a homicide, he probably would have done the same thing. He repeated,
What did you charge her with?
Valentine had the grace to look embarrassed as he counted off on his fingers.
Obstruction of justice, impeding an investigation, failure to produce identification when asked.
Geoffrey nodded again. He could see Lena doing all of that. Hell, he couldn't count on his own hands the number of times she'd impeded investigations back in Grant County, and those had been cases she was working on. He asked,
Has she been arraigned? The judge came over to the hospital this morning.
Jeffrey did a quick count of the money he had in his checking account. His paycheck wasn't due for another week. He would have to wait for the bank to open in the morning so that he could move the money from his savings and take out the cash from an ATM machine. He asked,
"Where do I post bail?" "Bail was denied."
Jeffrey tried to hide his shock, but then he figured out very quickly how this had probably worked. The sheriff was new to the job, but he'd managed to get a judge in his pocket. Still, Jeffrey tried to make the man see logic.
"You think she's a flight risk? She was born here. She has ties to the community. She's been a distinguished officer on my force for over a decade." "I understand that." "You can't put a cop in jail. They'll tear her to pieces."
"She's not in the jail," Valentine reminded Jeffrey. "She's in the hospital."
"All I can tell you is you better have a damn good reason why you're keeping her in custody."
Jeffrey could play this game, too. He'd been on the job a lot longer than Jake Valentine. Fuck the local yokels. Jeffrey had state judges in his pocket. Apparently Valentine wasn't as stupid as he looked.
"I had nothing to do with that, Chief. I'll swear on a stack of Bibles. Not my fault she wouldn't plead."
"What does that mean?"
"It means what I said before. Your detective's not making a peep."
Jeffrey finally understood.
"She hasn't said anything since you found her on the field?"
"No, sir. Not one word. Didn't ask for a drink of water or try to find out how her medical condition was doing or when she was going to get out of here. She wouldn't talk to a court-appointed lawyer, wouldn't answer the judge when he asked if she was guilty or not guilty. She just laid there in the bed staring at the ceiling. Avery was so annoyed, Avery is the judge, that he denied bond and ordered a psych evaluation."
Jeffrey felt his mind reeling. Lena could certainly be obstinate, but her silence made no sense. Someone had died in that fire. How could she sit there watching the car burn? Sara finally spoke.
"Maybe her throat was damaged during—"
"Doc says there's no medical reason she can't talk," Valentine interrupted. "Problem is, she won't even make the effort."
Jeffrey still could not see the logic behind Lena's silence.
"What did the shrink say?"
"She wouldn't talk to him either," the sheriff answered. "Far as I know, she hasn't said one dang thing this whole time. Just lays there staring at the ceiling. I even tried to get Dollar to draw her out. Nothing."
"Could it be post-traumatic stress? Shock?"
Jeffrey suggested. Valentine looked as dubious as Jeffrey felt.
"Did you tell her I was coming?"
"Nope. Thought it'd be best to let her sit and stew for a while."
Jeffrey tried to put himself in the other man's shoes, to look at the case from all angles.
"Do you have an ID on the corpse?"
"The car was too hot to tow off the field until this afternoon."
"Has your coroner seen this kind of thing before?"
Jeffrey asked. The burned corpse was crucial. The body was the only thing that might offer an explanation of what had happened on that football field. In Georgia, the job of county medical examiner was an elected position usually held by the local funeral director or anyone else who wasn't afraid to touch a dead body. The fact that Sara, a medical doctor, had taken the job in Grant County was very rare. There was no telling who the local body handler was. Valentine offered,
"Fred Bart's a good man. He'll let me know anything he finds. I gotta say, he wasn't too optimistic. Body like that, it's hard to even say whether it's a man or a woman, let alone how they died."
He shrugged, gave a goofy smile.
"What am I saying? I'm sure you know how this works."
Valentine hadn't exactly answered the question. Jeffrey tried to tread lightly as he fished for Bart's qualifications.
"Sarah's the coroner back home. She's a pediatrician, too."
"Oh."
Valentine shifted away from the shelves, flashed a smile at Sara.
"That's nice. My wife's a school teacher.
All she does is correct my grammar and tell me to sit up straight.
Geoffrey had more questions, but something told him Valentine wouldn't answer them.
What made you call me? Common sense,
Valentine answered. He had seemed ready to leave it at that, but then he added,
I'll be straight with you, Chief. Your detective's just a little thing. Doesn't seem like she'd hurt a fly. I can't see her doing this. There's got to be something more to the story. I figured if I couldn't get it out of her, maybe you could.
He paused.
At the very least, you can save us a lot of time and money if you'd find out who's in that car.
Geoffrey doubted he would prove to be any help, but he said,
All right, let me see her.
Again, Valentine let Geoffrey and Sara go first. Sadly, Geoffrey guessed this was more because the younger man's parents had always told him to respect his elders than out of any deference to rank. As they walked toward Lena's room, Geoffrey tried to process what the sheriff had just told them. The facts were simple. Lena had been found at a crime scene where a car was torched and a body was burned beyond recognition. Why was she on the football field? What connection did she have to the dead person? Who had caused the explosion? He heard Sarah's earlier question echo in his mind. What has she done now? Despite Valentine's newness to the job, Geoffrey could not fault the man on the arrest. Based on the circumstances, Geoffrey would have arrested Lena too. She was an obvious suspect, and her silence wasn't helping matters. Not that Lena had ever fostered a reputation for being helpful. He could still remember the first time he'd seen her. She was in the police academy gymnasium, hanging halfway up the climbing rope, determined to make it to the top even though she was sweating so hard that her hands could barely keep their grip. No one else was around. This was something Lena was doing on her own time, and Geoffrey had watched her trying and failing to reach the top of the rope for nearly half an hour before he went to the commandant's office and asked for her file. The mayors of the 3 cities that comprised Grant County had brought in Geoffrey as police chief to shake things up, to help force the department into the 21st century. Lena was the first non-secretarial woman hire in the town's history. Geoffrey had pinned everything on her, determined he had made the right choice, even when sometimes the facts said otherwise. When Frank Wallace, his most senior detective, had announced a few weeks ago that he was finally going to take retirement at the end of the year, Geoffrey had taken the news in stride, thinking Lena was ready to tackle some added responsibilities. Had he been wrong about her? In the nearly 15 years that he'd known her, had Lena been living some kind of lie? There had to be a reason for all this. Every crime had an explanation, a motivation. Geoffrey just had to find it. The sheriff was right about one thing. Lena was not a cold-blooded killer.
Here we go.
Valentine indicated a closed door, and Geoffrey could plainly see Lena's name on the sign. She was at the back end of the hall, in a corner room. If Geoffrey and Sara hadn't followed that stupid blue stripe off the elevator, they would have found Lena without having to go through Cook. Geoffrey suggested,
Maybe Sara and I should go in alone.
If Lena was going to talk, it certainly wouldn't be in front of the man who had arrested her.
Well,
Valentine began, scratching his chin. He took his time mulling it over. Down the hall they heard the elevator doors ding. Probably Cook going out for more crackers.
Let's just go inside,
Geoffrey insisted, tired of waiting for the sheriff. Like the hallway, the room was deep in shadow. Lena lay in bed just as Valentine had described, on her back, motionless. Velcro bands attached her wrists to the bed rails. Her hands hung limply, fingers brushing the mattress. Her eyes were closed, but Geoffrey did not know if she was sleeping or biding her time. She was just as battered-looking as the young sheriff had said. Blood crusted her bottom lip. The skin was scraped off down the side of her cheek. The dark bruises on her face must have stopped them from trying to wipe off the blood and soot. She looked filthy, beaten down. Geoffrey felt speechless. He was glad when Sara stepped forward, asking, "Lena?" Lena's head snapped around in surprise, eyes widening as she saw Geoffrey and Sara in the room. She bolted up in bed, jerking against the restraints as if she felt cornered, threatened. The bedsheets tangled around her feet as she pushed against the mattress, backing as far away from them as she could. "No," Lena whispered. "You can't be here. No."
"Well, now."
The sheriff's sloppy grin indicated that he was pleased with himself.
"I knew you could talk."
"No," Lena repeated, ignoring everyone in the room but Sara. Her voice was venomous. "Get out. Get out now." Geoffrey tried. "Lena." All her hatred seemed to focus on Sara. "Are you stupid? I said get the fuck out of here. Go!" Sara's mouth opened in surprise. Geoffrey felt a white-hot fury spark inside him, and he spoke through clenched teeth when he ordered, "Lena, back off." "Get out!" she screamed, jerking against the restraints. "Get her out of here!" she begged the sheriff. "I'll tell you whatever you want. Just get her out!" Valentine seemed at a loss. He indicated the door with a nod of his head. "Maybe she should—" "No," Sara insisted. She spoke so quietly that Geoffrey wasn't sure she'd actually said the word until she turned to the two men, asking, "Could you give us a moment alone?" She asked Geoffrey, "Please?" Sara did not wait for an answer. She slipped Lena's chart out of the holder at the foot of the bed and studied it as she waited for them to leave. Geoffrey could tell she was forcing herself to do this, that if she could snap her fingers, she would have been anywhere but here. He just wasn't sure why she wanted to stay. For the first time since he'd entered the room, Lena spoke directly to Geoffrey. "Get your fucking wife out of my face. I don't want her here." He locked eyes with her, willing the young woman to understand that there would be lasting consequences for her words. Geoffrey could put up with a lot of bullshit, but he would be damned if an officer on his force would get away with trashing his wife. Sara looked up from Lena's chart. "It's okay. Just give us a few minutes." Despite his better judgment, Geoffrey managed, "We'll wait in the hall." He went to the door and held it open for the sheriff. Valentine stared at Lena for a few seconds, undecided. Finally he shook his head, making it clear he wasn't happy with his choice, and walked out of the room. In the hallway, Geoffrey let the door close behind him, then stood in front of it, not exactly blocking the way, but close enough. "So," Valentine rested his hand on the butt of his gun. He obviously was itching to go back into the room. "That what you expected to happen?" Of all the scenarios Geoffrey had considered, this had not been one of them. He asked Valentine, "Where's Lena's uncle, Hank Norton?" Valentine was staring at the door as if he wanted to bust through it. Geoffrey pressed, "He's Lena's next of kin. Didn't you contact him?" Valentine nodded. "Wasn't there?" There were muffled sounds through the door, but no yelling that Geoffrey could hear. He indicated to the sheriff that they should walk up the hallway a bit. "You went by Hank's house?" Valentine stayed where he was. "I can't find him anywhere. I went to his house last night, then again this morning. His bar's been closed. There was something happened a few weeks ago. Cook told me about that." "Yeah," Valentine said, a suspicious look crossing his face. The man obviously did not trust his deputy. Geoffrey wondered how they got any work done. The force had to be a small one, with probably no more than 5 deputies in all. Parking Donald Cook at the hospital was one way of keeping his enemy at arm's length, but Geoffrey was going to take a wild guess and say that the old-timer had a lot more friends in uniform than his young boss. Geoffrey asked, "Any idea who might be in the caddy?" "There are no missing persons that we know of. No reports on any suspicious characters hanging around. No Escalades reported missing.
It's a puzzle.
At least he hadn't been sitting on his hands all night.
What about Hank Norton? He drives a Mercedes that's probably older than I am.
No. Jeffrey shook his head.
Do you think maybe it's his body in the car?
Valentine shrugged.
All I know is a DNA test is going to blow half my wad for the quarter.
His budgetary concerns were valid, but Jeffrey wondered again why Valentine wasn't more eager to nail down the victim's identity. Maybe he already had some idea, but he wasn't yet willing to share the information.
I know you said there weren't any accelerants on her clothes, but did forensics find anything on her shoes?
Valentine took his time answering.
She was wearing those, what do you call it, with the short heel?
Pumps? Jeffrey asked, thinking it was odd that Lena was wearing anything dressier than tennis shoes on her day off.
Right, pumps. My wife wears those shoes hippies and lesbians wear. You know, with the cork. I don't know what they're called, but she swears by 'em.
Jeffrey tried to get him back on the subject.
Did they find anything on the shoes? Just soot, dirt, the usual. Didn't seem like there was any need to send them to the lab.
Valentine tilted up his chin, asked,
You think I should?
Jeffrey shrugged. Though if it was up to Jeffrey, he'd spend money on identifying the victim before worrying about Lena's shoes, but that hadn't been the sheriff's question.
Up to you.
Around the corner he heard the elevator ding again. Jeffrey tried to think of something to keep them out in the hallway a little longer, wanting to give Sara as much time as he could.
Where's 1?
What's that?
The elevator, he said. The buttons only go to 2 and 3. Where's the first floor?
Basement, Valentine told him. Crazy, ain't it?
How do you get down there?
You have to use the stairs or go around to the back of the building. Jeffrey wondered how many fatalities the county coroner dealt with.
You got many bodies down there?
Bodies? He looked shocked, then gave a chuckle as he explained.
Our morgue's over near the impound lot. The basement's for the laundry room, storage, that kind of stuff. That's strange,
Jeffrey said, grasping at straws.
Why the impound lot?
Valentine shrugged, glanced at his watch, then the door. Jeffrey tried.
Is she going to need therapy or anything? Medication?
What, for the fire?
Valentine shook his head. Nah, Doc says she'll be fine in a few days. What about your usual suspects?
What does that mean?
Your bad guys,
Jeffrey clarified.
Persons of interest.
Valentine shook his head.
You got me on that one, Chief. Well,
Jeffrey began, once again trying not to sound too condescending.
When something bad happens in my town, like a car gets stolen or somebody swaps a television, I've got a pretty good idea who might be behind it.
Oh, Valentine nodded.
Yeah, I gotcha. Only we don't get many cars being blown up on the football field here.
Jeffrey chose to ignore his sarcasm.
Any arsonists? That's a big city crime. Apparently not.
Valentine scratched his chin.
I figure whoever did this was trying to send a message. What kind of message? Your detective's the only one who can answer that. Speaking of which,
he said, nodding toward the door,
I think your wife's had enough time alone with her.
Jeffrey could only hope that was the case. He followed Valentine back into the room. Sara was leaning against the wall outside the bathroom. The bed was empty, the soft restraints hanging from the rails. The shower was running. Sara explained. I talked her into cleaning up.
She talked back?
Valentine wanted to know. Sara shook her head, and Jeffrey could see that she was telling the truth.
Not much help, then,
Valentine said, obviously annoyed. He glanced at his watch, then at the bathroom door.
How long's she been in there?
Not long. He tried the doorknob, but it was locked.
Jesus, lady, you didn't think it'd be smart to go in there with her?
Sara opened her mouth to answer, but Geoffrey cut her off, telling the man,
"Watch your tone."
Valentine ignored him, knocking hard on the door.
Miss Adams, I need you to open this door now.
He slipped his radio out of his belt.
Cook, you there? Come in.
There was no answer, and the sheriff pressed his shoulder into the door, trying to pop it open. For the second time that night, Sarah's lips parted, but she did not speak.
Cook!
Valentine tried the radio again. There was no answer, and he banged his fist on the bathroom door.
Miss Adams, you've got to the count of 3 to open this door.
The radio crackled. In a slow drawl, Don Cook asked,
"What is it, Jake?"
Find the passkey for the bathroom and get your ass in here,
Valentine barked. He tucked the radio back in its holster and put his shoulder to the door again.
Miss Adams, he tried again. Look it, just come out and everything will be fine.
Geoffrey asked Sara,
"Does she have anything sharp in there?"
Valentine turned around, waiting for her answer. Sara shook her head.
I don't think so.
Valentine asked,
Would she try to hurt herself?
I have no idea.
Sara returned, her words clipped. I'm not her doctor.
Shit,
Valentine hissed. He banged on the door again.
Miss Adams.
Oh, no.
Sarah's voice was so low and the banging was so loud that Valentine obviously didn't hear her.
"What's—"
Geoffrey looked up, his question caught in his throat. He knew exactly what had happened on the other side of that door. Cook came into the room, a key in his hand.
"What's going on?"
Valentine snatched the key from him and slid it into the locked door. Steam from the shower filled the room. He strode inside and yanked back the curtain. The tub was empty.
Motherfuck!
Valentine cursed. Above the toilet, a ceiling tile had been pushed back, exposing a narrow crawl space.
God damn it!
He screamed, kicking the wall. He told Cook,
Search the hospital top to bottom. Call backup now.
Cook left, and Valentine looked right at Sara, saying, You bitch. Geoffrey grabbed the man by the collar and slammed him against the wall.
"You ever talk to my wife like that again, and we're going to have a real problem. You hear me?"
Valentine tried to get away, but Geoffrey tightened his grip.
"You hear me?"
Valentine went limp like a kitten who'd been grabbed by the scruff of the neck.
She let my prisoner escape.
Geoffrey didn't let himself look at Sara, because he knew she was thinking the same thing he was. Lena had tricked her. There was no getting around it. He let the man go.
Asshole!
Valentine jerked his shirt back into place, scowling. He shoved past Geoffrey as he went into the hallway. Geoffrey followed him around the corner and into the next room. The bed was empty, obviously unused.
She let my prisoner escape,
Valentine snarled.
I can't fucking believe I stood out in that hall letting you jerk me around while your wife was in there letting her escape.
Sara's not a part of this.
Why don't you do yourself a favor, buddy?
Valentine challenged.
You get that wife of yours, and you get back into your car, and you get the fuck out of my town.
Geoffrey didn't need to be asked politely. He turned without a word and went to find Sara. She was still in Lena's room, stricken.
How could I have been so stupid?
How could I? He took her by the elbow, leading her out of the room.
We don't need to talk about that right now.
I shouldn't have been here in the first place.
Geoffrey led her into the hallway. The rent-a-cops had been called in, all 2 of them. Both men looked older than Don Cook and just as fit for duty. Valentine started barking orders in between screaming into his radio for more backup.
I want her found now.
Geoffrey pressed the button for the elevator. He glanced down the hall, figuring Lena's escape. Obviously, she had pushed back the tile over the toilet and used the crawl space over the drop ceiling to access the bathroom on the other side. Then she had probably sneaked down the stairs to the basement. The elevator opened onto the emergency room. though even if she'd taken that route, he doubted she would have caused much of a stir. The receptionist probably wouldn't have even looked up from her game of cards on the computer. The elevator doors slid open. Geoffrey pressed his hand to Sara's back, urging her to get on. Valentine and one of the hospital cops trotted past the elevator as the doors closed, probably on their way to search the basement. Geoffrey pressed the button for the second floor, wondering again why the car didn't go down to the first floor. Maybe there was a freight elevator Valentine had failed to mention. Lena could have used that to get downstairs, but then what? The laundry would have sheets and towels. There was probably a staff lounge, maybe lockers for the cleaning staff. She could find clothes, cash. Geoffrey figured she had taken what she needed and gotten out of the hospital as soon as possible.
"How could I be so stupid?"
Sara repeated, shaking her head. Tears were in her eyes. He had seen her angry countless times, but there was nothing so savage as the anger she could direct toward herself. He instructed, "Tell me exactly what she said."
"Just the same stuff, that we had to leave. She barely even looked at me."
She brushed away a tear with the back of her hand, her face white with fury.
"I'm so sorry," she told him. "This is all my fault."
"I was standing out in the hallway," Geoffrey tried. "She used me, too."
"Not like—"
Sara shook her head, unable to finish the sentence.
"I unstrapped her, Geoffrey. I'm the one who let her go."
"Did she ask you to release her?"
"No. Yes. Not directly. She said she felt dirty, that she was covered in dirt, and I just walked over and took off the straps. I didn't think twice about it. I even helped her out of the bed."
He tried to press gently.
"Did she say anything else?"
"She apologized to me."
Sara laughed at her own stupidity.
"She was acting so scared. Her hands were shaking, her voice kept catching. I've never seen her so upset, not since Sybil died. I fell for it, completely. God, I'm such an idiot."
Geoffrey wrapped his hand around her shoulder, not knowing how to comfort her. He was so furious at Lena right now that he could barely think. Sara said,
"A drop ceiling. Of all the people who should know you can climb over a drop ceiling."
He knew what had happened to her all those years ago at Grady Hospital, that her attacker had dropped down from the bathroom ceiling. If Lena had put a knife in his back, Sara had just unwittingly twisted it. He told her,
"It's not your fault, Sara. You're not a cop."
"Then why am I here?" she demanded fiercely. "I should have stayed in the damn car. I should have just stayed home where I belong."
The elevator doors slid open. 2 more sheriff's deputies were running through the lobby toward the stairs.
"Let's just get out of here,"
he told her, taking her by the arm. They were at the sliding doors when Valentine called to them.
"Hold on there,"
he said, jogging to catch up. He was out of breath, probably from running up and down the stairs. He held out his hand, palm up.
"Give me the keys to your car."
Had Sara not been there, Geoffrey would have told the man to go fuck himself. As it was, he silently tossed him the keys, wanting to get this over with as soon as possible. Valentine saw the BMW logo on the key fob and gave Geoffrey the kind of look you'd give a whore on the street. Cops didn't drive BMWs, at least not where Jake Valentine came from.
"It's my wife's,"
Geoffrey told him. Sara had worked her ass off to be able to drive that car. As far as he was concerned, she could drive a Rolls-Royce if she wanted to. Valentine pressed the button on the key fob and the lock snicked up. Suddenly he stopped.
"Laundry room,"
he said, glaring at Geoffrey.
"You asked what was on the bottom floor."
"I was making small talk."
"Don't bullshit me."
Sara said, "I'll be over here," walking toward one of the benches in front of the entrance. Valentine gave him another nasty look before going to the car. Geoffrey knew the man wouldn't find anything there. Even if Lena had seen the BMW in the parking lot, there was no way to jimmy the door locks or open the trunk without the key. Breaking a window wouldn't do any good either. One of the car's safety features was that if you engaged the central locking system from the outside, nothing could be opened from the inside. Geoffrey had actually been trapped inside the car once when Sara accidentally hit the lock button as she ran into the house to catch the ringing telephone. If the sunroof hadn't been open so he could crawl out, Geoffrey would have been stuck in the car for hours. The sheriff could clearly see the empty seats and floorboards through the windows, but he still opened the door to make sure, taking off his hat, peering inside like he might catch Lena hiding under the center console. He walked around to the back of the car and popped the trunk. Except for Sara's first aid kit and a couple of grocery bags to be recycled at the store, it was empty. Valentine slammed the trunk closed. He told Geoffrey,
"Guess I'd look like an even bigger jackass if I put out an APB on a fugitive wanted for failure to show identification."
That's a fair assumption.
The sheriff was already on thin ice with the charges he'd trumped up against Lena. He had to tread carefully now. They both knew that any mistakes he made at this point could end up ruining whatever case he might eventually build against her.
"Well,"
Valentine glanced around the parking lot,
"that's Dollar's Jeep. The red Chevy belongs to the maintenance crew. The Bronco is George's. And that's Biddy's Ranger over in the corner. She's been here since Thursday when she drove herself in with a pain in the side, and it turned out to be appendicitis."
He had accounted for all the cars in the lot, but Geoffrey had to ask,
"Where's your cruiser?"
Valentine laughed, but not out of amusement.
"Don's got his best fishing pole in the trunk, so that was his first concern. Both our cars are out back. We're getting staff downstairs to check their lockers, see if anything is missing. I had somebody go over to Hank's to see if she shows up there."
He tossed the key back to Geoffrey.
"I reckon between your wife wasting my time and you jacking me around in the hallway, she could have up to a 20-minute head start on me."
Geoffrey wasn't going to argue the finer points, such as Valentine pulling some kind of power move by making them all go into the linen closet.
"At least. Let me ask you something. Does it bother you that you just aided an escape?"
His tone had turned nasty in the blink of an eye. Geoffrey pushed away from the car, answering,
"Not much."
"That's how you old cops work, isn't it?"
Valentine was obviously furious.
"Always stick together, no matter what laws you break. Gotta protect the brotherhood, huh?"
His voice got louder with each word.
"I wouldn't be surprised if you and old Don hatched this one up together. Pull your dirty tricks to make the new guy look like a fool."
Geoffrey warned,
"You want to be real careful what you say to me, Jake."
"I could arrest her,"
Valentine said, gesturing to Sara with an angry wave of his hand.
"I should arrest her."
He had Geoffrey's full attention now.
"We both know that's not going to happen."
"Yeah? Well, this is."
Valentine swung his fist, literally. His arm flew out roundhouse style instead of punching straight from his shoulder. This gave Geoffrey plenty of time to block the hit and slam his fist into the other man's gut. A whoosh of air came from Valentine's mouth as he doubled over. He would have fallen to his knees if Geoffrey hadn't caught him.
"God!"
the sheriff groaned, clutching his stomach.
"Jesus!"
Sara stood from the bench. Geoffrey shook his head, telling her to stay put. He told Valentine,
"Stand up straight."
Valentine struggled, his knees not working. Geoffrey pulled him up by his collar until the other man was looking at him.
"Just breathe,"
he said, feeling like he was talking to a child.
"It'll pass."
"Let go of me."
Valentine pushed Geoffrey away, but he still sagged against the car for support.
"God damn, you're stronger than you look."
Geoffrey held out his hand to Sara, letting her know it was okay.
"Where'd you learn to swing like that?"
"I grew up with 4 older sisters,"
he managed, which explained why he hit like a girl.
"Damn it, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have hit you."
Jeffrey didn't point out that the man hadn't actually managed to hit him. He changed his position to stand between Valentine and Sara, telling the man,
"Listen real careful, Jake. I already warned you once. You ever threaten my wife again, and I will beat you into the ground. We clear on that?"
Valentine coughed, then nodded.
"Can you stand up?"
"I think so."
Jeffrey waited for him to move away from the car.
"I'm sorry,"
Valentine told him.
"I've got a short fuse."
"No shit."
The sheriff asked,
"You gonna tell me if she contacts you?"
Jeffrey was caught short by the question, which would explain the truthful answer he gave.
"I don't know."
Valentine stared at him, then nodded again.
"Thanks for being honest."
Jeffrey watched Valentine stumble toward the front doors. The glass slid open, and he went inside. Sara was still standing by the bench, and Jeffrey motioned her over. "What was that about?" she asked.
"I'll explain later. Let's get out of here."
He made to open her door, but she said, "I've got it," and climbed in. Jeffrey was walking around to the driver's side when a white sedan sped through the parking lot and screeched to a halt in the empty space next to him. Seconds later, a burly, bald man got out of the car. He was wearing a flannel shirt with the sleeves ripped off and a pair of jeans that looked splattered with oil. A heavy metal chain went from the front of his pants to his back. On his left hip was one of the largest hunting knives Jeffrey had ever seen. While Jeffrey watched, the man took out the knife and placed it on the car seat, obviously knowing he wasn't allowed to bring the weapon into the hospital. Not that he looked as if he needed the weapon. If Jeffrey had to guess, he would say the guy weighed well over 250 pounds, and that most of that was muscle. The sedan shook when he slammed the door. Deep scratches cut across his face as if he'd gotten into a fight with a tiger and lost. He stared at Jeffrey, challenging.
"What the fuck you looking at?"
Jeffrey pushed back his jacket, put his hand on his hip. His gun was tucked under the front seat of Sara's car, but the con didn't know that.
"Don't make this a problem."
"Fuck you with your fucking problem,"
the man barked, heading toward the ER. Through the glass doors, Jeffrey saw Jake Valentine leaning over the desk, talking to the receptionist. They both looked up when the man entered the waiting room. Valentine glanced at Jeffrey, but the sheriff was too far away to read his expression. He said something to the thug, holding out his hand, palm down, as if to calm him. Words were exchanged. Then the man turned around and stalked back out. As he passed Jeffrey, he muttered,
"Cocksucker."
But Jeffrey wasn't sure who was being insulted. Valentine came out of the hospital as the white car backed up, jumped the curb, and sped off. Jeffrey glanced into the car, checking on Sara. He asked Valentine,
"Friend of yours?"
"Local drug dealer who wanted to see one of his boys,"
Valentine explained.
"I told him to come back during visiting hours."
Jeffrey gave him a close look, wondering if the man was lying. The exchange had looked a bit more heated than a denied visiting request, but then again the knife-carrying thug didn't strike Jeffrey as someone who liked to be told no.
"Here,"
Jeffrey said, reaching into his back pocket and pulling out a couple of business cards. He wrote something on the back of the top card, then thumbed to the next one to give to the sheriff.
"My cell number is on the bottom. Call me if you find my detective."
Valentine gave the card a wary glance before taking it. Jeffrey pocketed the rest of the cards. He got into the BMW and pulled out of the parking lot. Neither he nor Sara had much to say as he followed the route they had taken into town. Valentine was wrong about the 20-minute lead. Jeffrey figured Lena had 15, tops. He asked the questions that the sheriff was probably asking himself right now. Where would Lena go? Who could she turn to? Him. Lena had always come to Jeffrey when she had a problem, whether she needed something as small as a ride into work or as big as taking care of her asshole white supremacist boyfriend. This time was different, though. This time she had gone too far. Valentine was right about one thing. On purpose or not, Sara had aided Lena's escape. Lena was a cop. She knew the law better than most lawyers. She'd known exactly what she was dropping Sara into, and she hadn't cared. In the quiet of the car, Sara asked, "What now?"
"We go back home."
He could feel her looking at him, trying to figure out if he was serious.
"I mean it, Sara. This is it."
"You're just going to leave Lena down here to rot?"
"After what she said to you, what she did to you?"
He shook his head, his mind made up.
"It's over. I don't care what happens to her."
"Did you see her reaction when we walked into that room?"
"I heard what she said."
He felt his anger spark back up at the memory.
"There's no choice here, Sara. She used you. I'm not going to help her."
"I've never seen her so afraid. She's usually completely in control of herself." He snorted at the idea.
"Maybe with you."
"You're right. She never shows me her weak side. It's always this act, this posturing about how tough and invincible she is." Sara insisted. "That wasn't an act back there, Jeffrey. Maybe later, but when she saw us in her room, she was absolutely terrified."
"Then why not talk to me? Or at least to you? She had you alone. She knew you weren't going to run off and tell the sheriff anything. Why didn't she confide in you?"
"Because she's scared."
"Then she should have just shut up and left you out of it."
Sara spoke carefully. "I appreciate that you're taking up for me, but just think about it for a minute. Lena knew that if she hurt me, you would do exactly what you're doing right now. She didn't want me to leave town, Jeffrey. She wanted you to." Jeffrey gripped the steering wheel, not wanting to admit that Sara could be right.
"Since when did you start taking up for Lena Adams?"
Since Sara's voice trailed off. "Since I saw her scared enough to risk everything in order to get you away from this town." He saw the scene again, the way Lena had reacted. Sara was right. Lena wasn't faking her fear. She hadn't looked Jeffrey in the eye because she knew that he was probably the only person in the world who knew when she was lying. Sara said, "I've seen her in a lot of bad situations, but I've never seen her terrified like that." Jeffrey let her words hang between them as over and over he replayed Lena's response in his mind, trying to figure out what it had to do with the dead body in the torched Cadillac. Sara told him, "She said that I should be afraid."
"Did she say why?"
"She went into this pity thing about how everything she touches turns to crap. I thought she was feeling sorry for herself, but now I think she realized what she was doing wasn't working, so she decided to try something else." Sara shook her head. "She's terrified, Jeffrey, so terrified that she's willing to cut you out of her life if she has to. You're the only constant she's ever had. What's so horrible that she's willing to lose you?"
"Did you ever think maybe she's right?"
He responded, not wanting to answer her question.
"Maybe it's a good idea that I don't get involved."
She gave something like a laugh. "You're not going to leave this alone."
"You sound pretty sure about that."
780 ABN. She paused, as if she expected an answer. "Isn't that what you wrote on the back of the card? The license plate number from the white car?" Jeffrey took out the card and checked the number on the back. 780 ABN. As usual, Sara had perfect recall. He glanced at his wife. She was staring out the window, keeping her thoughts to herself. He knew that she was no longer regretting the fact that she'd come to the hospital with him. She was regretting that he was there, that Lena had yet again managed to pull Jeffrey into something dangerous. Sara was a cop's wife, and she had absorbed a cop's mistrust of coincidence. The thug in the white sedan had shown up less than 30 minutes after Lena's escape. Even from where she sat in the BMW, the tattoo on the man's arm must have stood out to Sara like a neon sign. It's hard not to notice a blood-red 4-inch swastika. Tuesday morning, Chapter 4. Sara paced around the motel room with the phone tucked up against her ear, the cord limiting her movement like a leash on a dog. Both Sara and Geoffrey had been relieved when they had seen the vacancy sign outside the Home Sweet Home motel as they drove out of Rees last night, but Sara had regretted their decision to stay the moment Geoffrey had opened the door. The place was almost from a parallel universe, the kind of dump that Sara thought only existed in B-movies and Raymond Chandler novels. Just thinking about the dank shag carpet in the bathroom was enough to bring a shudder of revulsion. Making matters worse, neither Geoffrey's nor Sara's cell phone could get a signal in the motel. Sara had used all the alcohol swabs she could find in the first aid kit from her car before she could even think about using the phone.
"What did you say?"
her mother asked. She was somewhere in Kansas. Her parents were only 2 weeks into their road trip, and already Sara could tell that Kathy was desperate to return home. "I said that Daddy's not that bad," Sara answered, thinking it was a rare day indeed that she felt compelled to defend her father. Kathy and Eddie Linton had been married for over 40 years, yet Sara had guessed from the beginning that their dream vacation together was a big mistake. The fact was, her parents did not spend much time in each other's company, let alone stuck in a confined space. Her father was always at work or fooling around in the garage, while her mother usually had some meeting to attend, a rally to organize, or a church group that took her away from home for hours on end. Their independence was the secret to their happy marriage. The thought of them both trapped in the 37-foot Winnebago they had purchased for their 2-month-long trek across America was enough to give Sara a headache.
"I just never realized how irritating he can be,"
her mother insisted. She was obviously in the kitchen of the RV. Sara could hear cabinets opening and closing.
"How hard is it to hook up to a waste trap? The man is a plumber, for the love of God."
She gave a heavy sigh.
2 hours, Sara. It took him 2 whole hours.
Sara held her tongue, though her mother had a point. On the other hand, her father was probably dragging out the chore in order to prolong his life.
"Are you listening to a word I'm saying?"
"Yes, Mama," Sara lied. She was wearing thick socks, but she used her big toe to prod a green M&M that seemed to be stuck in the carpet by the window. 2 hours. Her mother was silent for a moment, then said,
"Tell me what happened."
Sara gave up on the M&M when her sock kept getting stuck to the candy. She resumed pacing. "I told you what happened. I let her escape. I might as well have opened the door for her and driven her to the airport."
"Not that,"
Kathy insisted.
"You know what I'm talking about."
It was Sara's turn to sigh. She was almost glad she'd made a fool of herself last night at the hospital because Lena's rapid departure had given Sara a new thing to toss and turn over when she was supposed to be sleeping. Now her mother's question brought the malpractice suit firmly back into her consciousness. Sara told her, "I would say their strategy is to claim that because I was attacked 10 years ago, I was too distracted to tell the Powells that Jimmy had leukemia, and that he died because I waited an extra day."
"That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard."
Their lawyer can be pretty persuasive. Sara thought about the lawyer, her Tourette's-like crocodile smile. She even had me convinced. Another cabinet was opened and closed.
"I can't believe that another woman would do this to you,"
Kathy said.
"It's disgusting. This is why women will never get ahead. Other women are constantly cutting them off at the knees."
Sara held her tongue, not in the mood for one of her mother's feminist lectures. Kathy offered,
"I can come home if you need me."
Sara nearly dropped the phone. "No, I'm fine, really. Don't ruin your vacation because of—"
"Shit,"
her mother hissed. It was rare that an expletive crossed her lips.
"I have to go. Your father just set himself on fire."
"Mama?" Sara pressed the phone to her ear, but her mother had already hung up. Sara held the phone in her hand, wondering if she should call back, deciding that if something had been really wrong, her mother would have sounded less annoyed. Finally, she returned the phone to the cradle and went over to the large plate-glass window looking out into the motel parking lot. Sara had kept the drapes closed most of the morning, thinking sitting alone in the dark room was less bleak than staring out into the empty lot. Now she opened the polyester drapes a few inches, letting in a thin ray of light. The table and set of white plastic lawn chairs by the window seemed perfect companions to the dismal view. Sara adjusted the threadbare towel she draped over one of the chairs and sat down. Exhaustion overwhelmed her, but the thought of getting back into bed, sliding between the rough, yellowing sheets, was too much to bear. She had walked across the street earlier in the morning to buy coffee and ended up purchasing some Comet with bleach additive and a sponge that smelled like it had already been used. Her thought had been to tidy the room, or at least make the bathroom less disgusting, but every time she thought about taking the supplies in hand and actually using them, Sara found that she didn't have the energy. What's more, if she was going to clean anything, it should be her own home. She tried to list the chores she could be doing back in Grant County right now, folding the laundry piled on the bed in the spare room, fixing the leak in the bathroom sink, taking the dogs for a walk around the lake. Of course, the reality was that Sara had done none of these tasks in the week since she had closed the clinic. For the most part, she'd sat around the house brooding about the lawsuit. When her sister called from Atlanta, Sara had talked about the lawsuit. When Jeffrey got home from work, she had talked about the lawsuit. She had become so obsessed with discussing the suit that finally her mother had snapped, "For the love of God, Sara, do something. Even patients in mental homes have to weave baskets." Unfortunately, getting out of the house only exacerbated the problem. Whether Sara was at the grocery store or picking up Jeffrey's suits from the cleaners, or even raking leaves in the front yard, she had felt people's eyes on her. Not just that, but she'd felt their disapproval. The few times she'd talked to anyone, the conversations had been brief, if not downright cold. Sara hadn't told anyone about these exchanges, not Jeffrey, not her family, but she had found herself sinking deeper and deeper into depression with each encounter. And now, courtesy of Lena Adams, Sara had one more failure to add to her list. How could she have been so easily tricked? How could she have been so utterly idiotic? All night, Sara had tried to parse each moment of her time with Lena, picking apart the seconds, trying to see how she could have acted differently, how she could have changed the outcome. Nothing came to mind except her own glaring stupidity. Lena had been up on her knees in bed, the restraints keeping her from moving any farther away. As soon as Jeffrey and the sheriff left, she relaxed, her arms going limp. Sara had studied her, noticed the way the other woman's chest shook with every exhale of breath. "What's going on, Lena? Why are you so afraid?" "You have to get out of here, both of you." Her voice was quiet, ominous. When she looked up, her eyes seemed to glow with terror. "You have to get Jeffrey out of here." Sara felt her heart stop. Why? Is he in danger? Lena did not answer. Instead, she looked down at her hands, the tangled sheets. "Everyone, everything I touch, it all turns to shit. You have to get away from me." "Do you really think we're going to abandon you?" Sara had said we, but they both knew that she meant Jeffrey. "Someone died in that car, Lena. Tell me what happened to you." She shook her head, resigned. "Lena, talk to me." Again, no answer came. That must have been when Lena had decided her course of action, that if she could not control Sara, she could at least use her. "I'm so dirty," she had said, her tone of voice indicating the filth was more than skin deep. "I feel so dirty." She'd looked up at Sara. Tears wet her eyes, and though her voice was more restrained, her hands still shook in her lap. "I need to wash off. I have to wash off." Sara hadn't even thought about it. She'd walked over to the side of the bed and unstrapped the Velcro restraints. "You're going to be okay," she'd promised. "You need to trust me, or I can get Jeffrey." "No," Lena begged. I just need to wash off. Let me—" Her lips trembled. All the fight seemed to be drained out of her. She slid to the edge of the bed, tried to stand on shaky legs. Sara put her arm around the other woman's waist, helped her gain her footing. Lena had really acted the part, Sara thought. A decided frailty had marked her every move. Nothing about her actions suggested she was capable of climbing on a toilet and pulling herself up into a drop ceiling, let alone eluding a manhunt. Sara had been completely fooled, walking alongside Lena across the room, keeping her arm out a few inches from the other woman's back in case her support was needed. It was an automatic gesture, the sort of thing you learned your first week as a resident. Sara had escorted her all the way to the bathroom, shuffling her feet to match Lena's slow gait. What Sara had been thinking as they walked was that Lena was not a whiner. She was the type of person who would rather bleed to death than admit she had been cut. Sara found herself wondering if maybe the doctors had misdiagnosed Lena, that she should look at the chest x-rays, find a stethoscope, review the drugs that had been administered, run some fluids, do some blood work. Was there brain damage? Some kind of shock from the explosion? Had Lena fallen? Hit her head? Had she lost consciousness? Smoke inhalation was deadly, claiming more victims than fire alone. Secondary infections, fluid in the lungs, tissue damage, all sorts of possibilities were flashing through Sara's mind, and she had realized that without warning she was thinking like a doctor again. For the first time in months, she felt useful. Then Lena had stopped her at the door to the bathroom, holding up her hand so that Sara would get the message that she needed privacy. Then, just before shutting the door, Lena had turned to Sara. "I'm so sorry," she'd said, her apology seeming so genuine that Sara could not believe this was the same woman who had been almost hysterical with fear and hatred 5 minutes earlier. "I'm so sorry." "It's all right," Sara had assured her, smiling, letting Lena know that she was no longer alone in this. "We can talk about it later, okay? We'll get Jeffrey in here, and we'll all figure out what to do." Lena had nodded, probably not trusting her voice. "I'll wait out here for you." And Sara had waited, standing outside the door, grinning like a fool, thinking about how much she was going to help Lena. Meanwhile, Lena was probably bolting down the stairs, laughing at how easy Sara had made her escape. Now, sitting at the plastic table in the dreary motel room, Sara felt her face redden with humiliation. "Stupid," she said, standing up before the chair sucked out what little life was left in her. Kathy was right. Sara needed to do something. She picked up the Comet and the odd-smelling sponge she'd bought at the convenience store and headed toward the bathroom. For some reason, the sink was outside the door, a long counter that was burned at the edges where people had rested their cigarettes while they, brushed their teeth? It didn't bear thinking about. Sara sprinkled some Comet into the sink and started scrubbing, trying not to take any more chrome off the plastic drain in the process. She put some muscle into it, cutting through years of grime as if her life depended on it. Pride before the fall, she thought. All those years of being the teacher's pet. The best student in the class, the highest grades, the best accolades, and the brightest future. For what? Emory University had accepted her before she graduated from high school. The medical college had practically rolled out the red carpet, offering enough financial aid for her father to easily make up the difference. Thousands of people a year applied for the limited number of residencies at Grady Hospital. Sara hadn't even had a fallback. She knew she was going to get into the program. She was so damn sure of her own abilities, her own intelligence, that she had never in her life thought she would not succeed at anything she set her mind to. Except for stopping a 110-pound college dropout from escaping the Aloha County Medical Center. "Stupid," Sara repeated. She gave up on the sink and went into the bathroom. She started on the toilet, using the scrub brush mounted on the wall to clean the bowl, trying not to wonder what had turned the bristles dark gray. As she got down on her knees beside the bathtub, Sara remembered her mother showing her years ago how to clean a bathroom, how much cleaner to use, how to gently scrub the porcelain with a sponge. Sara sat back on her heels, thinking that one day, maybe soon, she would show her own child how to clean the tub or vacuum the living room. Geoffrey would have to explain how to sort laundry because Sara was forever pulling pink-streaked formally white socks out of the dryer. She could take the kid to the grocery store at least. Geoffrey thought a frozen dinner was a well-balanced meal, which might explain why his blood pressure had to be controlled with medication. A thought came to Sara like a knife in her chest. What if she ran into Becky Powell at the grocery store? What if Sara was standing in the meat section, holding her child's hand, and Becky walked up? How would Sara explain to her new son or daughter why Becky Powell hated her? How would she explain why the whole town believed that her incompetence had led to the death of a child? Sara wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, eyes watering from the overwhelming stench of bleach in the tiny bathroom. She wished that Geoffrey was there to keep her mind from going to such dark places. Since filing the adoption papers, they'd started playing what-if games. What if we get a boy who hates football? What if we have a girl who loves pink and wants her hair braided? Sara imagined games were the last thing on her husband's mind at the moment. A dead person had been in that SUV, and Lena was somehow entangled in that death. After meeting Jake Valentine, Geoffrey did not trust the local force to solve this crime without leaping to the easiest conclusion and pinning it all on Lena. He had left early this morning to plot strategy with Nick Shelton, a friend of his who worked for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Sara had not been invited to tag along. She leaned back over the tub, rinsing the Comet, then sprinkling more powder to start the process again. The sponge was just about to give up the ghost, but Sara would not stop until the job was done. She folded the sponge in two and used the edge to attack the black ring around the periphery that probably dated back to the 70s. Sara muttered a curse under her breath, wishing again that she was back home. At least in Grant County she could stay out of Geoffrey's way and let him do his job. Here all she could do was make sure he had a clean place to put his toothbrush. Overnight she had turned into a glorified housewife. And for what? So that Lena could laugh her way out of town? Sara knew that Geoffrey bent the rules sometimes. If he had been by himself last night, Geoffrey would have taken the empty nurse's station as an invitation to find Lena on his own. If he had walked into that hospital room alone, Lena might have opened up to him. She might have told him why she needed to get out of there instead of breaking out. She sure as hell wouldn't have tried to use Geoffrey in order to make her escape. She respected him too much. Unlike Sara. Kathy had said that women were their own worst enemies. Was Sara Lena's enemy? She didn't think so. It was true that Sara had never understood the bond between her husband and the 35-year-old detective, but Sara wasn't stupid enough to be jealous. Barring the fact that Lena was as far from Geoffrey's type as you could get without going outside the species, their relationship was too much like that of an older brother and errant young sister to cause Sara concern. Maybe the dislike came from Lena making such bad choices for herself. After her sister Sybil had died, Lena had fallen into a deep depression. She even managed to get herself temporarily suspended from the force. That was when she had started seeing Ethan Green. That was when Lena had lost all of Sara's sympathy. As a doctor, Sara should have understood the process. Grief can lead to depression. Depression can lead to chemical changes in the body that make it impossible to crawl out of the spiral without some help, be it pharmacological or therapeutic or both. God knew that over the last few months, Sara was more than intimate with the dangers of depression. Still, her personal experience did not help her understand why Lena had turned to Ethan. Sara had read the women's journals, knew the statistics, studied the causal relationships. Depression can lead to vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities attract predators. It was like a shark sensing blood in the water. Just because a woman gave the outward appearance of being strong, that did not preclude her from becoming a victim of domestic violence. In some cases, it made her more likely to fall victim. You could only keep up that tough act for so many hours before it all fell apart. Sara knew this in her brain. She accepted that some women, smart women, got mixed up with the wrong person, ended up making compromise after compromise until there was nothing left but to sit there and take it. But still, the fact that Lena's 24-year-old boyfriend had abused her, not just abused her, but beaten her to a bloody pulp, was something that Sara could not get past. It was as if Lena had been obsessed with the man, like she could not get him out of her system. Maybe if Ethan had been a drug, Sara would have better understood the addiction. Heroin, meth, opium, that would explain Lena's devotion, her inability to get through the day without a hit. The brainwashing would have made more sense if she had been in a cult, but there was nothing for Lena to fall back on but her own damaged personality. She had a good job, her own money, her own support structure. She had a gun and a badge, for Christ's sakes. Ethan was a paroled violent offender. Lena could have arrested him at any time. As a police officer, she was bound by law to report any case of domestic violence, even if she herself was the victim. And yet she had left it up to Jeffrey. Lena was the one who had tipped him off that Ethan was carrying a gun in his backpack. Jeffrey refused to discuss it with Sara anymore, but she was certain that Lena had planted the gun, that the only way she had been able to get rid of her abuser was this coward's way. Ethan had 10 years' hard time hanging over his head. Lena had hidden the gun, then called in Jeffrey to do her dirty work. And, of course, Jeffrey had come running. But wasn't that why Sara loved Jeffrey? Because he refused to give up on people, no matter how beyond reach they seemed. Sara was hardly one to talk about women making stupid mistakes with men. She had married Jeffrey twice, leaving him the first time after coming home to find him in bed with another woman. Jeffrey had changed in the years since their divorce, though. He had grown up. He had worked to get Sara back, to regain her trust and mend their relationship. She loved this new Jeffrey with such passion that it scared her sometimes. Was that what had driven Lena to stand by Ethan no matter how many times he beat her? Had she felt the same love-sickness as Sara, the same lurch in her stomach when they were apart? Had she made such a fool of herself over him that she could not let go? Sara dropped the scraps of the sponge into the wastebasket and rinsed the tub again. Jeffrey would be shocked when he got back from his meeting. She could not remember the last time she had cleaned her own bathroom so thoroughly. Sara hated most domestic chores and did them only because in a town as small as Hartsdale, her mother would find out if she hired a maid. Kathy's belief was that chores built character, and paying other people, especially women, to do them showed what sort of character you really were. Sara's belief was that her mother's Puritan work ethic had gone round the bend. There was a reason Sara had graduated from high school a year ahead of her class. When she was growing up, her mother thought that homework was the only valid excuse for getting out of cleaning duty. She washed the cleaner off her hands, her mind going back to Lena, and wishing that Ethan Green could be washed out of all their lives just as easily. Sara had seen Ethan only once, seen his body. The tattoos must have taken hours to ink onto his skin. There were at least 10 that Sara had counted, but the one she could never put out of her mind was the large black swastika over his heart. What made a man embrace such hatred? What did it say about Lena that she could be with such a man, want him, make love to him, and not be repulsed by the hateful symbol on his body? Last night, sitting in the car outside the hospital, Sara had seen the way the skinhead in the white sedan had looked at Jeffrey, the recognition that Jeffrey was a cop, his callous disregard for what that means. She had also seen the red swastika on the man's arm and felt a sudden, sickening fear when Jeffrey made it obvious that he was not intimidated, would not back down. Now she felt sick just thinking about it. The phone rang and Sara's heart jumped. She ran into the other room and picked up the receiver. "Hello?" She waited, listening to static on the line, the sound of someone breathing. "Hello," she repeated, then for no reason. "Lena?" There was a soft click, then the quiet of a dead line. Sara returned the phone to its cradle, shivering. She looked at her watch, then checked it against the alarm clock on the bedside table. Geoffrey had left almost 2 hours ago to meet with Nick Shelton. He had told her he'd call on his way back, but there was no telling when that would be. She saw a takeout menu on the table, the note she had scrawled on the back. Sara picked up the menu, tried to decipher her own handwriting. Geoffrey had left Sara an assignment. She loved him for trying to make her feel useful, but the fact was a monkey could have performed the task. After her coffee run to the convenience store, she had called Frank Wallace, Geoffrey's second in command, and asked him to track down the license plate from the white sedan they had seen at the hospital last night. Even Frank had sounded puzzled when he'd heard Sara's request. He had played along, though, typing the plate into the computer, humming under his breath. Sara had known Frank for as long as she'd been alive. He was a poker buddy of her father's, but she had felt uncomfortable talking to him on the phone, mostly because they both knew that she had no business doing police work. Frank had the registration in under a minute. Sara had scrambled for something to write on and found the takeout menu in one of the bedside drawers. A corporation named Whitey's Feed and Seed owned the Chevy Malibu. So the Nazi in the white sedan had a sense of humor. Sara had rung off with Frank and decided to take some initiative, something a monkey surely could not do, and run down the articles of incorporation for Whitey's Feed and Seed. After spending almost 20 minutes on hold with the Secretary of State's office, she knew a man named Joseph Smith was listed as CEO and president of Whitey's Feed and Seed. Going on the assumption that this was a valid name and not some allusion to the founder of the Mormon Church, Sara called Directory Services. There were over 300 listings for the name of Joseph Smith in the state of Georgia. Oddly enough, none of them lived in or around the Elawa area. Frank's computer search had yielded a post office box as the address for the vehicle's registration, but the woman at the Secretary of State's office had given Sara a local address, 339 3rd Avenue. If Rees was like every other small town in the world, it was laid out on a grid pattern. The Elawa County Medical Center was on 5th Avenue. Sara knew that the hospital was less than a 10-minute drive from the motel, which meant that 3rd Avenue had to be within a few miles. Sara stared at the menu, her scribbled letters crisscrossing the dessert selections. She had talked to her mother, cleaned the bathroom, refolded all the clothes in their suitcase, and left 3 messages on her sister's cell phone to please call before boredom atrophied her mind. Short of sweeping the motel parking lot, there really was nothing else left for her to do. A motorcycle revved outside, the pipes so loud that the plate-glass window rattled. Sara looked out the slit in the curtains, but she could only see the back of the bike as it pulled onto the main road. Overhead the sky was turning dark, but she guessed that any rain was at least a few hours away. Sara tore off the address she'd written on the menu and wrote Geoffrey a note on the entree section. She had seen some local maps at the convenience store when she'd walked over earlier that morning. 3rd Avenue had to be close by. She snatched the motel key off the table and left the room before she could stop herself. Lena, Chapter 5.
"Tell us about our mother,"
Lena and Sybil begged Hank, almost as soon as they could talk. They were desperate for information about the woman who had died giving birth to them. Hank would always protest. He had a bar to run or a meeting to attend, but eventually he would settle down and recall a summer picnic or a trip to see long-lost relatives. There was always something that happened. A stranger on the side of the road that their mother helped, a relative she nursed back to good health. Angela the angel always put others ahead of herself. Angela happily gave her life so that her twin daughters would live. Angela was looking down on Sybil and Lena from heaven. Even to a child's ears, the stories were unbelievable fairy tales full of goodness and light, but Lena and Sybil had never tired of hearing about their mother's generosity, her open, loving heart. Sybil had tried to emulate their mother, to be the sort of person who only saw good in others. For Lena's part, Angela Adams had been the invisible yardstick, the woman she would never meet and never measure up to. And now Hank was telling Lena that her mother had not died in childbirth, but had been killed by a drug dealer. Not just any drug dealer, Hank's drug dealer. One of the first things Lena could remember Hank telling them about their mother was that Angela had been unequivocal on the subject of drugs and alcohol. After years of watching her older brother slowly dig his own grave, she had finally cut him out of her life and vowed never to let him back in. Hank had not cared at the time. He was 26 years old. He didn't want family or sex or money or cars. All he was interested in was finding his next high. According to Hank, the first promise that Angela extracted from her husband, Calvin Adams, was that he would never go out drinking with his fellow officers. Calvin adhered to this. They were very much in love, and seldom touched a drop. Certainly he never drank in front of his young wife. Of course, no one would ever know how long that would have lasted. The couple shared only 3 months of wedded bliss before Cal pulled over his last speeding violation. The driver shot him twice in the face and drove off, never to be seen again. Lena's father was dead before his body hit the ground. Angela's first sign that she was pregnant came at her husband's funeral. Not normally one to be weak-kneed or emotional, she passed out at Calvin's gravesite. 7 months later, she went into the hospital to give birth to twin girls and never came out. Septicemia is rare but deadly. It took 2 weeks for the infection to overtake the new mother's systems, shutting down her vital organs one by one until finally a decision had to be made to take her off life support. Hank Norton, Angela's closest living relative, had made the decision. It was, Hank often said, the most difficult thing he had ever done in his life. It was, evidently, all a lie. Angela Norton had been a petite woman, very plain-looking until she smiled. Then there was no way you could not notice her. She had the dark coloring of her Mexican-American mother, unlike her brother, who was pasty as a jar of buttermilk. Another quality Hank did not share with his sister was her extreme devoutness, courtesy of their mother's Catholicism. Angela was passionate about helping people, while Hank was passionate about helping himself. As an adult, Lena knew that every good story has its darkness and light, and now she could see that Hank had always painted himself in the blackest of hues. Angela Norton had met Calvin Adams at a church fair. He'd been working the raffle for the sheriff's department, and despite the fact that gambling was a sin, she wanted her chance to win the basket of baked goods being offered as a prize. Angela was a shy girl, just a teenager when she met the dashing young deputy. She was bright and funny, and just about the kindest, most caring person to walk the face of the earth. Angela and Hank's mother had died at a young age, car accident. She had no other relatives, and her husband, career military, had been killed in Vietnam when the children were little. Cal was an only child. Both parents had died when he was in his early 20s. He had no other relations in town, no cousins or aunts or uncles that anyone knew of, no family for Lena or Sybil to visit. Calvin Adams cut a dashing figure. A bit of a nerd in high school, people had been surprised when he signed up with the sheriff's department. He had turned into a good cop, though, firm but fair, always willing to listen to both sides of an argument. He wore the gun and badge with pride, but never lorded it over anybody. Angela and Calvin were in love, very much in love, and what happened to them was tragic. After watching his sister take her last breath, Hank had taken the newborn Lena and Sybil from the hospital because he would not leave his own flesh and blood to be raised by the state. Woefully unprepared that first night, he had improvised cribs by lining 2 dresser drawers with sheets and pillows, nestling his young charges in for the night as he went around his house and systematically destroyed any traces of alcohol. He often claimed that night was his turning point, that looking down and seeing those 2 helpless baby girls tucked into his sock drawers knowing that he was the only thing standing between them and the hairy-chinned woman from Children's Social Services, had given him the strength to turn his back on an old friend. This was the history Lena had been told. These were the lies she had been spoon-fed all of her life. She could remember rainy afternoons with Sybil, playing games with Hank's stories. They acted out the tragedy of their parents' short lives, always taking turns being Angela, the best, the kindest one. Oh, how their parents loved each other. Oh, how they would have loved to hold their twin daughters in their arms. Things would have been different, so very, very different had they lived. Or would they? Hank often claimed that he gave up his addictions the night that he brought his nieces home from the hospital, but Lena had lived through it. She knew the truth. 8 years passed before he really gave it all up. 8 years of week-long benders and parties that lasted for days, and the police sniffing around, and lies, nothing but lies. She had lived in this house, seen it with her own eyes, all those years, and yet she had never suspected that a drug addict would tell her anything but the truth about her own mother and father. Why would he lie about what had happened? What did he have to gain by all those lies? Lena dried her hair with a towel as she sat on the edge of her bed. She had changed into one of Hank's old dress shirts so that she could get in the shower with him and scrape off some of his filth. He was so thin that she could feel his bones through the rubber kitchen gloves she wore to clean him. What looked like rope burns circled his wrists and ankles, but she knew he had probably caused the damage himself, picking the skin with his fingernails, peeling it away like an orange. Meth mites, speed bumps, crank bugs. There were all kinds of names for the phenomenon that caused meth users to pick, scrape, and dig at their own skin. As part of the police outreach program, Jeffrey taught a drug course at the high school twice a year. Lena could clearly remember the first time she'd been forced to tag along. She'd felt her heart race as she'd heard Jeffrey talk about the chemistry behind the sickness, give an explanation for the self-mutilation she had seen. Meth causes the body temperature to rise, which in turn causes the skin to sweat. When the sweat evaporates, it removes the protective oil coating the dermis. This process irritates the nerve endings and makes the addict feel as if something is crawling under his skin. He will do anything to stop the sensation, use any instrument he can find to relieve his suffering. Lena had once watched Hank take an ice pick to his arm, scratching it repeatedly back and forth until the skin split open like a sack of sugar. Just now she had seen the scar in the bathroom, the thick rope of flesh that had been sewn back together. There were so many marks on his body, so many painful reminders of what he had been willing to do to himself just to get high. And still, in all those years, Hank had never, ever been this bad. Why? Why had he gone back to that life after fighting so hard to leave it? What had made Hank embrace the very thing he despised? There had to be a reason. There had to be a trigger that made him take that first shot. Was it the drug dealer? Was Hank buying drugs from the man who had killed Lena's mother? Lena finished drying her hair. She sat up, looked at herself in the mirror over the dresser. Dark curls sprung around her head, water still dripping at the nape. How could she be back in this place again? How could she be back in this room, on this bed, drying her hair after yet again hosing off caked shit from her uncle's emaciated body? She was an adult now. She had a job, her own home. She wasn't under Hank's thumb anymore, dependent upon him for anything. So why was she still here? Lee? Hank stood in the doorway, tattered robe wrapped around his body. Her voice was trapped somewhere in her throat, but she managed. I can't talk to you right now. He obviously didn't care. I want you to go home. Just forget what I said. Just go home and get on with your life. Did that man shoot my father? Hank looked over her shoulder. Lena knew there was a Rick Springfield poster behind her, a remnant from her teenage years. Tell me the truth, she insisted. Tell me how they really died.
Your father was shot. You know that, Lee. I showed you the newspaper article. You and your sister both.
She remembered this, but how could she trust him? How could she even trust her own memory after all this time? She asked, "What about my mother? You said he killed my mother." His throat worked as he swallowed.
Losing your daddy killed her is what I meant.
He scratched his neck, his chin.
It wasn't the man you saw what shot him, but people like him. Bad people you need to stay away from.
"You're lying," she said, never more sure of anything in her life. He started picking at a sore by his ear. She knew he would start twitching soon, needing the drug. "When did it start?" she asked. "When did you get hooked again?"
"It don't matter."
"Then tell me why," she said, aware that she was almost begging. "Why would you go back to this, Hank? You work so hard to—"
"It don't matter."
"You're an old man," she told him. "You won't be able to fight it this time. You might as well go ahead and pick out a coffin."
"Just put me in a hole," he said. "That's where I belong."
"Am I supposed to feel sorry for you?"
"You're supposed to leave,"
he shot back, sounding for a moment like the old Hank again, the one who laid down the rules, said my way or the highway. "I'm not going until you tell me the truth," Lena told him. "I won't leave until you tell me why you're doing this to yourself."
"Go back to Grant. Go back to your job and your friends and just forget me."
She stood from the bed, gripping the towel in her hand. "I mean it, Hank. I won't leave here until you tell me the truth." He couldn't look at her. Finally he said,
"There ain't no truth to tell. Your mama and daddy died. There's nothing you can do to change that."
"I deserve to know what happened." He pressed his lips together, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Lena grabbed his arm to stop him. "Tell me what happened to my mother. Tell me who killed her."
"I killed her,"
he yelled, trying to pull away.
"You want to know who killed your mama? Me. It was me. Now go on home and let the dead stay buried."
She felt his skin slide under her fingers, knew that she was pressing a broken needle deeper into his flesh. She tried to let go, but he clamped his hand over hers, held her in place. Tears wet his eyes, and his expression softened, as if for just a moment he could see past his need.
"You and your sister were the light of my life. Don't ever forget that."
Lena jerked her hand away. There was a tiny sliver of dried blood just below his jugular, where he must have taken a hit while she was drying her hair. She cleared her throat, tried to speak past the lump that had formed there.
"If you puncture an artery—"
"Yeah," he seemed resigned. "Your neck will swell up," she continued. "You'll suffocate."
"Go home, Lee."
"Hank."
"I know what will happen,"
he told her.
"I don't want you to be here when it does."
In the 20 years since Lena had last set foot in the Aloha County Library, the only thing that had changed was the addition of a lone computer desk crammed up against the back wall between romance and general fiction. Even the lame Halloween decorations looked the same, the purple papier-mâché skeletons with their orange top hats, the black cats with glittery tails, the cauldrons of witches' brew. The only thing missing was the plastic pumpkin filled with candy corn that usually sat on the information desk. Lena guessed from the current clientele that the librarian didn't feel they were worth treating. The woman seemed to spend most of her time riding up and down in the freight elevator with her rolling cart and a sour expression that was scarier than any Halloween costume. Sybil had spent hours in the library when they were kids. She had been the good student, the one who whiled away her time catching up on homework or reading the latest science magazines Miss Nancy, the former librarian, ordered in Braille especially for her. Lena was the one who moped around, complaining under her breath, until Hank finally picked them up to go home. He used the library as a babysitting facility, making the girl stay there until he could get away from the bar and take them home. Now Lena regretted her youthful insolence, her lack of interest in how the library worked. Even blind, Sybil would have been able to figure out the microfiche machine. Lena couldn't manage to thread the damn thing. She'd scrolled out 2 rolls of filmed newspaper archives like a kitten with toilet paper by the time the librarian came up from the basement again. Her look of perpetual disapproval went up a notch when she spotted Lena.
"Let me have that before you break it,"
the woman ordered, snatching the film away from Lena. With her gaudy jewelry, loud voice, and bad attitude, she was certainly no Miss Nancy. From the smell of her, a sickly sweet perfume which did little to mask the stench of cigarettes, Lena guessed the woman was spending her time down in the basement smoking and hiding from the kids. That was another thing that had not changed. Downstairs was strictly off-limits to patrons. The library building had originally been the town city hall until the government outgrew it. Built in the 1950s, the structure had all the modern touches, from a sunken concrete seating area you could smack your head open on to a bomb shelter in the basement. Lena had sneaked down there once and been very disappointed to find old voting registers and property deeds instead of the pornographic books and dead bodies that rumors suggested might be hidden in the library's bowels. The only things that pointed to the windowless room's former identity were a couple of metal bunk beds crammed into the corner and floor-to-ceiling shelves packed with cans of water and Dinty Moore beef stew. Lena imagined the whole place reeked of unfiltered camels now, courtesy of the bitchiest librarian to walk the face of the earth.
"I don't know why you want this,"
the woman snapped, holding up the microfiche.
"Do you even know what you're looking for?"
"I want a particular date," Lena told her, trying to sound patient. "July 16th, 1970.
"Whatever,"
the woman mumbled in a way that made Lena think she hadn't been listening. She seemed more intent on rolling the films back tight enough to fit into their canisters. The key to the elevator was on a springy chain around her wrist, and it kept hitting the metal tabletop with annoying, regular clinks. Lena sat back, giving the librarian more room, trying not to let her impatience show. She finally stood up to avoid a jutting elbow and let the woman have her seat. When Lena was a kid, libraries were silent places. Miss Nancy had made sure of that. She had something she called her 6-inch voice, which meant you spoke low enough so that only someone 6 inches away could hear you. There was no running or roughhousing allowed on Miss Nancy's watch, and she certainly would not have cursed like a sailor as she struggled to thread the microfiche machine. There was a group of teenagers behind Lena. They were sitting at a table, books splayed out in front of them, but she hadn't seen one of them doing anything but giggling since she'd walked through the front door. One of the girls saw her and quickly looked down at the book in her hands, but Lena's eye had caught something else. The library was small, with about 16 rows of shelves evenly spaced down the center. Lena walked past each row, trying to find the slender figure she'd seen lurking behind the table of kids. She found Charlotte Warren in the children's section. Obviously, Charlotte hadn't wanted to be seen. She had her nose tucked into a copy of Pippi Longstocking when Lena said, "Hey."
"Oh, Lee!"
Charlotte said, her voice going up in mock surprise, as if she hadn't been the one who called Lena on the phone and told her to come down and check on Hank. Lena told her, "I found Hank." Charlotte shelved the book, taking her time, lining up the spine with the neighboring paperbacks. With her mousy blonde hair and soft voice, Charlotte Warren had been destined from childhood to fill the role of stereotypical American mother, relying on Oprah and Martha Stewart to validate her existence. Lena asked, "How long has he been like that?"
"I guess about a month now."
"He's been hitting it pretty hard."
"That's why I called."
"Who's selling it to him?"
"Oh."
Charlotte looked away, pushing her thick glasses back in place.
"I don't know anything about that, Lee. I just saw him one day, and he didn't look good, and I thought that you'd want to know."
"I don't know what I can do," Lena admitted. "He's hell-bent on killing himself."
"He's been real depressed since Sybil—"
Charlotte didn't need to finish the sentence. They both knew what she meant. She fidgeted with a gold cross she wore on a chain around her neck.
I wanted to come to her funeral, but the kids were in school and I just...
She let her voice trail off again.
You still a cop?
Yeah, Lena answered. You still a teacher? Charlotte's smile wavered.
Going on my 16th year.
That's good. Lena tried to think of something else to say. Sybil loved teaching.
I'm married now. Did you know?
Lena shook her head, and Charlotte supplied.
I've got 3 kids, and Larry, my husband, he's such a great dad. He takes extra shifts at the factory so the kids can have everything they need. He goes to all the ball games and the school plays and the band concerts. He's a really good man, Lee. I lucked out.
Sounds like it.
You seeing anybody?
No. Lena had answered too harshly. She felt a warm rush of heat come into her cheeks. Charlotte glanced over Lena's shoulder as if she was afraid someone would overhear them.
I've got to get my girl home and...
She laughed, but it sounded more like a sob.
Gosh, you just look so much like her.
She put her hand to Lena's cheek, let it linger for just a moment too long. Tears came into her eyes, and her lip trembled as she fought back her emotions. Charlotte. Charlotte took Lena's hand, squeezed it hard.
Take care of Hank, Lee. Sibby would have wanted you to look after him.
Lena watched her walk over to one of the kids sitting at the table. Though Charlotte was a couple of years older than Lena and Sybil, she had been Sybil's closest friend. From early childhood until high school, the two were inseparable. They had spent hours together in Sybil's room, gone to the movies together, even driven down to Florida together every spring break. They had lost touch when Sybil moved away to go to college, but friendships like that never really went away. Charlotte was right about one thing. Sybil would have wanted Lena to take care of Hank. She had loved him like a father. It would have killed her all over again to know he was living like this. But what if she had found out that Hank had lied to them all those years? How would Sybil have felt about him then?
It's set up,
the librarian barked from across the room. She tossed a wave at the microfiche machine like she was finished with it. Thank you, Lena returned, though the woman was already jamming her key into the lock to open the elevator and make her escape. Lena walked back over to the machine. There were other, better ways to go about this. She could call Jeffrey. She could ask him to search the police database for her mother's name. She could go down to the sheriff's office and ask for her father's murder book. She could track down Hank's dealer and put a gun to his head, tell him if he ever so much as talks to her uncle again, she'll splatter his brains all over his shiny white car. The dealer was the problem. Jeffrey would want to know why Lena was running her mother's name. Worse, he would probably want to help out. She couldn't very well tell him that her uncle was back on meth and had said some crazy things she wanted to check out. Jeffrey would be on his way to Rees before she could hang up the phone. Talking to the Aloha sheriff might bring some unwelcome attention as well. Hank was using pretty heavily. He might even be under surveillance. Even without that, over 30 years had passed since Calvin Adams had been murdered. All his case files had probably been lost or destroyed by now. She had to use the tools that were available to her, and the library was the best place to start. Hank had lied to her about so many things that Lena didn't trust anything anymore. She had to start from the beginning and work her way toward the truth. Maybe when she got a little more information, knew better where she stood, she could go to Jeffrey and elicit his help. She had worked with him long enough to know the questions he would ask. What she had to do now was try to find some of the answers. Lena took a seat at the machine and scanned the front page of the Aloha Herald. Local deputy slain. Lena sat on the edge of her chair as she read the story word for word. She couldn't recall the article Hank had shown her when she was a child, but this seemed to be it. All the details were there. Speeding stop, Dead at the scene. No suspects. So at least Hank hadn't lied about that. Lena adjusted the knobs on the machine and scrolled down, overshooting the next edition, then slowly winding her way back. The Herald was a weekly paper, not more than 15 or 20 pages long, and her father's shooting was the biggest news in town. Each subsequent front page for the next month carried the story, basically regurgitating the same details over and over again. Shot twice in the head. No suspects found. She pressed the fast-forward button, hoping that she wouldn't have to change the film to find the week of her mother's death. She scrolled into 1971, slowing around the first week of March. She scanned the obituaries for her mother's name, then skipped to the next week's paper, then the next. She was about to give up when she saw a photograph on the front page of the September 19th edition. Hank had only one photograph of their mother. It was a Polaroid, the colors unnaturally bright. Angela Norton was 17 or 18. She stood on an anonymous beach somewhere in Florida, wearing a modest one-piece white and blue checkered bathing suit with a large bow around the waist. Her hair was piled on her head as she stood with her hands at her side, palms down, striking a pose. This had been a time when teenagers wanted to look older, more mature, and Lena had always liked the expression on her mother's face, the pursed lips and serious eyes, the streak of blue eyeshadow, and the dark, Cleopatra-like eyeliner placing the young woman firmly on the precipice of the sexual revolution. For Lena and Sybil's 6th birthday, Hank had hired an artist from out of town to do a likeness of Angela's face. The oil painting hung in the living room over the couch. It had been such a staple of Lena's life that she barely even looked at it anymore. She looked at the photograph of her mother in the paper, though. Angela Adams, née Norton, sat in an old rocking chair Lena recognized from Hank's house. A baby was in either arm, their bodies swaddled in blankets. Above her, the headline read, "The Grieving Widow and Her Twins." Tuesday morning, Chapter 6. Geoffrey sat in a back booth at the city diner listening to the messages on his cell phone. The coffee here was the high-test kind, and when the waitress came over to fill his cup again, he smiled and waved her away, thinking if he drank any more of the black tar his head would vibrate off his neck. He was already hearing a buzzing in his ears, and this, combined with the pouring rain outside, was making him feel like he had stuck his head in a hornet's nest. He pressed the 3 button on his cell phone, fast-forwarding through the Hartsdale mayor's message asking him to get to the bottom of a group of vandals who were kicking over trash cans on his street, an act that to the mayor's thinking was one of the first signs of lawless thugs taking over the city. Geoffrey closed the phone after the last message, which was from a vinyl siding salesman wanting to talk to him about exciting distribution opportunities. There was nothing from Sara, and she wasn't answering the phone at the motel. He hoped that she was taking a long bath, then thought about the grime he had seen at the bottom of the tub last night, and hoped instead that she had stepped outside to get some air. He was worried about her. She had been much too quiet, even before Lena had run rings around her. The many times he'd woken up in the middle of the night, he'd found her wide awake, curled into a ball, her back to him. He hated leaving her alone this morning, especially in that disgusting room. Frankly, he hated exposing her to the seedy underbelly that, until last night, she hadn't known existed. The place was what Geoffrey thought of as a jerk-stop motel, the sort of establishment that catered to truck drivers, whores, and the more than occasional cheating spouse. Geoffrey had spent more than a few evenings in such motels with more than a few women, so he recognized the signs. Even a fool would figure something was going on as soon as he checked in. The clerk behind the front desk had asked Geoffrey how many hours he needed the room. Geoffrey had parked the BMW in full view of the street in case Lena was looking for him. Though, for all he knew, Lena was halfway to Mexico by now. Part of him hoped she stayed there. He was angry at Lena for not trusting him, even angrier with her for duping Sara, and furious with himself for letting it all happen in the first place. Sara was right about one thing. Lena had been terrified last night. She had obviously felt that short of getting Geoffrey to leave, her best option was escape. The question remained, why did she want to get rid of Geoffrey? What could be so bad that she'd refuse his help? The person in the Escalade had been killed. Still, in the cold light of day, Geoffrey couldn't think of anything, not even murder, that would make him turn completely against her. There had to be an explanation, a reason for her involvement in this death. Lena always played it close to the bone, but she had never willingly jeopardized anyone but herself. And still, he could not help but wonder if it was Hank Norton's body in the back of the burned Escalade. On the way to the diner this morning, Geoffrey had called the station back in Grant County and gotten Hank's address off Lena's personnel file. He had tried the phone number she had given, but no one picked up. Surprisingly, the satellite navigation in Sara's car had actually recognized the address. Geoffrey had taken this as a sign that he should drive by and see if Hank Norton was home. The place looked abandoned, but Geoffrey assumed that was because it hadn't been painted or repaired in the last 30 years. He would have gotten out of his car and checked for himself, but there had been an Aloha County Sheriff's Department cruiser parked right across the street. The man had given him a wave as Geoffrey drove by. If Hank was in the back of the Escalade, that might explain why Lena had run. No matter the bad blood between them, if someone had killed her uncle, she would hunt him down like an animal. If she had killed him herself— Geoffrey had stopped there, not letting his thoughts take him down that dark road. After almost 2 decades of knowing Lena, he should have a better idea right now about whether or not she was one of the good guys. Last night at the hospital, she'd had her chance to ask for his help, and voted with her feet. Obviously, she wanted to go it alone. Obviously, Geoffrey wasn't going to let her do it. There was still the matter of her being a detective on his force who was involved in a violent crime. She had left that hospital because she was running from something she desperately did not want Geoffrey to know about. Whether she was involved in the explosion or had set it herself, Geoffrey was going to figure out what had happened. Jake Valentine couldn't find his ass in an ass storm. If Lena was going to be extricated from this mess, it was all down to Geoffrey. Of course, this would have been a lot easier if he had any idea what the hell was going on. After he drove past Hank's house, Geoffrey had called the Georgia Department of Corrections to make sure Ethan Green was still locked up. They had assured Geoffrey that Ethan was still behind bars, but as nice as the woman on the phone had sounded, Geoffrey didn't quite trust the information she had pulled up on her computer. He had called Coastal State Prison himself and spoken directly to the warden. It was a relief to hear from the man that Ethan was still a resident of the state penal system, but Geoffrey was not stupid enough to dismiss the con from his list of possibilities. Though he claimed to be reformed, Ethan Green had been a skinhead since childhood. He was raised in a skinhead family and had been arrested along with his skinhead friends. Geoffrey had seen the black swastikas and disgusting images the young man had etched into his skin. There was no way Ethan hadn't realigned himself with his boys the minute he'd walked back into prison. The only way for animals like that to survive was to live in packs. The only question was how far was Ethan's reach outside the prison walls. The man at the hospital last night had sported a red swastika on his arm. Was he somehow connected to Ethan? Had the imprisoned skinhead sent one of his boys to get to Lena? That might explain her fear. But would it explain why she would refuse Geoffrey's help? Geoffrey looked at his watch, wondering why Nick Shelton was late. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation Southeastern Field Rep was a busy man. They had chosen the diner as a halfway point for both of them, far enough from Rees to avoid prying eyes and close enough to Macon so that Nick wasn't out of the office too long. Geoffrey had been cryptic on the phone last night as he arranged to meet the man, but he was hoping Nick could fill in some blanks on Jake Valentine and what was going on under the new sheriff's watch. Nick worked on cases that crossed county lines, and Aloha was in his district. If anyone could tell Geoffrey whether or not skinheads were operating in town, Nick Shelton could. The GBI agent took pride in bringing down the bad guys, and despite his tendency toward the flamboyant, he was a damn good cop. He was also late by almost an hour. Geoffrey picked up his cell phone and thumbed to the number for the motel. Before he had left, Geoffrey had asked Sara to get in touch with Frank Wallace back in Grant County, but they both knew that this was just an excuse for Geoffrey to call in later and check up on her. Geoffrey very seriously doubted knowing who the white sedan was registered to would open any earth-shattering leads. It was the kind of base covering work that Geoffrey usually assigned to junior officers. Geoffrey was listening to the phone ring, his chest feeling tight as each one passed unanswered, when Sara finally picked up.
"Jeff?"
"You sound out of breath," he told her, relieved to hear her voice.
"I went for a walk,"
she told him, then started to explain why. When she got to the part about buying a map, he found himself squeezing the phone so hard that it nearly popped out of his hand.
"So,"
she continued, obviously excited by her little stroll,
"it was just a vacant lot, but still, I thought I could go to the county courthouse and see whose name is on the property deed. What do you think?"
Geoffrey couldn't speak. Tracking down the registration from the relative safety of the motel room was one thing. Walking into what could have been a den of skinheads, or worse, was quite another.
"Hello?"
Sara said.
"Are you still there?"
Geoffrey cleared his throat, trying to keep his tone steady and not go with his gut reaction to demand what the hell she thought she was doing.
"I'm here."
"I was saying that I can go to the courthouse."
He stopped her dead in her tracks.
"I need you to stay in the room, Sara. Don't go to the courthouse. Don't make any more phone calls. Just stay in the goddamn room and keep out of trouble."
She was the one who was quiet this time. He spoke through gritted teeth.
"I can't do my job and worry about you at the same time."
She let some time pass before answering.
"Okay."
He could tell from the way she'd said the word that she was angry, but there was nothing he could do about that right now.
"Promise me you'll stay there until I get back."
Again there was the hesitation. Suddenly he realized he was wrong. Sara wasn't angry. She was disappointed with herself because he was angry. He could almost hear her thoughts, knew that she was berating herself for doing one more stupid thing.
"I know you were just trying to help out, but Sara, Jesus, the thought of you traipsing out on your own like that? This isn't Grant County. You didn't grow up here. These people don't know you. It's not safe, Sara. Do you understand what I mean?"
"Yes."
"Baby."
He shook his head, words failing him.
"Please, just stay in the room. I'll get back as soon as I can."
"No,"
she told him.
"Do your job. You're right. I'll stay here."
Now he felt like a complete asshole. He looked out the diner window. Nick Shelton was getting out of his Chevy pickup.
"It's not your fault," he told her. "Listen, Nick just pulled up."
"Okay,"
she said.
"I'll see you when you get here."
She didn't slam down the phone, but Geoffrey wished she had. Sara wasn't compliant. She was headstrong and arrogant and demanding, all the things a man could want in a woman. Over the last few months he had watched her go from a fighter to someone who just rolled with the punches. Geoffrey wanted her to be angry again. He wanted her to tell him to fuck off, that she knew what she was doing and he should be grateful she was wasting her time down here helping him out when she could be back home tending to patients. He wanted her to scream at him, to rail against the Powells and all the other bastards who were trying to keep her down. He wanted his brilliant, beautiful wife back.
"Hey, Chief."
Nick Shelton came through the front door of the diner, rain flattening his long brown hair to his skull.
"Sorry I'm late."
Geoffrey stood up, shaking the other man's hand.
"No problem. Raining like a pisser out there."
Nick called over to the waitress.
"You got some fresh coffee for me, darling?"
She gave him a big smile.
"Sure do."
"Leave me a little room at the top, will you? Maybe this much."
He held his thumb and forefinger about an inch apart.
"Be right back."
She giggled, giving him a wink. Geoffrey had barely gotten a good morning from the woman, but he gathered Nick, with his tight jeans and the heavy gold chain around his neck, was more her type. The GBI man watched the waitress leave, giving her wide bottom an appreciative smile.
Might get me some fries with that shake.
Geoffrey tried to steer the conversation away from the waitress.
How you been doing, Nick? Working like a dog is how.
He picked at the napkin dispenser on the table, shredding the first few.
State cut my budget in half for goddamn Homeland Security. We got gangs and drugs and murderers running around here faster than clam chowder through my grandma, but the feds are making us shoot our wad on fighting damn terrorists who couldn't even find Aloha or Grant County on the map. Hell, they don't even need to make the trip. Give us a few more years, and we'll all kill each other on our own.
Geoffrey had never had a conversation with Nick that didn't involve some kind of complaint, but he tried not to fuel it with his own.
Sorry to hear you're having a hard time, Nick. Bob Berg's working some consultancy job up north, making 20 times more than the state ever paid him.
Geoffrey felt himself getting pulled in. Bob Berg had been Nick's counterpart, handling counties that ran along southeastern Georgia.
What happened?
Nick used the shredded napkins to wipe the rain off his face, saying,
I guess they figured all that time I wasted popping home to sleep and change my underwear could be put to better use. They kicked him out and gave me his territory.
They fired Bob?
Merged the offices to streamline the operation, Nick quoted in a businesslike drone. Bunch of dumbass pencil-pushing motherfuckers, and don't even get me started on them cash bonuses they've been handing out to the higher-ups to thank them for all this kissing up and kicking down.
He sat up as the waitress came back.
Why, thank you, darling. You did it up perfect.
He gave her a wink, and the woman giggled again before sashaying off.
Nick continued, I can't blame Bob for being pissed off, but he left a freaking mess for me to clean up. Paperwork missing, files incomplete.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Nick shrugged, brushing it off. He asked,
How's Sara doing?
She's good.
Geoffrey lied, trying to fight the sadness he felt. Nick gave him a sharp glance over the coffee cup.
Heard you and hers already made some friends in town.
That got around fast.
It's not every day that a crack squad loses a prisoner. He gave Geoffrey a wink, and gets gut-punched for that trouble.
Geoffrey felt a grin on his face.
He was asking for it.
I have no doubt.
Tell me what you know about Jake Valentine.
Nick grabbed the sugar dispenser off the table.
Jake Valentine,
he echoed, giving the name a jaunty ring.
Old buddy Jake was a deputy for maybe 2 days before he ran for office.
He kept pouring the sugar as he talked.
There was this old coot, Don Cook, wanted the job, but people in town were sick of the codgers sitting on their asses collecting their paychecks while the rest of the town was going to hell in a handbasket.
Meth?
Geoffrey guessed. There wasn't a town in America that wasn't being slowly crippled by the scourge of methamphetamine. It was cheap to buy, cheaper to make, and almost impossible to quit. The drug ruined the life of anyone it touched, including some law enforcement officers who had unwittingly walked into booby-trapped labs.
Meth,
Nick confirmed, finally finished with the sugar. He grabbed the creamer, saying,
Jake's a little wet behind the ears, but he's a good kid.
He didn't look old enough to drive a car.
That's true, but he's willing to learn, which is more than you can say for most everybody you meet. I guarantee you, if he can hang on to the job long enough for his balls to drop, he's going to make a good sheriff.
He doesn't seem to have much support from his deputies.
Maybe 1 or 2 will bug out on him, but only when the chips are down. He added, Don Cook's not as powerful as he thinks he is.
What about Jake's predecessor?
Al Pfeiffer. He was a good guy, but nothing says it's time to retire like a firebomb thrown through your front window.
Geoffrey was sure he'd heard wrong.
What?
Nick nodded, pouring cream into the cup until the liquid touched the rim.
They firebombed his house. Wife and grandkid barely got out. The old man suffered 3rd-degree burns on his face and arms.
Lost one of his fingers. Never made a case because nobody would talk. No witnesses, no crime scene evidence, no nothing. Happened in broad daylight on a Sunday afternoon. Take that as a warning, Chief. These boys don't fuck around. They're making too much money.
Skinheads? Jeffrey asked.
Guessed it again, Chief.
Nick gave him a careful look.
Something tells me you've played this game before.
Jeffrey knew it was his turn to share.
I saw this guy outside the Alawa hospital last night. Tough-looking con. He had a big red swastika tattooed on his arm. That old thing.
Nick waved his hand like an old lady fielding gossip.
It's used by the Skin Brothers. Now there's an interesting bunch of Nazis. Started in the prisons back in the late 50s. Integration on the outside, segregation on the inside. All them white boys running the cell blocks didn't like the black guys coming in, and they made it known every way they could.
Nick leaned forward, kept his voice low.
In the 1950s, you had maybe 65–70% white in all the federal and state prisons, basically in line with the white population on the outside, right? Right. Now it's upside down. You got maybe a 60–40, 80–20 mix in some prisons. The whites are the minorities. The blacks and Hispanics are the majority. So, in come the gangs. Crips, Bloods, the Boys, Tiny Rascals, MS-13, Nazi lowriders.
Jeffrey said.
Which brings us back to meth again. That kind of quick money to be made, there's always going to be some kind of war going on, some asshole wanting to swing his dick around. Whites on whites, blacks on blacks. All that matters anymore is the green. You got the Aryans telling the lowriders what to do, the lowriders telling the Aryans to fuck off, the purists telling them both they're selling out the white race. Long story short, whoever's in charge better be looking over his shoulder all the time. Who uses the black swastika? Just about all of them but the Skin Brothers.
He anticipated Jeffrey's next question.
And never the twain shall meet. You put a Skin Brother in with, say, a lowrider, they see their tats. You might as well put two tomcats in a cardboard box. Only one of 'em's going to come out alive. You positive about that? Their feud goes so far back nobody even remembers how it got started. Part of the oath they take when they jump in is to kill any motherfucker playing for the other team. Red or black, you get that tattoo, you better be damn sure it's for life. You'll see peace in the Middle East before those two get together.
Jeffrey breathed a little easier. Whatever was going on in Rees, he could take Ethan Green out of the equation for the moment. Nick leaned back, cupping his coffee in his hands.
You hear about that case with the Hells Angels out on the West Coast?
Jeffrey shook his head.
Let me tell you, them are some violent motherfuckers. Been inside most of their adult lives, no hope of getting out. They'll cut you just as soon as look at you. The feds are trying to go after them with the RICO statutes, saying they're the same as organized crime. They had to bolt the bastards to the floor during the trial. One of them was already in for stabbing his lawyer with an ink pen. These guys got nothing to lose, just biding their time at the old Supermax, waiting for their number to come up. They know they're never going to see the light of day without a set of bars casting a shadow through it, and they don't care how many bodies they leave in their wake.
Jeffrey felt his blood turning cold in his veins.
Let's go back to the Skin Brothers. Technically, it's the brotherhood of the true white skin, but that don't flow off the tongue near as well. Tell me more about them. For the last 5, maybe 10 years, it's been run by two brothers, Carl and Jerry Fitzpatrick. Carl's in prison, and Jerry lives out on a $1 zillion compound with the rest of the family. Thinks he's some kind of preacher for the way of Whitey. True believer. Sadistic true believer.
Nick amended.
You don't cross Jerry. He takes care of the stray lambs himself, tracks them down and shatters their little legs so the rest of the flock knows they better keep on the path. You got grown men, mean as fuck skinheads with 20 kills under their belt, who piss their pants at the thought of Jerry coming after them. He's never been caught. Oh, he's been charged plenty, but nothing sticks. Witnesses tend to change their minds when their fingernails are pulled off and their children go missing. Where's the compound? Up in a little town called Keene, New Hampshire. Why is it always a relief when these guys are Yankees? Nick pretended surprise, clutching his hand to his chest. Racists in the liberal North? How dare you, sir? Shocking, Jeffrey agreed, wondering not for the first time why the rest of America wanted to believe racism only happened south of the Mason-Dixon. It was as if Watts and Harlem, the cases of Rodney King and Abner Louima, were startling anomalies on their respective coasts. Nick continued. The FBI has the Fitzpatrick brothers on their watch list, but I'm not sure what kind of priority they've been given. All this anti-immigration shit that's been stirring up has been like free PR for the neo-Nazi groups. Suddenly saying we should close our borders and kick out the people with the funny-sounding names doesn't sound like extremist rhetoric anymore. Good thing we let the Fitzpatricks slip in first, Jeffrey commented. What's the brother in prison for? Shooting 2 cops? New Hampshire have the death penalty. Just for this very thing, Nick said. Only problem is they've set their age limit at 17. Carl was 2 weeks shy of his 17th birthday when he pulled the trigger. Life in prison without the chance of parole. Smart boy, our Carl. He met the right people on the cell block, made some good contacts, worked his way up in the group, and, as these things happen, beat his boss to death with a dumbbell and took over the organization. Real upwardly mobile guy. Jeffrey tried not to think about the 2 cops that had been shot, how their families, their children, had coped with the loss all these years. So, how do the Fitzpatricks pay their bills? They're real heavy into meth. Like super heavy, kill your mama heavy. The Fitzpatricks control everything going in and out of the Southeast Corridor, from Florida on up. Some of those boys are billionaires. Only catch is they're dead before they reach the age of 30. Jeffrey already knew this. And? Nick added more sugar to his coffee as he spoke. They say they've got skin privilege, that being white means they're better than everybody else, that they should be in control. They view it as a special ordination from God. The waitress walked by, and Nick gave her another wink. He turned back to Jeffrey, asking, You like your history, right? Well enough. Then let me tell you this story. Nick began. The Skin Brothers got started by a World War II vet, an Army National Guardsman from out west by the name of Jeremiah Todd. Claimed he was with one of the infantry divisions that helped liberate Dachau. Nick tried the coffee again, then started back with the cream. Jeffrey suppressed the urge to throw the cup across the room as Nick continued. Todd gets back from Germany and starts telling everybody it's all been overblown, that the press is just making a big deal out of nothing. He was there and saw it with his own eyes, and it was just a bunch of Jews stirring up trouble, trying to bring down America. Jeffrey felt disgust welling up into his gut. He was a Holocaust denier. Right. Where does the red swastika come in? Before Hitler came along, no shitting you, Todd's National Guard unit had a red swastika on their badges. Jeffrey provided. It was a Native American symbol for luck. Yep, Nick confirmed. A lot of the Southern and Western divisions had Native American call signs. Of course, come the war, the Guard made them change it, but it was on Jeremiah Todd's division uniforms up until the early 30s. You know how those military boys are. They don't let go of tradition without a fight. How did Todd end up in prison? Liquor store, convenience store, some kind of hold-up with a gun or a knife or whatever. I don't know the details. Suffice it to say, the fucker ended up inside the same stupid way they all do. I take it he's dead. Shanked in the food hall over an extra bread roll about 20 years ago, Nick supplied. But obviously there were some believers left over. They passed on the gospel, all the way up to New Hampshire, it seems. Prisons are seeing a big-time resurgence of these gangs, especially the white pride assholes. First thing you have to do when you get inside is declare yourself. Pick a side for protection so you don't get shanked by the brothers or raped by the Aryans or beat by the brownskins. And it don't stop at the prison gate. Some gangbanger fucks them up on the inside, they reach out to the guy's family on the outside. Like I said, most of 'em ain't got nothing to lose. What's the worst that can happen? They get another life sentence tacked on to the 6 they already have. The Supermax only gives them an hour outside a week instead of 2. They know they're never getting out, so what does it matter? And they're running drugs on the outside, too. Inside and out, Nick said. Somebody's got to pay for Armageddon, and these guys sure as shit ain't going to make the money digging ditches. He sipped some more coffee before asking, "How does Lena tie into this?" "I have no idea," Jeffrey admitted. "I would have liked to have seen Jake's face when he realized she'd run out on him. He wasn't smiling, I can tell you that." "You figure out why she legged it?" Jeffrey shook his head. "You think after all these years I've figured out why the hell she does anything?" Nick gave an appreciative chuckle. "She always was a pistol." Jeffrey wasn't up for discussing Lena's finer qualities. "How come you know so much about this group? Remember Amanda Wagner?" Jeffrey had met the hostage negotiator a few years ago when the GBI had been called into Grant to handle a situation gone bad. He asked, "What does this have to do with tactical?" "Nothing. Wagner's got some new teams she's put together to deal with violent crimes that cross county lines. Some kind of quick response unit that's supposed to cut through the red tape. Ha ha ha. These guys, the Skin Brothers, they've been causing a lot of problems up north. Cherokee, Raven, Whitfield. She had all the field reps come into Atlanta a few months ago to give us the lowdown, let us know the signs to watch out for." "What are the signs?" "The red swastika mostly. They run meth out of these small towns like it's freaking IBM, straight up the drug corridor through Atlanta, New York, New England, and on up to Canada. We don't even know how many people are in the organization. Estimates run from a couple hundred to a couple thousand." He paused, shaking his head. "It's the same old story. They go after the teenage boys who feel misunderstood and isolated, and they give them a family to be part of, a belief system to explain why the fact that they're white hasn't saved them from being poor. They pump them full of hate and put a gun in their hand. You've seen it yourself, Chief. These kids go in and out of jail, in and out, until they get popped for something major, and then the next thing you know, they're king of Cell Block 9, raking in money on the inside, giving orders to their soldiers on the outside. Hell, look at Carl Fitzpatrick. You think he'd have this much power on the outside?" Jeffrey suddenly felt an overwhelming tiredness. He wasn't even certain this was connected to Lena. All that he had was a gut feeling, and right now his gut was telling him that no good would come of getting involved with this group. "Are you going to tell Amanda they're operating in Alawa now?" "Hell, she's the one who told me," he answered. "Thing is, you know as well as I do that the GBI can't come on to an investigation until the locals directly ask for help." Jeffrey knew Nick was telling the truth, just like he knew the GBI sometimes made sure it was well prepared in anticipation of a town asking them to step in. "Have you gathered any information on the group operating out of Alawa?" "Not much," Nick admitted. "Seems to be a tight structure. Some of these gangs, you know exactly who's running the show because the bastard in charge wants you to know. They don't become gangsters so they can hide behind their mama skirts. They want to be out in the open, playing the big man, seeing the fear in people's eyes when they drive down the street." "But not in Alawa." "Not in Alawa, and not with the Brotherhood," Nick confirmed. How the Fitzpatricks work is, they get a handful of key people in town, and if there's a problem, they send in out-of-state help to take care of it. That way, nobody gets their hands dirty, and nobody knows who to rat on if they get caught. They're real serious about this Armageddon shit. Jesus is gonna come and wipe out Darky, and Carl and Jerry Fitzpatrick are gonna inherit the earth.
Geoffrey felt his uneasiness grow. It was always the true believers who felt they had nothing to lose. Christ, what had Lena gotten herself mixed up in? Nick told him,
"There's a couple of 3 henchmen in Lauer doing the dirty work. Don't ask me their names, because I've got no idea. We've kind of poked around, but everything ran cold. Whoever's running them is keeping himself to himself, playing the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. That's how the organization works. It's not about flash, or showing your piece, or banging the hose. It's about money and control."
Geoffrey sat back in the booth, watching Nick add more sugar to his coffee.
"What about the sheriff? Valentine?" Nick shook his head. "No way Jake's running this. It's too sophisticated. Somebody with a lot of patience and a lot of control is pulling the strings."
He meant someone older, more mature.
"Cook. I'd buy Cook taking some cash to look the other way, but being a part of it?"
Nick shook his head again.
"Might be, but I'd be surprised." "Pfeiffer, then? Maybe he got greedy, and that's why they threw the firebomb." "That'd make sense if there'd been a vacuum. You know how it is. Take out the guy, and all the cockroaches scramble to take his place. There wasn't a scramble. Matter of fact, you trace back the purity levels, and they actually spiked after Pfeiffer left."
Geoffrey knew that drug agencies tracked their effectiveness through the purity of the drugs on the street. The weaker the mixture, the better they were doing at shutting down the supply line. The higher the concentration, the more likely it was that the bad guys were winning the game. Geoffrey asked,
"How much money do you think's involved here?" "Just in Lauer?"
Geoffrey nodded.
"Shit, hoss. More money than you or me's ever gonna see in our lives, unless it's in the evidence lockup. They just did that bust up in Atlanta, right? Caught 2 guys driving a U-Haul packed to the rafters with crystal meth. Paper says the street value's upwards of $300 million.
Geoffrey could not even fathom that kind of money.
"The sheriff before, Pfeiffer. Why didn't he call in the GBI?" "You'll have to ask him yourself."
Nick reached into his back pocket and pulled out a piece of damp notebook paper.
"When you told me you were in Rees, I assumed you might have some questions I couldn't answer. Sorry it got wet."
He apologized, unfolding the page.
"Old guy lives a far piece out, so you're going to need a good map. I'll let you borrow mine if you promise to get it back to me."
Geoffrey scanned the address, noted that the town was at least 4 hours away from Rees.
"He doesn't have a phone? He's so far off the grid, I'd be surprised if he's got electricity."
Geoffrey looked again at the piece of paper Nick was offering him. Ilawa wasn't his county. These weren't his people. Jake Valentine hadn't said word one about needing any help, and even if the man had, it wasn't Geoffrey's job to bail him out. He was here to help Lena, not take on a bunch of skinheads. The problem was, he didn't have much else to go on. Short of following up on Sara's idea and going to the county courthouse to look up the property deed, there was nothing else Geoffrey could think to do. Sara. He couldn't leave her alone in the motel room while he drove to within spitting distance of the Florida border. Of course, she might make the trip look a little less official. Nick mentioned that Pfeiffer had a wife. Sara could help get the woman out of the way while Geoffrey asked the man some hard questions. Nick was still holding out the paper. He asked,
"What's it gonna be, hoss?"
Geoffrey hesitated again, thinking about the terror in Lena's voice as she'd told Sara to get out of town. He wasn't fooling anyone, especially himself.
"I'm going to need to borrow your map."
Lena. Chapter 7. The Home Sweet Home motel on the outskirts of Rees had been Lena's only option the night before. The 2-story cinder-block building looked like a slasher movie set out of the 60s. Even as a kid, she'd thought of it as the horror hotel, the kind of place where people who didn't want to get to know each other too well met to fuck. At the age of 16, Lena had pretended to lose her virginity here. The guy, Ben Carver, was 32, which was about the only thing she'd found attractive about him. He was dull and stupid to the point of being possibly retarded, and she'd been on the verge of breaking up with him until Hank had found out they were seeing each other. Hank forbade her to see Ben again, and the next night, Lena had found herself flat on her back at the Whore Hotel. She wouldn't say it was the most boring 3 minutes of her life, but it came close. It was safe to say that when Ben didn't call her the next day, she was far from heartbroken. Lena had been too terrified to think about anything but her fear of being pregnant. Ben had said he would use a condom, but she had been too embarrassed to check. Lena had been completely powerless when it came to protecting herself. The only pharmacist in town refused to fill prescriptions for birth control pills. As far as she knew, the pharmacy was still owned by the same man today. She bet the bastard had no problem selling Viagra to unmarried men at $10 a pop. Not that birth control pills were 100% effective. There was always that less than 1% chance, that one time when the pill failed and the condom broke, and then before you knew it, you were sitting on a hard plastic chair at a clinic in Atlanta, waiting for your name to be called. Lena could still remember everything about that day. The texture of the chairs, the posters hanging on the walls. Hank had waited outside, mumbling to himself, pacing the parking lot. He hadn't agreed with Lena's decision, but in his fucked-up Hank way, he had supported her through the whole thing.
"I'm not in any position to cast judgment," he told her. "We all make mistakes."
Was it a mistake, though? Most everybody was quick to say that abortion was okay in cases of rape, as if the fact that the woman didn't enjoy the sex negated any squeamishness they might have about the procedure. Lena's relationship with Ethan was a lot of things. Tumultuous, violent, brutal. But then sometimes it could be tender, loving, almost affectionate. The truth was that most of the time she had willingly had sex with him. Most of the time she had put her hands on his body, welcomed him into her bed. Could she trace back the conception of their mistake to a specific night, a specific time, and say whether or not it had been consensual or the other kind? Could she separate what it felt like to be beaten by him from the way it felt to be loved by him? Could she really say that their baby had been a mistake? Lena sat up in bed, not wanting to think about it any more. She made her way to the sink area and took her toothbrush out of her bag. She had not wanted to leave it by the sink last night. God only knew what people got up to on the cracked plastic basin. The room was even more disgusting than she remembered. The carpet cupped the soles of her shoes as she walked across it, and the sheets on the bed were so nasty that she had slept in her clothes. She basically had lain there all night, falling in and out of sleep, startling at any noise, afraid that the creepy night manager would use his passkey and try to catch her off guard. This was just the kind of place where that sort of thing happened. She had slept with her gun by her hand. The photograph from the newspaper was seared into her brain, and when she wasn't worrying about being raped and killed, she worried about her mother, the lies she and Sybil had been told. It was clear now that Angela Adams had not died after 2 weeks spent lying comatose in the hospital. She had lived at least 6 months past Lena and Sybil's birth. On the day the picture had been taken for the newspaper, she had held them in her arms, posing for the photographer as she'd told the reporter that she thought it was a travesty that her husband's murder had gone unsolved. "I loved Calvin more than my own life," she had told the reporter. "He should be here now being a father to these precious little babies." Her words were much more saccharine than Lena would have liked, but the sentiment hit home. Her mother had loved them. She had been devastated by the loss of their father. She had held them in her arms. Lena walked around the room as she brushed her teeth. When had Angela really died? And how? Hank had said that the thug leaving his house was the man who had killed Angela Adams. The drugs had let down Hank's guard, and she was certain that he had been telling the truth, or at least the truth as he saw it. But did Hank mean the man had actually physically killed her mother? He was certainly old enough to have been around when Calvin Adams was shot and killed. Had the thug been the one who ordered the hit on Calvin all those years ago, leaving Angela with no husband and twin daughters to raise on her own? Had it been too much for Angela to bear? Had suicide seemed like the only way to make the pain stop? Lena could understand the draw. There had been many times in her life when she had considered the option herself. Suicide might explain why Hank had lied about the timing, the mode of Angela's death. He didn't want the girls to be burdened with the legacy of their mother's suicide. Lena could understand, if not forgive, that. At least there was some kind of logic to the lies. If her mother had killed herself, it would also make sense that Hank was trying to do the same. Lena had seen it many times as a cop. Suicides ran in families. Without a doubt, if Hank maintained his present lifestyle, he would be dead before the month was out. Whatever he was doing to himself, it was completely and entirely deliberate. Lena had never thought of Hank as anything but a survivor. You didn't shoot junk into your veins for 20 years and still keep breathing if you had a death wish. You didn't suddenly stop hanging on to your life by your fingernails unless someone gave you a damn good reason to let go. Lena spat into the sink, then used a bottle of water to rinse her mouth. Hank had always been careful, as if he could distinguish himself between being a user and an abuser. For all his blackouts and open sores, he was careful about one thing. If speed was Hank's religion, he prayed at the altar of his veins. This was where the dope entered his system, and he was rigorous about making sure he took care of them. He never cooked with the same needle he injected with because the spoon or cotton could kink the tip and leave a bigger scar. He always used new needles, fresh alcohol swabs, and vitamin E to keep the tracks down. He didn't smoke before he shot up because that made the veins harder to find, the needle less likely to hit at the right spot. Sure, there were times when his need overcame his logic, the track marks scarring his forearms, the way he sometimes lost feeling in his hands and feet because the veins couldn't get enough blood to his extremities, betrayed that fact. But as drug addicts went, he had always been fairly careful. Until now. Lena turned on the water in the shower, then changed her mind, thinking she would feel even more filthy if she stepped her bare feet into the soiled gray bathtub. She checked the lock on the door, then quickly took off her clothes, changing into a fresh pair of underwear and slipping back into her jeans from the day before. She found a T-shirt in her bag and kept her eyes on the door as she put it on. Hank wouldn't talk to her. He had made that clear yesterday. Whatever his reasons, she knew that he was stubborn as she was. No matter what she said, how much she begged or beat him, he wouldn't talk until he was damn good and ready. The way he looked yesterday, unless a miracle happened, he would more than likely take his secrets to his grave. Lena caught her reflection in the mirror over the dresser. It was tilted down toward the bed, spidery lines meant to give the appearance of lace framing the corners. She didn't see Sybil anymore when she looked in the mirror. Sybil would forever be trapped in a particular time that would never allow her to move on. She wouldn't have tiny lines around her eyes, or the faint trace of a scar on her left temple. Her hair wouldn't get those few streaks of gray Lena had found in the bathroom mirror last week, and much to her shame had plucked out with a pair of tweezers. Even if she had lived, Sybil would never have gotten that hard look to her eyes, that flat, cold stare that sent out a challenge to the world. Sybil would never know that their mother had lived however long, at least long enough to hold them. She would never know that just as Lena had always predicted, Hank had finally given in to his addiction, nor would she stand at his graveside, cursing him for his weakness. Hank was going to die. Lena knew there was no way he could pull himself out of his current condition without some kind of medical intervention. Yet every time she thought about him, she didn't see the Hank from the last 25 years, the one who dutifully attended his AA meetings and ran to Lena's side whenever she called him. She saw the addict of her childhood, the speed freak who chose the needle over his nieces. When Lena thought of his state of decline, she felt the rage only a child can feel toward a parent. You are all I have in the world, and you are abandoning me for a drug that will destroy us all. That's what addicts didn't see. They weren't just screwing up their own lives, they were screwing up the lives of everyone around them. There were some nights of Lena's childhood when she had actually kneeled on the side of her bed and prayed that Hank would finally mess up, that the needle would go too far, the drug would be too potent, and he would finally die. She had envisioned adoption, a mother and father to take care of her and Sybil, a clean place to live, order in their lives, food on the table that didn't come out of a can. Seeing Hank now, knowing the state he was in, Lena could not help but recall those sleepless nights. And part of her, a very big part, said to let him die. Lena sat on the bed as she tied her sneakers. Thinking about Hank wasn't going to get her anywhere but back in bed feeling sorry for herself. She wasn't sure what she was going to do today, but her top priority was getting out of this dingy room. The library's microfiche archives didn't go past 1971. The newspaper office was based out of the back room of an insurance company, so Lena didn't have much hope that they kept old issues. Still, she would try to get in touch with the weekly's editor, a man whose full-time job was picking up roadkill off the interstate. Lena supposed she could find her mother's death certificate through the proper state office, but she would need Angela's social security number, place of birth, or at the very least, her last known address in order to help her narrow the search. She knew both her mother's and father's birth dates from her own birth certificate, but beyond that, there was nothing. The hospital might have kept a billing address or other pertinent information, but she would need a warrant to get that information. She had thought about trying the county courthouse, but according to the message on their phone, they were closed while asbestos tiles in the floor were being removed. Since the motel was right next door to Hank's bar, Lena decided she might as well start there. Technically, the hut was not in Rees's city limits. Like a lot of small towns all over America, Ilawa was a dry county. If you wanted to buy liquor, you had to cross the county lines into Saskatoga, which explained why the Ilawa Sheriff's Department spent most of its weekends scraping teenagers off the road that led out of town. Lena opened the door to her room and immediately closed her eyes, her retinas screaming at the sudden light. She blinked several times to regain her vision, staring at the floor of the concrete balcony. Just to the left of her foot, she saw a small red X chalked onto the ground, maybe 3 inches square. She knelt down, running her fingers along the red mark, wondering if it had been there when she checked in last night. It had been dark, but the ancient sign outside the motel cast enough light to see by. But Lena hadn't been looking at the ground as she walked into the room. She had been concentrating on the basics, bringing in her bag, finding her toothbrush, falling into bed. Lena looked at the tips of her fingers, saw that the chalk had transferred to her skin. The chalk mark didn't mean anything except that the maid didn't clean much. Judging by the state of Lena's room, the woman wasn't exactly thorough. Still, Lena glanced around as she stood back up. No one jumped out at her, and she went to the balcony and scanned the parking lot. Except for a motorcycle parked in the handicap space, her Celica was the only vehicle there. She looked back at the ground. An X. Not a swastika, not a cross. Just a red X to mark the spot. Lena wiped her hand on her pants as she strolled across the balcony toward the stairs. She kept her eyes on the ground, looking for other marks, trying to see if any of the other rooms had been singled out. There was nothing out of the ordinary, just cigarette butts, trash, and a few leaves, though the closest tree to the motel was about 20 feet away in the forest that ran behind the building. She stopped in the front office to get a cup of coffee. There was a box of change by the pot, requesting 50 cents for each cup. Lena dropped $1 in the box and stood looking into the parking lot as she poured herself a cup.
"Nice morning,"
a man said. She turned toward the front counter and saw that it wasn't a man, but a teenager, the red-headed would-be gangsta she had seen in the Mustang outside the school yesterday. She said, "Shouldn't you be in school?" "Work release," he told her, leaning against the wall behind the counter. His T-shirt was so big the shoulders lapped around his elbows. He had a belly on him, but she could tell from his large hands and feet that he would lose that in the next few years as he grew into his body. He would still have that carrot-colored hair, though, and those freckles would never go away.
"I'm Rod," he told her. "You want some Halloween candy?"
No. Lena remembered the decorations from the library. Halloween was 2 nights away. She hadn't even remembered what day it was. He asked, "Are you a cop?" "So much for being undercover." "What makes you say that?"
"You talk like a cop."
She tasted the coffee and tried not to gag. "How do you know what a cop talks like?"
"I've seen it on TV."
Lena fished her change out of the honor box. "You shouldn't believe everything you see on TV."
"Junior watches it all night," he said,
probably meaning the clerk who had stared at Lena when she checked in last night, as if she was the first woman he'd seen in his life.
"He's got porn tapes he keeps under the couch. Mr. Barnes doesn't know. He's the owner."
The kid gave her a big grin.
"You can watch some of them if you want."
"Wait for that." She started to leave, but changed her mind, thinking she might as well try. "Hey." The kid was still leaning against the wall, waiting. "I saw a man the other day," she began, resting her coffee cup on the door handle, trying to appear disinterested. "He had a swastika on his arm." The kid stood away from the wall. His voice went up 3 octaves.
"A swastika like Hitler?"
"Yeah."
"Cool."
"You think that's cool?"
"Well, yeah. I mean, no, it's obviously, wrong."
He leaned back against the wall.
"I just meant it as in good for him, like not being ashamed."
He lowered his voice. "There are some people in this town who have some white sheets in their closet." "Like who?"
"Well,"
the kid realized he had an angle to work.
"Why don't we go back in the office and we can talk?"
"Why don't you call me when you get some fuzz on your peaches?" Lena moved to push the door open just as a woman was walking in.
"Christ,"
the woman hissed as Lena's coffee spilled down the front of her shirt. She was older, her salt and pepper hair pulled up into a blue bandana. She was trim, too, about Lena's height, and pissed as hell.
"Watch where you're fucking going."
"Sorry," Lena apologized, but the woman still scowled as if Lena had done it on purpose.
"Just fuck off,"
the woman barked, pushing past Lena and going into the office. She slammed the door so hard that the pictures hanging on the wall rattled. Lena asked the kid behind the counter, "What's her problem?"
"She's the maid."
That explained why the motel was a rat's best friend. "She always that pleasant?" The carrot shrugged, still smarting from Lena's brush-off.
"Better you than me."
Lena left the building, feeling bad for the woman, thinking she'd probably be pissed if she had to work at this dump, too. It was one thing to work a crap job when you were young, but the lady had to at least be pushing 60. She should be retiring to Florida, not cleaning motel rooms for pocket change. Lena walked across the parking lot, wishing she'd put on a jacket before heading out, but not wanting to go back into the miserable room to fetch one. The sun was already busy burning off the fog, and she knew that in a couple of hours she'd be glad she was in short sleeves. She dumped the rest of her coffee into a storm drain as she crossed the street, glancing down to see if it ate through the concrete. There was a stop-and-save catty-corner to the hotel, just opposite Hank's bar. She tossed her empty cup into the trash as she walked into the general store, which was little more than a front for selling cheap beer. She had sneaked out of Hank's house many a night to hang out behind the store with the other bad kids from high school. Inside the store, the air conditioning was already on full blast in anticipation of the coming heat. Lena walked past the coffee machine and grabbed herself a Coke. As she paid, she had the vague feeling that she knew the woman working behind the counter, probably from high school, but neither one of them was particularly interested in starting up a conversation. Lena dropped her extra pennies into the cup and headed back out the way she had come. She stood on the sidewalk, waiting for the traffic to clear. The motel was directly across the street, and she saw that some creative vandals had broken the lights in the sign so that at night Home Sweet Home would turn into Ho Eat Me. What else had the vandals done to the motel? Were they the ones who had scratched the red X in front of Lena's door? The mark was bothering her. She wondered how long it had been there, and if someone was trying to send her a message. Whatever it meant, she wasn't getting it. Still, she looked around as she waited for a truck to pass, her skin tingling, her gut telling her that she was being watched. As casually as she could, Lena glanced over her shoulder. The woman behind the counter at the convenience store was staring out the window. Candy, Lena suddenly remembered. That was her name. They had called her Corny because someone had said that she walked like she had a corn cob stuck up her butt. There were times that Lena thought she wouldn't take all the money in the world to be back in high school. The traffic cleared, and she popped open the Coke as she started to cross the street, wondering how in the hell Hank's shitty bar had managed to help put Sybil through college and bail out Lena more times than she wanted to admit. The Hut was a 3 o'clock bar, the kind where everyone started to look good around 3 in the morning. Desperation hovered like a black cloud over the place, and she suppressed a shiver as she got closer to the building. The bar didn't even have a sign out front. Everybody knew what it was. The roof was thatched on the front, but what looked like a case of mange had set in around 15 years ago, and Hank hadn't bothered to fix it. Tiki torches with orange and red light bulbs banked the front door, which was painted to look as if it had been fashioned from grass. The exterior walls were decorated in a similar theme, but the paint was so faded you couldn't tell what you were looking at unless someone gave you a clue. There were windows all along the front, but they had been painted black so long ago that they had taken on the appearance of rotten wood. The yellow ATF tape across the door was the only thing that looked new. Hank hadn't told her the bar had been closed. There were only 2 reasons to explain the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms paying a visit to the Hut. Either Hank had been caught selling liquor to underage patrons, or he'd been caught dealing drugs. Lena tried the door, but it was locked. She put her hand on top of the jamb and felt for the spare, but it wasn't in its usual place. She gave up and walked around the side of the building. She didn't need to get inside the bar anyway. Hank's office, which bore a closer resemblance to an outhouse, was tucked behind the bar on the edge of a slow-running stream. Lena tried the shed door just in case, but it was locked too. Hank must have locked it himself. There was no sign of ATF tape on the shack. The federal boys probably hadn't bothered to get a warrant for the shed. The drug trafficking going on inside the bar would have been enough to make the headlines. She put down her can of Coke and pushed her hands against the small window tucked high on the creek side, but it would not budge. A rock helped, and the untempered glass shattered into a million pieces, some of it falling into the open mouth of her soda can. Lena found a stick and used it to knock away the broken glass. Still, she didn't like the idea of climbing blind through the window. What's more, it was high up, probably too high to get to without a ladder. She had done stupider things, but at the moment, Lena was hard-pressed to remember what. Out of frustration, she kicked the wall, mad at herself and this idiotic situation. The board made a hollow sound, and she kicked it harder until the wood splintered. A few more kicks created a nice hole in the shack. She cringed as she reached in and pulled out the pink insulation, sneezing from the dust, wondering if she was inhaling asbestos. There were black flakes of mold and excrement from animals that she didn't want to think about, but she pulled out enough fiberglass to expose the backside of the paneling that lined the inside office. She used her foot again, kicking out the plywood, which made a cracking sound as it pulled away from the rusted penny nails holding it to the studs. A few minutes later, Lena was inside Hank's office. She brushed off her jeans as she looked around, trying to find the light switch. She pushed away a spider web, then realized that it was actually the cord for the overhead light. Lena tugged the string and the bare bulb flickered on, then made a loud pop as it blew. Lena cursed again. She had a flashlight in her car, but she didn't want to go back and get it. Instead, she used the light coming in through the broken window to look for the spare bulbs Hank always kept in his desk. He had wired the office himself, using a 100-foot extension cord he'd snaked through a piece of metal pipe and plugged in at the bar. This was not the first time the light had blown. She found the pack of bulbs in the bottom drawer and changed the light, trying not to think about what her hands might find in the dark. Her feet crunched on the broken glass as she twisted the bulb, the socket making a dry, crackling sound as she tried to get the right angle. Finally, the light came on, and the sudden heat from the bulb made her jerk back her hand. She wasn't just being paranoid. Hank had almost electrocuted himself a couple of times trying to change the bulb. Lena looked around the airless room, which was wallpapered with posters from beer and liquor companies. Half-naked women stared back at her, most of them filleting bottles they held in their hands. White cartons stuffed with paperwork that dated back to the bar's grand opening were stacked against the back wall, leaving about 10 square feet for a desk and 2 chairs. Piles of receipts were in shoeboxes scattered around the desk. 6 years ago, Lena had sat in one of those stupid plastic chairs across from Hank, drinking so much Jack Daniels that she made herself sick, as she tried to work up the courage to tell him that Sybil was dead. Was that when he had started using again? Had the news that his beloved girl, his favorite niece, was dead, been what had finally thrown him over the edge? Or had it started 6 months ago when Hank had taken Lena to the abortion clinic? He had stood outside the building, chain-smoking cigarettes, listening to angry protesters with their disgusting signs screaming about hell and damnation, condemning Lena and everybody else in the clinic to hell for their sins. Had she done this to him? Had Lena's actions helped put the needle back in his arm? The guy with the red swastika had helped too. She was certain of it. Lena had to find the man to figure out who he was working for. Guys like that were muscle. There was a brain somewhere, and once Lena found that brain, she would burn his fucking house down with him inside. Lena sat in Hank's chair, the springs squeaking like an old barn door. The top drawer to his desk was locked, and she took her folding knife out of her back pocket and flicked open the blade from the white pearl handle. The lock jimmied open easily enough. In the drawer, she found Hank's business checkbook, a couple of free coupons to Harrah's Casino up in the mountains, and his spare set of keys to the bar. The larger drawers contained files that seemed mostly to do with the running of the business: liquor distributors, payroll, taxes, and insurance. She flipped back through the checkbook and saw the last balance was dated 3 weeks ago. At the time, he had around $6,000 in the bank. What date had the bar been closed down? She would have to find out from the sheriff's office. She wondered if that old fart Al Pfeiffer was still running the show and had to smile at the thought of going into his office, flashing her gold shield in the fucker's face. Pfeiffer had a neat trick where he pulled over young girls for speeding and frisked them to within an inch of their ovaries. He had pulled over Lena once and taken a few liberties before she had figured out what was going on and slammed her knee into his groin. Pfeiffer had thrown her into jail without charging her or giving her a phone call. She had sat in the cell for 6 hours before Hank had come down to the station to file a missing persons report. His face. God, she could still see Hank's face. There was this split second when he saw her coming out of the jail, when his eyes filled with tears and his mouth opened, letting out this yelp-like sound when he realized that she was okay. Just as quickly, his mouth had closed into an angry frown, and he had cuffed her on the back of the head, asking her what the hell she was doing getting herself into trouble, Who the hell she thought she was, sassing the police? He hadn't wanted to hear her story. Pfeiffer was one of his AA buddies, and Hank thanked the man for not formally charging her. Still, his face. Lena had seen that same transformation so many times now that she'd come to think of Hank in almost schizophrenic terms. One second, the loving guardian who would do anything for her, the next second, the angry disciplinarian threatening to beat her to within an inch of her life. And now the drug addict, back to that old role again, waiting for the curtain to finally come down. She put her elbows on the desk and dropped her head into her hands. The shack was like a kiln, and she felt sweat rolling down her back and into the waist of her jeans. Still she sat there, heat engulfing her body, the water in the creek a constant murmur as she thought about Hank, the way he had looked in the shower, the hard words he had used when he told her to leave. There had to be an explanation for his disintegration. Did the bar's closing send him into a spiral? Was that what had finally pushed him back into his old ways? Lena looked around the cramped office, trying to put herself in Hank's mind. He had no love for this place. He had always seen the hut as a way to make money and nothing else. There was almost a perverse pleasure he got from being a recovering alcoholic and having the strength to be around liquor all day without imbibing. Had it been a crutch all these years? She pushed herself back from the desk, her shoe sliding on a piece of paper. Lena reached down to pick it up, her hand freezing mid-air as she stared at the light blue notepaper on the concrete floor. The handwriting was a perfect cursive, the kind they used to teach in school back when it mattered. The words were easy to read from this distance, but still she picked up the paper and sat back in the chair so she could study it. She had to read through the page 2 more times before the words started to make sense. Lena rummaged through the desk, looking for the rest of the letter. She moved the shoeboxes and found 3 more pages underneath, then a few more that had fallen behind the desk. When she put them together, Lena found that there was not just 1 but 3 letters, all dated within the last 2 months. She read through them, feeling like she was reading someone's diary. The notes were banal in parts, listing details of shopping for groceries and picking up the kids after school. Some of it was intensely personal, the kinds of things you shared only with a close friend. Finished, Lena pressed her palm flat against the stack of letters, fingers splayed out, as if she could divine their true meaning. How had she been so blind? Tuesday afternoon, Chapter 8. Al Pfeiffer lived as far from Aloha County as you could get and still be in the state of Georgia. Doug Rut was a border town on the edge of the Okefenokee Swamp, which meant that the trip would take Jeffrey and Sara into a primitive wetland known mostly for its alligators and mosquitoes, both of which could kill a man. In high school, Jeffrey and 2 of his friends had planned to take a few weeks during their summer vacation and explore the swamp, but that was the same year that Deliverance came out. And even though the movie was filmed in the North Georgia mountains, it was enough to turn any man off the idea of canoeing. Still, Jeffrey remembered a little bit about the wetlands from his reading. He knew that the headwaters of the Suwannee and the St. Mary's rivers were located in the swamp, each eventually draining to the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Ocean, respectively. Hundreds of endangered birds and mammals resided in the protected wildlife refuge, and the plant life was of the sort you would expect to see in a science fiction film. The place was as cut off as it was remote, and families tended to live and die there without seeing the rest of the world. Back in the early 1900s, there were folks living in the swamp who still had not yet heard that the Civil War was over. Not much changed in their lives when they got the news. The ride down was a quiet one. Sara hadn't had much to say when Jeffrey got back to the motel. Oddly, she had cleaned the bathroom, something she seldom did at home unless she was pissed at Jeffrey or knew that her mother was coming over. She had actually seemed proud about bringing a shine to the crappy fixtures. For Jeffrey's part, he had stared at the tub while he was taking a leak, fighting the urge to redirect the stream and mess up Sara's handiwork. If he'd wanted a wife who took pleasure out of cleaning a toilet, he would have married his high school sweetheart back in Alabama. Sara had listened politely as Geoffrey had relayed the details he'd gotten from Nick about the Brotherhood, the meth business running up the eastern seaboard, the possibility that Ilawa might be a stop along the cartel's railroad. She had nodded, but not offered her opinion on anything. She hadn't asked him what he'd hoped to accomplish by talking to Al Pfeiffer, or how any of this tied into Lena. Part of him had hoped she would. Geoffrey wasn't sure how to answer those questions himself. Talking it out with Sara might have helped him understand. 2 hours into the trip, Geoffrey wasn't even sure he was still in Georgia. Kudzu and knotty pines gave way to sand and palm trees. When he rolled down his window, he caught a whiff of the briny coast mixing with the pungent odor of shit that told him he was downwind from a paper company. An hour later, he followed a back route cutting into the state toward the little bit of Georgia that fingered into Florida along the St. Mary's. By then, he could barely see the road. The car's windshield was caked with all manner of streaks from the bugs that had flown into the glass, some of them as big as his fist. Geoffrey was about to pull over and look at the map Nick had given him, when he noticed all the usual signs that indicated you were getting close to the border between two southern states. Hot-boiled peanuts, fresh produce, fireworks, totally topless XXX-rated girls. Sara said she needed to use the restroom, so he pulled over at the rest stop on the Florida side. Geoffrey got out of the car to check his bearings, then got back in the car because in the full heat of the sun it was almost too painful to be outside. He tried to think back to when he was a kid, and the first week of November meant wearing a jacket and hoping it would snow so you wouldn't have to go to school. In the car, Geoffrey turned on the ignition and ratcheted up the air conditioning, letting the cold, artificial breeze blow on his face. He spread the map on his lap again and traced his route, squinting to read Nick's handwriting where the GBI agent had noted streets and landmarks that the original cartographer had either failed to notice or considered inconsequential. Still, Nick had never been to visit Al Pfeiffer, and the map only gave detailed directions to Doug Rutt, not to Pfeiffer's house. There was just the street address to go by, 8 West Road 6. It was a good start, but Geoffrey would need better directions than that. Sara got back into the car. She handed him a bottle of water.
Thanks.
You're welcome. He stared at her, trying to think of something to say. She indicated the map. Do you know where you're going?
I'll need to stop at a gas station closer into town and see if they can give me better directions.
Okay. Sara slipped on her seatbelt, clicked it into the buckle. Geoffrey waited, but she didn't say anything else. He gave her the map. She folded it up as he reversed the car out of the space. Geoffrey merged back onto the highway and followed the signs to Doug Rutt. Less than a mile off the main road, he understood where the town had gotten its name. The land was obviously part of the canal system they built in the early 1900s in an attempt to drain the swamp. New York Central Park had suffered this same fate, but the Okefenokee had proved to be too difficult to destroy. The handful of swamps left in America were probably some of the few remaining places on the continent where a man could live wholly sustained by the land, whether it was for food, shelter, medicine, or some of the cleanest drinking water on earth. Geoffrey wondered how long it would be before they were all completely destroyed. Downtown Doug Rutt wasn't much to write home about. There was a bar and a post office, but not much more than that. The tiny strip of storefronts lining Main Street were all closed. The owners hadn't even bothered to put rental signs in the windows. There was something sad about the place, and as Geoffrey coasted through a stop sign, he was starting to give up hope of finding a gas station. He did a U-turn in the middle of the street and turned back toward the post office. Sara didn't move to get out when he parked in front of the building, so he nudged her, saying, "You don't think I'm going to ask for directions, do you? They'll take away my man card." She gave him a tight smile and got out of the car. Geoffrey watched her make her way toward the building. Her jeans were baggy in the back, and he realized that she had lost more weight. He didn't like it. Sara had always been lean, but she was too thin now. When he made love to her, he could feel her ribs scraping against his chest. Her hips were disappearing, the curve of her waist cinching too tight. From the back, she could almost pass for a teenage boy. Jeffrey took a deep breath and let it go slowly. 8 years ago, Sara had come home from work early to find Jeffrey in their bed with another woman. Not just in bed, but in action. The look on Sara's face, the betrayal, the hurt, the anger, had been the biggest wake-up call of his life, and Jeffrey had used every tactic he could think of to try and win her back. Just getting her to talk to him had been the biggest hurdle. Once she could speak to him without clenching her jaw, he had worked on getting her into bed. It hadn't been nearly as easy as the first time, but Jeffrey found that waking up with Sara next to him was even more rewarding. 6 months ago he had practically begged her to marry him. Hell, the truth was that he had begged her, even getting down on both knees at one point. Sara had taken her own sweet time, but finally she had said yes. And now it was almost like she was disappearing before his eyes. Sara came out of the post office, and Jeffrey found himself looking at the map again instead of watching her walk toward him. They were very nice, Sara told him as she got into the car. She was holding a postal form where she'd written down some directions. They said he's about 3 miles west of here.
Why don't we just go to Florida?
Jeffrey heard his words fill the empty space in the car, knew they had come out of his own mouth, but had no idea where the question had come from. Sara smiled, shaking her head. Still, she suggested, drink margaritas on the beach? He felt himself smiling back.
Rub suntan oil all over your body.
Then aloe when the sun burns off the top layer of my skin. Sara turned to him, still smiling. You need to go left on Main Street.
I'm serious about Florida.
I'm serious about taking a left. He reached out to her, tracing his fingers along her lips.
You're beautiful. Do you know that?
She kissed his fingers, then put his hand back on the steering wheel. Left, she repeated. Then take a right onto a road called Kate's Way. Jeffrey backed out of the space and turned onto Main Street. He slowed as they came to a gravel road, trying to read the handmade street sign. He did this at 3 roads before finding Kate's Way, a bumpy 1-lane path that looked as if it was seldom used. The scenery changed abruptly the farther they traveled. This part of Georgia was flat marshland, huge, big-bottomed cypress trees growing straight out of the tea-colored water. Spanish moss draped over the branches like lace, and there was a constant sound of crickets, birds, frogs, and the occasional gator bellow that they could hear even with the car windows rolled up tight. The curves in the road suggested they were following a creek that hadn't made it onto Nick's map. Jeffrey slowed the car to a meandering pace, careful not to speed lest he meet a car coming from the opposite direction. He imagined it would be a truck, and that the truck would contain a local who didn't cotton to someone being on his road, public right-of-way or not. He didn't meet any such truck, and when Sara told him to take the next right turn onto yet another deserted-looking gravel road, Jeffrey made a joke about leaving breadcrumbs. 2 miles down there was a large rusted mailbox beside a dilapidated lane, and Jeffrey pulled over to check the number. The sign was so faded that neither one of them could read anything, but a quick scan of Sara's notes told them they were in the right place. Jeffrey turned down the driveway, slowing to a stop to let a rabbit jump across the path. He went a few more feet, then slowed again for a couple of chickens. After the birds had taken their own sweet time moseying to the other side, Jeffrey accelerated, kicking up dust in his wake. He hadn't meant to draw so much attention to himself, but maybe it was wise to announce your presence to a man who had been firebombed out of his own home. Well, Sara said, surprised when she saw the house. Jeffrey shared the feeling. Pfeiffer's spread was a little more grand than what Jeffrey would have imagined if he'd let himself sit down and think about it. The house was on a rise, thick green grass carpeting the lawn, a stone path leading down to the creek. Built in a mini plantation style, 2 large white columns held up a second-floor balcony. Large floor-to-ceiling windows let in the afternoon sun and opened for a crosswind on more temperate days. On the bottom floor, a wraparound porch completed the picture. Geoffrey parked his car on the pad in front of the mansion. "Nice digs," Sara commented.
"Why don't you stay in the car?" Geoffrey suggested. "I'll go make sure this is the right place."
She opened her mouth to say something, then changed her mind and gave him a nod instead. As Geoffrey got out of the car, he could hear the buzz of an air-conditioning unit coming from the side of the house, its insistent whirring blocking out the crickets and birds, though the rushing white waters of the creek managed to compete with the fan. He glanced around, looking for power lines, guessing they were buried in the ground. That would have set Pfeiffer back a wad of cash. It was 3 times more expensive to bury lines than it was to string them across the sky. Geoffrey assumed the man had laid a phone line in the process, and wondered how he had managed to have a phone number that Nick Shelton couldn't trace. Maybe he had put it in his wife's name, or a family member's. Obviously, Al Pfeiffer had gone to some trouble to make sure he couldn't be contacted. Geoffrey put his hand in his pocket, trying to use the casual gesture to hide his trepidation. He felt the key fob and realized he'd left Sara without any air conditioning and no way to roll down the windows. He glanced back at the BMW. Sara waved, and he nodded back. He continued up the path. The closer he got to the house, the more he could see that there was something too new about the place, a crisp whiteness to the vinyl siding, a too clean look to the porch stairs that gave lie to its plantation roots. Climbing the cement stairs, Geoffrey figured that the house had probably been constructed by a local builder who specialized in slinging up little terras. This far out in the middle of nowhere, it couldn't have come cheap. Between the sheriff's pension, disability for his injuries, and whatever he had socked away, Al Pfeiffer was obviously living comfortably. This was certainly not the kind of place Geoffrey would choose for his retirement, but the isolation had its benefits, especially when you were the type of person to open your front door with a shotgun in your hand.
"What do you want?"
Geoffrey's hand had been raised to knock when the front door was flung open. The shotgun was pointed squarely in his face, about 2 inches from his nose. Now that Geoffrey thought about it, he'd heard the quick cha-chunk of the pump being jerked, a shell being loaded into the chamber, as he'd lifted his hand in the air. He had been just a few seconds off from registering the sound, though, and those few seconds could have meant life and death if the man behind the gun hadn't been more careful. Or maybe the man was just terrified. His eyes kept darting over Geoffrey's shoulder, checking to see if he was alone. Geoffrey still had his hand in his pocket. He found the key fob and pressed the lock button, hoping to God the BMW was within reach of the signal.
"You got to the count of 3 before I blow off your head and ask questions later." "Are you Al Pfeiffer?" "Who the fuck else would I be?" "I've got my—"
Geoffrey slid his hand out of his pocket so he could reach for his badge. He stopped when the man moved closer, firmly pressing the barrel of the Remington under Geoffrey's right eye. Saliva spit from Pfeiffer's mouth when he demanded,
"You think I'm stupid, boy?"
Slowly, Geoffrey put both of his hands in the air. He wanted to look over his shoulder. Where was Sara? Was she safe? His heart was beating so hard in his chest that he could barely hear his own voice when he told the man, "I'm a cop." The weapon held steady, but the fear in the man's eyes was unmistakable.
"I know what you are."
My wife is in the car. I don't want her to get hurt.
He glanced over Geoffrey's shoulder.
I don't give a fuck who's in that car. She gets out, that's the last thing you'll ever hear.
Geoffrey looked down the barrel of the shotgun at Al Pfeiffer, saw the way he struggled to keep the tremor out of his hands. He also saw the damage from the firebomb. Mottled skin slackened one side of his face, his left eye nearly closed from scarring. He was wearing a short-sleeved dress shirt, white and finely starched, the grotesque scarring on his arms showing where the flesh had been burned off the bone. There were tears in his eyes, but Geoffrey did not know if this was from pain or fear. This close up, it looked like a combination of both. Geoffrey took a step back, away from the pressure of the barrel against his face.
I'm the chief of police for Grant County.
Pfeiffer held the shotgun steady at Geoffrey's chest.
I don't care if you're the fucking president of the United States. Get off my land. Why are you scared of another cop? You wouldn't be here if you didn't already know the answer to that. I just want to talk. Do I look like I want to talk to you? I need to know. You see this gun pointing at you, boy?
The man took a step closer, the barrel of the shotgun pressing hard into Geoffrey's chest. Pfeiffer was about half a foot shorter and 20 years older, but his voice was firm when he said, You listening to me, boy? He paused, but not for an answer.
I done told you I ain't got nothing to say to nobody. You hear? Nothing. You go back and tell them that, hear? You tell them Al Pfeiffer told you to fuck on off back to the hell you came from. If you could just... You get off my property! The old man screamed. You get into that fancy car of yours, and if you ever come back, I'll chop you up and throw you to the gators. You got that?
Geoffrey knew better than to argue, especially since he was entirely confident that Al Pfeiffer was more than prepared to carry out his threat.
I got you. Now get,
Pfeiffer said, using the barrel to push Geoffrey away. Geoffrey walked backward, not wanting to turn his back on the man until he absolutely had to. Fury was something he could handle, but fear made people irrational. Geoffrey didn't want to be in range of that shotgun if Al Pfeiffer decided letting Geoffrey go scot-free wasn't the right course of action. Which, the moment Geoffrey turned around, is exactly what the man did. The first shot must have been fired into the air, but it was loud enough to make Geoffrey hunch his shoulders. He heard Sara scream, then the second shot cracked the air. This one was a more direct warning, scattering the gravel about 6 inches from where Geoffrey stood. He scrambled to get out of the way, slipping on the loose stone, falling hard on his palms.
Shit,
he cursed, making himself stand. It wasn't going to be like this, not with him biting dirt while some madman played target practice. Geoffrey held up his hands in the air, yelling,
You're going to have to shoot me in the back, if that's the kind of man you are.
The shotgun pumped again, loading another shell.
No!
Sara screamed, pounding her fists against the window.
Geoffrey!
He walked toward the car, hands in the air, this time leaving his back as a clear target. He stared at Sara. Her fists froze mid-strike, inches from the window. There was a valet key in the center console. She had to know that. He had told her when he put it there, and she'd made some joke about having to drive to Atlanta before they'd find a valet to use it. Sara's mouth moved. He read the words. Hurry, hurry, hurry. An eternity seemed to pass as Geoffrey closed the 20 feet between himself and the car. His back felt white-hot, more from the bullseye painted on it than from the blazing sun. While time had slowed down as he walked to the car, the clock started ticking as soon as he got behind the wheel. He fumbled with the key fob, and Sara snatched it out of his hand, starting the car herself.
Go,
she begged.
Hurry!
He threw the car into reverse and punched his foot on the gas. A quick look showed him that Al Pfeiffer was still holding his stance, legs spread, back straight, shotgun pointed into the air. The bastard had a smug smile on his face as he watched the retreat. Geoffrey let off the gas a little as he reversed out of the driveway, letting the man know he shouldn't get too cocky just yet. Geoffrey headed straight out the way they had come. The car bumped against the curb as he pulled back onto the main road. He chanced to look at Sara. She was clutching the door handle so hard that her knuckles had turned white. As soon as they passed the post office, she told him, "Pull over." Geoffrey slowed the car, afraid she was going to be sick.
"Pull over,"
she repeated, opening the door. He slammed on the brakes. Sara didn't even wait for the car to stop before jumping out. Geoffrey slid across the seats, following her.
"Are you—"
She turned on him, slapping him square across the face. For a full 10 seconds, Geoffrey was too stunned to react. She had never hit him, never so much as raised her hand. He rubbed his face, felt the inside of his cheek with his tongue.
"You want to tell me what the hell that was about?"
Sara paced in front of him, cupping her hands over her mouth. He knew that she couldn't yell when she was this angry. Her words got caught in her throat, and her tone went so low that she could barely make a sound.
"Sara."
"You asshole," she whispered. "You stupid, arrogant asshole." Geoffrey smiled because he knew that it would irritate the shit out of her. He had no idea what she was mad about, but he knew that if she slapped him again, there was going to be a real problem. He glanced at the road as a green pickup truck drove by, slowing for the show. They hadn't seen another car since they'd entered Dug Rut. This was probably the biggest thing to hit town since the stop sign had been installed at the end of Main Street. Sara waited for the truck to pass before asking, "Why did you slow down?"
"When did I?"
He stopped. The driveway. He had slowed when he'd seen that smug look on Al Pfeiffer's face. "You couldn't let him get the best of you, could you? You just had to slow down and goad him on." She shook her head, tears welling into her eyes. "You're just as bad as Lena. You play these games with people, these glorified pissing contests, like it's not a matter of life and death." She tapped her hand to her chest. "My life, Geoffrey. Your death." Geoffrey tried to shrug it off.
"His shots were wide. They were just a warning."
"Oh, you have no idea how consoling I find that."
"You can't let people like that know you're scared."
"You can't let people know you're scared," she corrected. "He had a gun, Geoffrey. A shotgun."
"We were out of range."
"Out of range?" she echoed, incredulous. She held up her finger to stop the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "You locked me in the car. He put that gun in your face, and you locked me in the car."
"I was trying to protect you."
"Who was protecting you?" she demanded. "I'm not a child, Geoffrey. I'm not some scared little girl who needs her hand held to cross the street."
"And I am?"
She didn't answer. Her focus had shifted from Geoffrey to something over his shoulder. The green pickup was back, slowing down for another look. The windows were tinted, but as he turned, Geoffrey could make out two figures behind the dark glass as the truck rolled by. It occurred to Geoffrey that maybe the driver wasn't looking for a show. Maybe he was looking to finish what Al Pfeiffer had started. He ordered, "Get in the car." Sara didn't argue. She walked briskly toward the BMW, and Geoffrey followed. He climbed behind the wheel and started the engine, not bothering to look for traffic as he pulled back onto the road. He glanced in the rearview mirror, watching the truck make another U-turn. He told Sara.
They turned around.
She slipped on her seatbelt, clicking it into place. The BMW gave a slight jerk as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The truck sped up as well. Sweat rolled down Geoffrey's back as he navigated the snaking road. 2 minutes passed before the truck pulled off onto a dirt trail. Either the man had lost interest, or he knew that there was no way he could take on the inline six. Or both Geoffrey and Sara were paranoid as hell. "They're not following," he told her, though she had seen as much in the mirror on the visor. She pressed her lips together, stared out the window. He asked,
"Are you all right?"
"Why did we come here?"
"What?"
"Why did we come here?" She was speaking in a regular tone of voice now, but he could tell he was still not off the hook. "Why did we have to come to this place?"
"I told you. I wanted to talk to Al Pfeiffer."
"To accomplish what?"
"To see why he left town."
"He left town because someone tried to kill him and his entire family." Suddenly, Geoffrey found himself longing for her silence.
"This is my job, Sara. I talk to people who don't want to talk to me."
"As far as I can recall, you've never been shot at by one of them before." He let his lack of response concede the point. She asked, "What does any of this have to do with Lena?"
"I don't know."
"How does this help find out who was in the Escalade or why they were killed?"
"I don't know that either."
"Well," she said, rolling down the window a few inches, letting in some air, "you don't seem to know a lot of things." Now the silence came. Geoffrey gladly welcomed it, staring ahead at the empty highway, counting off the mile markers. He found it difficult to swallow as he thought about the gravel spraying up, the gunshot ringing in his ears. Why had he slowed down the car? What primal instinct had made him take his foot off the gas to push back at the man who had nearly pushed him into oblivion? Pfeiffer had been carrying a Remington Wingmaster, the kind of shotgun used by most law enforcement officers. Geoffrey had lied when he'd told Sara that they were out of range when he took his foot off the gas. If Pfeiffer was a good shot, and his nearly 50 years toting a badge indicated he probably was, the man could have taken out Sara or Geoffrey with a twitch of his finger. He had to get Sara out of here. She was right that he was like Lena, but they were alike because they were both cops. There were certain people in this world that you couldn't show your weak side to. As far as Geoffrey was concerned, Sara was his weak side. Her safety had been the first thought that came to his mind when he'd seen that shotgun. He had locked the doors because he didn't want her running to the house and getting her head blown off. He could not worry about his own safety so long as she was in jeopardy, and the only way to remedy the problem was to send Sara back to Grant County. But then why had Geoffrey slowed the car? Why had he kept Sara in range of the shotgun, just to prove a point? He could have gotten her killed. At least half an hour of driving passed before his chest stopped feeling like a rubber band was around his heart, and it took another half hour for him to realize that the reason his hands were sticking to the wheel was because the side of his left palm had been ripped open on the gravel driveway. Geoffrey coasted into the first gas station he saw. Sara looked at the gas gauge on the dash as if to check up on him. That hadn't been why he'd stopped, but the needle was halfway down to the E, so Geoffrey decided he might as well fill up the tank. If Sara noticed the blood on his hands and the steering wheel, she didn't say anything. Geoffrey's gun and holster were still tucked under his seat, and he clipped them onto his belt as he got out of the car. He fumbled with the gas cap, fingers stiff from being wrapped around the steering wheel, and managed to get the nozzle in the tank before walking to the little convenience store. When he opened the glass door, he had to duck at the last minute to avoid a cowbell hanging from the jamb.
"Sorry about that,"
the clerk apologized, though the smirk on his face said watching unsuspecting customers get smacked in the head was one of his favorite pastimes.
"Gotta move that thing one day."
Geoffrey glared at the young man as he made his way to the back of the store. Inside the bathroom, he looked at himself in the mirror, saw his hair was damp with sweat, that dirt had splattered his shirt when the gravel scattered. His hands were a mess, and he used a paper towel to turn on the faucet so he wouldn't leave blood all over the fixture. The cold water stung like hellfire, but he kept his hands under the stream, trying to clean the debris out of his wounds.
"Jesus,"
he muttered, glancing into the mirror again. He shook his head, trying to think through what had happened. His intention had been to talk to Pfeiffer cop to cop, have a little off-the-record conversation about the situation in Alawa so that Geoffrey could figure out what exactly Lena had gotten herself into. Was he dealing with skinheads? Would Jake Valentine be any help? Could anybody left in the sheriff's department be trusted? Pfeiffer had been firebombed out of town, so Geoffrey doubted seriously that the man wielded any true power. Smug attitude aside, the ex-sheriff had obviously been terrified to find Geoffrey at his front door. A cop was only afraid of another cop for one reason: corruption. The question was, who was crooked in Alawa's sheriff's department? Geoffrey wouldn't put Jake Valentine at the top of his list, but you never knew. And of course there was always Deputy Donald Cook, who Nick had easily pegged for taking something under the table. Cook certainly wasn't happy with his job. He'd made no attempt to hide the fact that he thought his boss was an idiot. But all of this kept bringing him back to Sarah's big question. What did any of it have to do with Lena? Nothing. It was all a bunch of loose threads that may or may not tie together. Skinheads trafficked meth. Hank Norton used meth. Ethan Green was a skinhead. The thug in the white sedan was a skinhead. Al Pfeiffer was terrified of cops. Lena had escaped from the cops. Someone had died in Lena's presence. There had to be something out there that Jeffrey was missing. Some piece of information that would pull it all together. There had to be a reason Lena had left that hospital without talking to him first. She could be ball-breakingly stubborn about so many things, but she was not stupid. There had to be a logical explanation. Using one of the flimsy paper towels from the dispenser, Jeffrey washed his face as best he could, patting his neck and chest to clean off the dried blood. His hand was still throbbing, but he tried to ignore it as he walked back through the store. "What's the damage?" Jeffrey asked, pulling out his county credit card. "Sorry?" The clerk pointed to a sign behind him that said, "In God we trust. All others pay cash." "Right." Fortunately, Jeffrey had dropped by a cash machine before heading out of Grant County yesterday afternoon. He pointed to the first aid packets behind the clerk. "Give me a couple packs of those aspirin, too." $38.53, the clerk told him, tossing the aspirin on the counter and taking the bills Jeffrey handed him. "Bad day?" Jeffrey ripped open the pack with his teeth. "What do you think?" The clerk bristled. "No need to take it out on me, buddy." He rang the sale and handed Jeffrey the change. "You take care now." "You too," Jeffrey managed, ducking past the cowbell as he left the store. In the car, Sara kept her own counsel. Jeffrey pulled back onto the road and followed the signs back to the highway. The sun was finally setting as he managed to get to the interstate. The aspirin hadn't even touched his headache. Sara must have been exhausted. By the time they crossed into Elawa County, her head was tilted to her shoulder, and she was making that soft clicking noise she always made when she slept. Jeffrey took the unopened bottle of water she'd bought him at the rest stop and drank it down. There was some wisdom to the adage that you should be careful what you wish for. This morning he'd been thinking it would be nice to see a flash of Sarah's anger. Now all that he could think was that it was a hell of a lot easier to love her when she was sleeping. The sign outside the motel was barely doing its job when he pulled into the space in front of their room. Only 7 letters were left to illuminate the entire parking lot. Jeffrey cut the engine as he surveyed their surroundings. A black Dodge Ram was parked a few spaces down from him. The flickering light in the hotel office told him that the manager was watching television. When Jeffrey had checked in, the boy had glanced up from the set with glassy eyes, so bored he could barely manage to blink. Jeffrey imagined there were worse jobs you could have. Working a convenience store where your biggest thrill came from whacking strangers in the head with a cowbell came to mind. Jeffrey reached over and gently shook Sara awake. She squinted at the hotel, confused for a moment, then sat up, obviously remembering soon enough where they were and what had happened. He couldn't keep himself from asking, "You okay?" She nodded, opening the door, getting out of the car. Jeffrey followed suit, stretching his back as he stood. His hand went to his holster when he heard a noise behind him. "Sorry about that." Jake Valentine came out of the shadows, an open beer bottle in one hand, a small cooler in the other. He startled when he saw Jeffrey. "Something happened?" "Just went for a drive," was the best that Jeffrey could come up with. Sara walked toward the motel room, offering, "I'll leave you two alone." Ma'am?" Valentine stopped her. "I just wanted to say I'm real sorry for what I said last night. Heat of the moment, and all. I should have just held my tongue. I didn't mean what I said." She nodded. "Thank you for apologizing." If Valentine had been expecting a more grateful response, he was talking to the wrong woman. Geoffrey unlocked the door for her. Sara reached down and wrapped her hand around his wrist, letting it rest there for a few seconds. He felt pathetically grateful for the gesture, and gave her the room key because it seemed like a symbolic thing to do. She smiled at him, genuinely smiled, and he felt the band that had been squeezing his chest for the last 4 hours loosen some more.
"Only be a minute,"
Valentine said, as if he was worried Geoffrey would follow Sara into the room. Geoffrey was tempted, but as the door clicked shut, he asked Valentine,
"What's going on, Jake? You find Lena?"
Valentine chuckled as he put the cooler on the ground and pulled out a fresh beer. Geoffrey saw 4 empties tucked into what was left of the ice.
"Brought you one of these. Peace offering."
"Thanks," Geoffrey said, holding the cold bottle against his head. He'd driven at least 10 hours today on about 2 hours of sleep. His muscles ached, his head throbbed, and the last thing he wanted to be doing right now was talking to Jake Valentine. Still, he walked toward the front of the motel, seeing if the sheriff would follow. The man obviously wanted something, and Geoffrey was going to make it as difficult as possible for the sheriff to ask for his favor. He could consider it payback for their little do-si-do in the linen closet last night. A long tunnel ran behind the front office of the motel, giving access to either side. Geoffrey wasn't really hungry, but he knew he should try to eat something. He asked Valentine,
"You got any money?"
Valentine pulled a handful of coins out of his pocket. Geoffrey took what he needed and fed it into the machine. He stared at the candy bars and crackers, trying to decide which was less likely to give him indigestion. He settled on Sun Chips and made the selection.
"I like those too,"
Valentine offered. Geoffrey held out the bag.
"You want some?"
Valentine shook his head, and Geoffrey took a seat on one of the wooden benches opposite the vending machines. He ripped the bag open with his teeth and ate a few chips. They were stale. Valentine just stood there watching him, obviously not knowing what to do. He looked even younger out of his uniform, his spaghetti build punctuated by the high-waisted jeans and overlarge polo shirt. The Georgia Bulldog red ball cap he was wearing wasn't helping much either. It sat tilted slightly to the side on his narrow head. Even with the noticeable bulge from his ankle holster, he looked like a starter for the varsity basketball team. If Jake Valentine was the secret drug kingpin of Allowa County, he was sure hiding it well.
"Nice night,"
Valentine murmured.
"You and the wife out for a drive?"
Geoffrey opened the bottle with a twist, ignoring the pain shooting through his hand. He hated beer, but his head was hurting so bad he would have drunk poison to make it stop pounding. Valentine said,
"All jokes aside, still no sign of your detective?"
Geoffrey wasn't surprised. Short of Lena knocking on the front door of the jail and asking to be let in, he doubted very seriously that she would be found. Geoffrey had asked Frank Wallace to keep an eye on her credit cards, but Geoffrey assumed nothing had come up or Frank would have called. He also asked the senior detective to keep an eye out in Hartsdale, but both men had agreed that it was highly unlikely Lena would show back up in Grant County. Geoffrey stared at the abandoned building on the other side of the motel, a tin-roofed hovel that some enterprising soul had painted to look like a grass shack.
"Hank's place,"
Valentine volunteered, nodding toward the building.
"Bartender was selling meth from behind the counter. ATF said a secret informer tipped him off. Told me this after the fact, mind you. First I heard about it was Junior, the night manager here, calling to ask me did I know Hank's bar was surrounded by 60 state police cars."
Geoffrey took another swig from the bottle. He could hear the trickle of a stream, the swaying of trees in the forest that backed onto the hotel and bar. He wanted to be home, floating on his back in the lake, the sound of Sara and her sister's laughter muffled by the cool water. He wanted to be in bed, lying on his back, with Sara's mouth on him. Valentine cut through his thoughts.
I'm guessing you already knew about Hank's bar, he said. Just like I'm guessing you're the one who cut the ATF tape on the back door. Good guess, Geoffrey said, though he had a feeling Lena had done the honors. So, she was looking for something. The cut tape was like a fingerprint. All it told you was that someone had been there. It didn't tell you when or why. Maybe she had gone there for money. Maybe she had been there last night while Geoffrey and Sara tried to sleep. Anyway, Valentine stubbed his toe against the asphalt. I was in the neighborhood and figured I'd just... Geoffrey gave a heavy sigh as he stood from the bench, too tired to let this play out slow. I take it from the empty bottles in your cooler that you've been here for a while. You're not in uniform, so you're trying to look like you're off duty. But the fact that a 3-year-old could spot that ankle holster tells me you've either been watching too much TV or you've got something to be afraid of. My bet's on the last one. Valentine chuckled, but Geoffrey could tell the younger man was shaken. He looked out at the parking lot, took a long pull from his beer. Geoffrey tossed the empty Sun Chips bag into the trash. Tell me about Al Pfeiffer. Al retired. Why? Wanted to spend more time with his grandbabies and less time on fire. Valentine's eyes narrowed. Why are you interested in that old man? Geoffrey took a healthy mouthful of beer, trying not to shudder from the bitter taste. Not only did Valentine look like a teenager, he had the tastes of one. Geoffrey would have bet his pension the kid hadn't paid more than $3 for the 6-pack. Look it, Valentine said. I just wanted to let you know we've got the coroner coming in tomorrow. Finally, the reason for his visit. That's so. He's going to look at the body from the Escalade, let us know what he thinks happened. Sounds like a good plan. You mentioned before about your wife. Valentine's voice trailed off. When he saw that Geoffrey wasn't going to help him, he added, It just sounded to me like she's got a lot of experience. Geoffrey could not believe what he was hearing. She does. I'd be real grateful if you could have her come over, maybe look at the body, tell us what she sees. Geoffrey tried to see the angles, to figure out why Valentine would make such a request. Nothing came to mind, and the beer wasn't helping. I thought you said your guy was good. Oh, he is, but something like this. Look, we'd pay her. We've still got some money left in the budget. Just tell me what her rate is. Geoffrey knocked back the rest of the beer and immediately wished he had another. Then he thought of his father and wished he hadn't drunk anything at all. Valentine took his silence the wrong way. I can get cash if... Are they paying you off? What's that? Geoffrey pressed his empty bottle into the man's chest. Something's going on in your town, and you're either a part of it or you're taking money to look the other way. Valentine gave a forced laugh. You sure those are my only options? Geoffrey warned him. Listen, Barney Fife, I'm going to find out what's going on here one way or another, and I don't care whose toes I have to step on to do it. You gonna punch me again? Geoffrey thought back to Sara slapping him, how powerless she must have felt locked in the car. I might. Valentine leaned down to put Geoffrey's bottle in the cooler. When he straightened, he gave Geoffrey a lazy half-smile, like they were old friends. You should come to my house for supper sometime. Geoffrey walked back down the tunnel toward the parking lot. Why would I want to do that? Valentine matched his stride. I'll show you round, point out the little projects I've been working on. He flashed his goofy grin. I'm a lot handier than I look. You going somewhere with this? We're trying to build a deck out back. Every payday we buy a couple of pieces of cedar for it. The wife figures it'll take a year before we've got everything we need, but we're real patient people. We're not like some folks who can just throw money around, raising mansions out of swampland. We just take our time and do it the right way.
He was talking about Al Pfeiffer. Jeffrey wondered if Valentine knew his old boss had been paid a visit today. Pfeiffer probably still had ties to the community. Maybe came back to see friends. People would know where he was living. They would keep in touch. Jeffrey was in front of the room. He pointed to the door. "This is my stop." Valentine tipped his hat. "You enjoy your evening, Chief. Let me know what your wife says." Jeffrey watched the man put the cooler in the passenger seat of his black truck, then walk around to the driver's side. He opened the door and tossed Jeffrey a wave before getting in. Once the truck pulled away, Jeffrey could see the desk clerk peering out the window. He felt the kid's eyes on him as he knocked on the door. Sara wasn't exactly smiling when she opened the door, but she hadn't called him a stupid asshole in at least 4 hours, so maybe his luck had turned. The room was as dank as it was depressing, exactly as Jeffrey had remembered it from the night before. Sara had already removed the dark, multi-patterned coverlet off the bed. He wondered how much DNA had been transferred in the process. She asked, "What did our new best friend want?" "For you to do the autopsy on the body." "Why would he want that?" "Good question," he replied, sitting on the bed. He thought better of it and lay down on his side, bunching the pillows up under his head, kicking off his shoes. "Add that to the long list of things I don't know." She walked to the door and checked the lock, then turned out the lights. In the dark, the mattress shifted as she got into bed. Like Jeffrey, she didn't bother to take off her clothes. He waited for her to curl up beside him, but she didn't. Sara had once told him that even when they were divorced, she had still had nightmares about getting a phone call in the middle of the night. It was something even cops couldn't joke about, that fateful call that told your wife or girlfriend or lover that your number had finally come up. Some coked-out idiot or stupid drunk had pulled a knife, squeezed the trigger, and there was nothing your loved ones could do but pick up the phone, wait for the words. She must have been thinking about that today when Al Pfeiffer pulled the trigger. She must have been terrified that she was going to be trapped in the car, unable to help him, watching him die. "Jeff?" He wasn't sure what he expected Sara to say to him, but as usual she managed to come up with something he could have never anticipated. "I was thinking about fixing the patio, maybe replacing some of those broken stones, making the wall a little higher so people can sit on it without their knees going up around their ears." She paused. "What do you think?" He rolled over onto his back. A thin stream of light was coming in through the curtains, and he could just make out her profile. "I think the last time you messed with concrete, we had to borrow your dad's jackhammer." "The bag said it was self-leveling." He smiled at the familiar excuse. "I want to do the autopsy." Jeffrey didn't know what to say. His initial response was to say no, but that was only because Jake Valentine had asked her to do it. "I don't know that it'll get us out of here any sooner." Her silence told him she wasn't going to be easily swayed. Jeffrey tried to frame his next words carefully, offering, "I can ask Frank to drive down here and pick you up after you're finished." "No," she told him. "I'm not going to leave you." "What if I want you to?" The phone started to ring before she could answer. Jeffrey leaned over her and picked up the receiver. "Hello."
"Why are you still there?"
Jeffrey sat up so fast that he jerked the phone off the bedside table.
"Lena?"
"You can't be there,"
she said, her voice a raspy whisper.
"Why are you still there?"
"Where are you?" he asked. "Let me come get you."
She started crying, sobs choking her words.
"Why?"
she cried.
"Why didn't they kill me instead?"
"Who?"
he demanded, confused.
"Who are you talking about?"
"Just go,"
she begged.
"You have to go before they—"
"Who's they, Lena? Who's after you?"
All he heard was the staccato of her breath.
"Lena?"
He pressed the phone to his ear.
"Lena, are you there? Where are you? Let me come get you."
The line went dead. Wednesday morning, Chapter 9. Sara used her thumb to trace the pattern of dried blood on the BMW steering wheel as she followed Jake Valentine's cruiser through downtown Rees. Shock or trauma or a combination of the two had managed to knock her out last night. She had slept more deeply than she had in months. Had Jake Valentine not banged on their door at 7:30 this morning, she would probably still be in bed. Up ahead in Valentine's car, she could see Jeffrey having an animated conversation with the sheriff. Sara hoped to God he was managing to get some information out of the man. Common sense told her this would not be the case. Jeffrey hadn't told Valentine about Lena's phone call last night because he knew the man would trace the number. For his part, Valentine wasn't offering any updates on the manhunt. This morning, when he'd seen the cuts on Jeffrey's face and hands in the daylight, all he'd said was, "Hate to see the other guy." Sara hadn't even noticed until then how badly he'd been hurt. She had always taken care of Jeffrey's body. Over the years she had disinfected his cuts, rubbed arnica gel onto his bruises, bandaged sprained ankles and broken fingers. After impromptu football games, she had iced his knee so he could walk the next morning. Hours he spent fixing things around the house were rewarded with long back rubs and whatever else she could think of to help him relax. Even after the divorce, when Sara couldn't stand to be in the same room with him, she had rushed to the hospital when a stray round of buckshot had lodged in his leg. She hadn't seen him cut open his hand yesterday. She had seen the shotgun being fired into the air, then the second warning shot, close enough to stop her heart beating in her chest. She had watched Jeffrey lurch forward, sliding on the gravel, but she hadn't thought to check him out, to look for cuts and abrasions. All she'd been able to focus on was the absolute terror she'd felt each time Al Pfeiffer pulled the trigger, and her white-hot fury when Jeffrey had slowed the car afterward. His foot had come off the pedal. Sara had thought something was wrong with the car. She had looked down, panicked, to see what was wrong, and seen exactly why the car had slowed almost to a full stop. She had looked at Jeffrey then, the way his mouth twisted up at the corners as Al Pfeiffer gave him that look. God, that look! Sara had wanted to slap it off his face. They were just like a couple of boys on the playground seeing who could kick the most dirt in the other's face before a teacher came along. Lena was the same way. She didn't have a dick to swing around, but she could certainly kick up dirt with the best of them. That was when Sara had finally realized why they had really trekked all the way down to the swamp, why Jeffrey was clutching at the slimmest lead to Lena's disappearance he could find. Sara had been the one standing outside the bathroom when Lena ran, but Jeffrey had been in the hallway. He had been less than 10 feet from Lena, less than 10 feet from stopping her escape. Jeffrey had been duped too, and his ego wouldn't let him get past it. Last year, Sara had taken a ballistics course at the GBI Academy in Macon. She had just dealt with 2 shooting cases at the morgue, and she wanted to better equip herself for investigating gun-related crime. As part of the course, there had been a technical session at the firing range. The instructor had used different weapons and ammunition to shoot gel-filled dummies at various distances to give the students a better understanding of pattern and dispersal. The Remington Wingmaster was one of the most popular shotguns on the market, favored by police and bad guys alike. Using heavy-density shot, the weapon dispersed 60% of its pellets into the target from a distance of 60 yards. By Sara's estimation, when Jeffrey had slowed the car yesterday, they were approximately 60 yards from Al Pfeiffer. He should be glad she lived long enough to slap him. Up ahead, Valentine turned on his blinker. Sara followed the cruiser into the Aloha County impound lot. There were about 50 trucks in various states of destruction piled around the compound, front ends hanging off like loose teeth, back bumpers crumpled into tailgates. Knowing small towns, she guessed that most of the owners either did not have the money to get their trucks out of impound, or they were still in jail waiting to be tried on drunk driving charges. Basically, the county lot was a glorified insurance processing unit. The sheriff's car bumped down a short gravel strip, then parked on a paved lot. Ahead, Sara saw a large metal building, about 15 feet high by 30 feet square, and guessed that the car from the accident had been towed into the building for examination. Not that what had happened to the Cadillac Escalade had been an accident. Sara tried to enter every case with an open mind as to cause, but it wasn't as if an SUV found burning in the middle of a football field could have gotten there by chance. Someone had parked it there, deliberately set it on fire, and walked away, leaving the body inside. The question remained, was that someone Lena Adams? Sara got out of her car. The smell of gasoline and oil mixed in the air with an undertone of car exhaust. No noise came from the shop. She guessed the mechanics were taking their morning break. Jeffrey and Valentine walked toward the BMW. The sheriff kicked some mud off the wheel.
"Looks like you've been off-roading, Chief."
Jeffrey told him.
"I was down around the Okefenokee yesterday."
Valentine's eyebrows shot up.
"That so?"
he asked, making a show of scratching his chin. So much for peace and understanding being brokered on the drive over. He told Jeffrey,
"I know some folks who moved down to the swamp a while back."
"Friends of yours?"
"Oh, I wouldn't say that."
Seemingly out of the blue, the sheriff announced,
"Land of the trembling ground."
Jeffrey was silent, so Sara asked, "I'm sorry?" Valentine explained.
"That's what the Indians called it. Okefenokee, land of the trembling ground. Only about 6% of the swamp is on solid ground, see? The rest is just a couple of feet of felled vegetation riding on top of the water. You walk on it, and it's like walking on a pool float, only a little bit easier."
He tipped his hat down, blocking the sun out of his face.
"You go down there too, ma'am?"
"Yes, I had the pleasure."
"Lots of skeeters, gators, even some meat-eating plants."
He chuckled at this last bit, as if it brought back a fond memory.
"My daddy took me and my little brother there once when we were kids. Took us 3 days to paddle from the east to west side, like to nearly killed us. Saw all kinds of crazy things."
His eye slid over Jeffrey's way, and his affable voice changed to a warning.
"Dangerous place down there."
Jeffrey crossed his arms over his chest.
"I guess for some it might be."
Yet again Sara had managed to get downwind at a pissing contest. She clapped her hands together to break the standoff, telling Valentine, "Well, I suppose the body is inside?"
"Yes, ma'am,"
he said, indicating the office beside the building. Sara walked toward the office, the two men following. Valentine asked Sara,
"How was the drive down to the swamp?"
"Fine, thank you." He reached ahead of her to open the door. He chuckled to himself.
"Say, you didn't happen to see Lena Adams down there thumbing a ride, did you?"
Sara forced a smile back on her face. "Afraid not." Valentine smiled back as he opened the door.
"Had to ask."
Instead of the filing cabinets and desks Sara had been expecting, they walked right into what could only be the morgue. A large stainless steel gurney was chalked to the concrete floor. An open, empty body bag lay on top. The sink and dissecting trays up against the wall were much like the ones back at the Grant morgue, but the freezer for body storage was a walk-in type used in larger restaurants. She didn't see a dictaphone. Jeffrey would have to take notes on her findings.
"Not too shabby,"
Valentine interjected, though she could tell from the look on his face that he was slightly ashamed of the morgue's location.
"Most of our autopsies are car wrecks, accidents, that kind of thing. We handle the load from Saskatoga, Elmira, and a couple of other counties. Having the morgue on site makes it easy to take them from one to the other."
"Of course," Sara said, feeling like she had just insulted the man when in fact the facilities were more than serviceable. She was lucky not to be stuck in the embalming room at the local funeral parlor. "Where's the Escalade?" "Through here," he said, opening another door. A large open warehouse was on the other side. 2 desks and a row of filing cabinets were shoved into the corner. Tools lined the far wall. 6 hydraulic lifts had cars on them, but no mechanics were in sight. Car parts were scattered around, crashed vehicles in various states of disassembly so that damage could be assessed, blame placed on the right head. Sitting in the middle of the warehouse was obviously the SUV. It was draped in a gray tarp, plastic spread underneath to protect the floor. Valentine walked toward the Cadillac, explaining, "We towed it straight here once the metal cooled down. Being honest, all the fire department did was keep the field wet while they let the fire burn itself out. Not much left after that." Sara reached into her pocket and pulled out a band to tie her hair into a ponytail. She asked Valentine, "Do you know the cause of fire?" The sheriff shook his head. "Some kind of accelerant was used, but the kicker was the gas tank going off. They're not sure if it was rigged or not, but you can tell from the back of the car that the tank exploded. Must have been pretty full from the looks of it." Jeffrey asked, "Did you hear an explosion?" Valentine looked thoughtful as he grabbed onto the tarp and started rolling it back. "Come to think of it, maybe I did. It's hard putting the pieces together after the fact." "I guess so," Jeffrey said, in a way that made it sound like he thought the other man was lying. He stepped forward to help Valentine roll back the tarp. Sara tuned out their conversation as she stood in front of the decimated Cadillac. The car was a shell of its former self. The tires had melted so that the frame sat on soot-blackened steel rims. Parts of the roof had been blown away, but surprisingly, some of the leather and the foam padding for the seats remained. "Guess the cushions were treated or something," Valentine offered. "We can call in the shop guys to unbolt the frame when you're ready to move the body." Sara looked into the back seat. Cutting the corpse away from the leather would take hours. It would be like separating pieces of wet toilet tissue. Still, it had to be done. She leaned into the car, assessing the victim. The body's frame was small, but that did not necessarily mean it belonged to a woman. It could be a teenage boy or a man with a build similar to Valentine's. No matter who it was, the death this human being had suffered had obviously been excruciating. The arms and legs were flexed in a pugilistic fashion, as if the victim had tried to fight off the flames. Heat-related fractures riddled what Sara could see of the bones. The left hand had been engulfed, completely eaten off by fire. The hair had been burned away, the flat orbs of the eyes left lidless in their sockets. She asked, "Have you taken photographs?" Valentine nodded, and she leaned farther into the car, trying not to touch anything as she checked to see if the seatbelt had been buckled. The actual belt had been burned away. Part of it had melted into the flesh, but she saw the metal buckle firmly secured and assumed the passenger had been restrained. Had the victim tried to get out? Sara wondered. What was it like to be trapped in the back of a burning SUV, flames licking up around you as you struggled with the seatbelt, scratched at the door handle, desperately trying to get out? Horrifying, she decided. It must have been absolutely horrifying. Several long seconds, perhaps a full minute, must have passed before the body gave up, the organs shut down. This was not counting the wait before the fire caught, before the gas tank exploded. There was no telling how many minutes ticked by as the victim waited for the inevitable. Sara's lips parted as she went in for a closer look, trying not to inhale the distinctive odor of burned flesh. Around 75% of the skin from the external surface of the body had been burned away. Most of the underlying muscles and ligature were scorched, but not completely destroyed. The top of the head and the back of the skull were essentially charred off, and Sara could see shattered bits of teeth and the side of the tongue through a large hole in the left side of the victim's jaw. The jawbone was remarkably white, and she had to assume that the chunk of flesh covering it had been knocked away as the body was jarred during transport. A patch of skin the size of a standard piece of paper was missing from the torso, and Sara could clearly see the chest wall and thoracic contents. The abdominal organs were likewise exposed, the liver sitting like a cooked piece of dark meat under the frayed strips of the stomach. It had obviously exploded from the intense heat. Sara imagined the tiny pieces of what looked like blackened cork dotting the outside of the small intestines would turn out to be the burned remains of the stomach contents. What remained of the skin around the thighs had melted into the seat, sinew draping like Christmas tinsel down the legs. Crusty remnants of a pair of blue jeans and white underwear were still stuck in place where body fluids had leaked into the material, then dried. The top of a white sock circled the left ankle. Though there was scant residual skin on both feet, a split piece of toenail remained on the right big toe. A square of chipped pink nail polish showed. Sara leaned down, moved in closer. The area around the pubis had extensive damage, but she was fairly certain she was looking at a woman's genitalia. She closed her eyes for just a second, unbelievably relieved that the victim was not Hank Norton. It gave her some hope that Lena's involvement in the crime did not run as deep as Jake Valentine believed.
"Sara?"
Geoffrey asked. There was a slight edge to his voice.
"You okay?"
"Yes," she told him, giving a slight shake of her head to answer the question that was obvious to everyone but the sheriff. Valentine said,
"Pretty bad, huh?"
Sara nodded. "Has your coroner seen the body?"
"Just a quick look-see on the field that night," Valentine supplied. "Fred says he's never seen anything like it. Worst case he's ever had."
"Oh!" He stopped abruptly, as if he'd just remembered something.
"Once we get the body out, we'll give Fred a call and get him over to help with the x-rays. The machine's real temperamental. You might not want to try it on your own." "Fred is your coroner?"
Geoffrey asked.
"Yep," Valentine confirmed. "Fred Bart. He's in the middle of a root canal right now, but he said to just give him a call and he'll hop on over."
Sara must have looked confused, because Valentine barked a laugh.
"He's doing the root canal, not getting it. Fred's the only dentist in town. Does the coroner's job for fishing money, he says. Real nice guy, but he knows when to let an expert take over."
Valentine offered a weak smile.
"Which brings me to thanking you again for doing this, Dr. Linton. I know we haven't talked about fees yet, but I ran by the bank this morning."
He pulled out a wad of bills, and Sara felt a blush working its way up her neck. She had assumed she was doing this as a favor. There was a difference between getting a check from Grant County and taking cash from Jake Valentine. The thought of money changing hands made her feel cheap. Valentine counted out some 20s, explaining,
"We usually pay Fred around $2.50 a pop, but I—"
He stopped as the opening bars of "I Wish I Wasn't Dixie" chimed from his pants pocket.
"Sorry about that,"
he apologized, fumbling with the money as he tried to locate his cell phone. He opened the phone with the usual hello, but didn't say much else as he listened. Only a few seconds passed before his mouth dropped open. Abruptly, he told the caller,
"I'll be right there,"
then ended the call. Geoffrey exchanged a glance with Sara before asking the sheriff,
"Something wrong?" "I gotta go,"
Valentine told them, suddenly serious.
"There's been a bad accident on the highway. Guy I went to school with slid under an 18-wheeler.
He tucked the money back into his pocket, realized what he had done, and offered it to Sara. "No," she told him, not taking the cash. "Thank you." Valentine seemed too distracted to be surprised. He pocketed the money again.
"You mind if I leave you to this?"
Sara let Geoffrey answer.
"No problem. Is there anything I can do to help?"
"No," Valentine said, a little too quickly, his tone a little too high, as if he was afraid Geoffrey would offer to come along. He seemed to realize this and added,
"Thank you, though,"
then made a hasty exit, almost jogging to the door. Geoffrey said,
Well, at least we know why he wanted you to do the autopsy. Sara looked at the body, calculated the time it would take to dissect the poor creature. We'll be tied up here for most of the day. What's he trying to keep us away from, though? They heard the sheriff's car start, wheels crunching on gravel. Jeffrey said, Either that bastard's really sharp or really stupid. I can't figure which. Policemen aren't known for their stunning intelligence. He cut his eyes at her. You're feeling better. Sara didn't know how to take the comment. Beyond his obvious sarcasm, the fact was that she did feel better. Whether it was from last night's heavy sleep or yesterday's outburst, she felt as if she had gotten some sense of herself back. She had walked into the morgue without any hesitation. Her assessment of the body had come like second nature. She had not second-guessed herself or worried about being told she was wrong or stupid or incompetent. She had simply done her job. He said, If I'd known it was going to help this much, I would have rustled up a dead body sooner. She laughed because he probably had a point. Some husband you are. I'm not going to apologize. She knew he was talking about yesterday. She also knew from being with him for what seemed like the past 1,000,000 years that the world was not going to come to an end if they were annoyed with each other. She told him, I'm not going to apologize either. That settled. Jeffrey indicated the burned remains in the SUV. So it's not Hank? No, it's a woman. I guess that's a relief. Yes, she agreed, but it raises the bigger question. He finished her sentence. Who is she, and how is she connected to Lena? He leaned over for a better look at the body. What do you think? Sara gave him an honest answer. I think I'd rather be home digging up the patio. He glanced back at her. It's not too late to back out. You know I can't do that. Did you see this? He asked, pointing toward the neck. What do you think it is? Sara was about to ask what he meant, but as she turned, the light caught the glint of a thin gold chain seared into the flesh. A necklace of some kind. We really need X-rays. I could look up Fred Bart in the phone book and give him a call. Try to get an idea of when he's going to be here. Sara knelt down beside the SUV so she could see how the seat was anchored. Fred Bart had obviously handled his share of auto accidents. If Jeffrey was right, and Jake Valentine had thrown the autopsy to Sara in order to keep an eye on them, Bart would probably not be too eager to help out. She told Jeffrey, We can go ahead and get her out before he comes. You're sure it's a woman? Unless I've forgotten basic anatomy, she answered. Jake didn't seem too curious about my findings. Jeffrey shrugged. Am I imagining things, or did it seem like he didn't care one way or the other? Jeffrey shrugged again, so she continued, Or maybe he already knows who this is? And if you shrug again... I don't know, Sara. I can't tell you anything because I just don't know. She stared at him, wondering why she kept forgetting how irritatingly stubborn he could be. Probably for the same reason he kept forgetting how persistent she was. Sara turned her attention back to the car. Can you look for a large wrench? She studied the bolts holding down the seat more closely. On second thought, she told him, look for a torch. This was going to be a long day. Lena, Chapter 10. Lena pulled into the teacher's parking lot at the high school, noticing that her 8-year-old Celica was the best car in the lot. She had once teased Sybil about the fact that after spending a zillion years working on various college degrees, her professor's salary at Grant Tech had been just $5,000 more a year than what Lena made as a cop. Sybil had pointed out that Lena ran the risk of getting shot for $5,000 less a year than a college professor made, and it had stopped being so funny. It was no secret that Lena hadn't exactly been a star student at Ilawa High. She'd made straight B's and C's until high school, or more specifically until puberty. Then everything went downhill from there. She had flunked algebra twice,
spending 2 summers making it up so she could graduate on time. The thought of quitting had never occurred to her, but she knew from Hank that the current dropout rate at Iowa was almost 50%. Not many kids saw the point in applied physics when they were pretty much going to end up at the tire plant slinging rubber anyway. Charlotte Warren's husband worked at the plant. Of course, she wasn't Charlotte Warren anymore. Larry Gibson had graduated the same year as Charlotte. When Sybil had left for college, the two had obviously started seeing each other. 3 kids later, and Larry was middle management at the tire plant, while Charlotte bided her time teaching. They were well on their way to the American dream, except for the fact that, according to the letters Lena had found in Hank's office, the woman was miserable.
"What is wrong with me?"
Charlotte had written.
"Why can't I be happy?"
Lena couldn't focus on Charlotte's marital misery now, though. She was here to find out information about Hank and what had caused him to slip back into his old ways. She needed to find out why he had lied to them and what had happened to her mother. Charlotte Warren might know his secrets. You didn't write about the kinds of secrets Charlotte had revealed in her letters to a stranger. Though the last letter Lena found was dated over a month ago, Charlotte had pretty much poured out her heart to Hank. Lena was betting Hank had returned the favor. If she couldn't get answers from her uncle, then she would get them from his confidant. There was no guard at the school's front entrance, and Lena was able to walk right in. There was a directory of classrooms on the front wall, and Lena found Charlotte Gibson's easily enough. Like many rural schools, the building was a 1-story structure with plenty of room to grow but no money to make it happen. 10 trailers, or temporary classrooms, were stacked along the back of the building and overlooking the football field. Lena stood at the open back door and looked at the sorry trailers. They might be calling them temporary, but Lena knew that at least 2 of them dated from her time as a senior. Some of them were on poured concrete slabs, but most of the classrooms were on stilts. Weeds shot up between empty soda cans and wadded up sheets of paper that students had thrown underneath them. Rickety wooden stairs led to open doors, and she wondered if the buildings were air-conditioned. They couldn't have been more than 8 feet by 15, and knowing the county, the school was packing kids in there like meat. No wonder the dropout rate was so high. Lena had been here for less than 5 minutes, and she was already anxious to leave. She walked along the concrete walkway that fronted the trailers, thinking it was strange that Charlotte had been slotted back behind the school. Surely she had enough seniority to warrant a real classroom inside the building. Then again, the woman was lucky to have her job. Judging from the letters Lena had found, Hank had been Charlotte's AA sponsor. Up until a year ago, it had taken the woman a swig of gin just to get out of bed.
"Do you want to go see the principal?"
A teacher's voice bellowed from an open door, and Lena cringed, remembering the many times teachers had asked her the same thing. Not that it was a question. If you got them mad enough to ask, you were pretty much going to the office anyway. The trailer at the very end was Charlotte's, and it looked to be the worst of the lot. The bottom stair had rotted through, and someone had placed cinder blocks on the ground to make up the step. The door was open, a screen door hanging crookedly from the jamb. Inside, Lena could see 2 long rows of desks facing the back of the trailer, where Charlotte was bent over a stack of papers. No one else in the classroom. Lena stood outside the door, watching Charlotte grade papers. Now that she was here, she did not know what to say to the woman. Lena felt as if she'd somehow violated Charlotte by reading her letters. Maybe she had. Charlotte's words were deeply personal, meant only for Hank. If the shoe were on the other foot, if Charlotte had read Lena's personal letters, Lena would have been furious. Still, it was clear now that Charlotte knew more about Hank than she'd let on in the library. The two had obviously shared a deep friendship. God knew the woman could keep a secret. Lena was used to getting people to blab their darkest deeds, whether it was stealing a car or murdering a spouse. She had to think of this as an interview for a case rather than something that affected her personally. Jeffrey's words echoed in her ears. Make the suspect comfortable. Make some small talk. Then make her tell the truth. Lena knocked on the screen door once before she realized it wasn't attached to anything. It started to fall to the side, and she caught it, a shard of wood piercing the fleshy part of her palm. "Shit," she hissed, letting the screen hit the ground. "Splinter?" Charlotte asked. She had managed to cross the trailer while Lena wrestled with the door. Lena sucked at her hand, nodding. "Come on in," Charlotte offered. If she was surprised to see Lena, she didn't say so. "Why did they have you stuck out here?" Lena asked, walking inside. Bright posters decorated the walls, and the room was clean and orderly, but there was no hiding the fact that it was little more than a tin box baking in the sun. The floor was springy under her feet, and someone had used a bright silver tape to try to seal up the single-paned windows. Charlotte pulled the door to and turned on the air conditioning unit hanging on the wall. She had to raise her voice over the hum of the machine when she offered, "You want me to look at your hand?" Lena sat on the edge of Charlotte's desk and held out her hand. "Not too bad," Charlotte appraised, squinting at the splinter. She was more relaxed in the classroom than she'd been in the library. She seemed like an adult here, as if she were in her element. "I can get that out with a needle if you—" Lena jerked her hand back. "No, thanks. It'll work itself out." Charlotte smiled, sitting in one of the student desks. "Still scared of needles?" "Still scared of clowns?" Charlotte laughed as if she'd forgotten her childhood terror. "You can get used to a lot of things." "Except having sex with your husband," Lena thought. She looked around the trailer, saw the water stains on the ceiling, and felt the breeze from the poorly insulated windows. "Who'd you piss off?" "Sue Kurilovich." When Lena didn't react, she explained, "You'd remember her as Sue Swallows." "Swallowing Sue, who used to blow guys behind the stop and save?" Charlotte laughed again, another thing she had forgotten. "Sue's the assistant principal now." "Jesus Christ, no wonder this place is a sty." "That's not Sue's fault," Charlotte defended. She indicated the room, the school. "You can't put pearls on a pig." "She sure did blow plenty of 'em, though." Lena shook her head. "I can't believe she's your boss. God, that must suck." "Oh, she's not that bad," Charlotte murmured, smoothing down her skirt with the palm of her hand. She was more like the Charlotte from the library now, quiet, subdued. "I know it doesn't look that way, but Sue's been a really good friend to me these last few years." "Like Sybil?" She pressed her lips together. "No, nothing like Sybil." Lena had caught the flash of fear in the other woman's eyes, and some of her resolve wavered. The desire to tread softly was new to her, but she tried to go with it, asking, "When did the bar close down?" "I think it was 2 weeks ago," Charlotte answered. "I read about it in the paper. The bartender was selling meth along with shots, apparently." "Deacon?" Lena asked, shaking her head as she said the name. Deacon Sims had worked for Hank going on 30 years now. He had a felony record and a surly attitude, which made him perfect for the bar, but virtually unemployable anywhere else. Hank loved him like a brother. Charlotte told her, "Deacon left a while back. This was some new guy." Hank hadn't told her that Deacon was gone, but then he hadn't told Lena a lot of things. She knew the bartender had a temper. He was always clashing with Hank, but over the years Deacon had thrown up his hands 1,000,000 times and sworn he was never coming back. The longest he'd ever managed to stay away was for 3 days. He'd run into Hank at one of their AA meetings, and all was forgiven. Lena wondered if Charlotte had seen Deacon at any AA meetings. Of course, if Charlotte was anything like Hank, she wouldn't have told anyone if she'd seen the Pope himself there, munching on free cookies and drinking coffee. Still, she tried. "Do you know where Deacon went?" "I haven't seen him around." "There was this guy," Lena began. "I saw him outside Hank's house. He had a swastika tattooed on his arm.
In plain sight?
Charlotte looked outraged.
That's disgusting. Who was it?
I was hoping you could tell me, Lena admitted. The guy was going to be harder to find than she had thought. Lena was getting close to the point where, short of driving aimlessly around town looking for the thug, she was going to have to get some help. She just had to figure out how to ask Jeffrey for assistance without implicating Hank. It wasn't like Lena could call up her boss and ask him to help her track down her uncle's dealer.
I'm sorry I can't help you,
Charlotte said softly. Lena shrugged off the apology. Why do you think Hank's using again?
Who knows?
She answered, picking at an invisible spot on her skirt.
Maybe he's just tired of feeling things.
She sounded like someone who knew what she was talking about. And, of course, Lena knew the truth behind her words. I found your letters. Charlotte laughed again, but this time there was no joy in the sound. She looked at her hands, then the floor, anything but Lena.
I suppose you read them?
I wish I hadn't, Lena admitted. Charlotte let out a slow stream of air between her lips.
There were so many things I said in those letters, things I've never told anyone.
You tried to kill yourself. She nodded and shrugged at the same time. Why? Lena asked. If you're so miserable here.
What, just leave?
Yeah.
It's so easy for you, Charlotte began. You don't have kids or a house you worked on making a home, or a husband who loves you so much he's willing to give up everything, or—
She stopped herself, reining in her emotions.
I love my husband. I really, really do. I can't tell you what my life would be without Larry. He stood by me through all this crap I've dragged my family through, even when Her voice trailed off. When I took those pills, he was there. He's the one who called the ambulance. He was the first one I saw when I woke up in the hospital. He took a leave of absence from work, even though it cost him a promotion. He cleaned the house and fed the kids and did the shopping, and at night he worked part-time at the god-awful motel so we could afford for me to keep seeing the therapist. He did everything while I laid up in bed feeling sorry for myself.
6 years ago, Lena recalled from the letters, when Sybil died. Charlotte gave a weak smile.
You know, it wasn't even about her. I mean, yes, of course I was devastated. She wasn't just dead, but the way she died just made it so much more awful.
She stopped, collecting herself.
Sibby was so gentle, and for her to go that way—
Lena didn't want to think about it, to remember the details. I understand, she said. You know I understand.
It made me look at how my life had just happened without me even paying attention. Did that happen to you, Lee?
Lena had never thought about it, but she guessed that it had.
Suddenly, I was this grown-up married woman, driving a minivan and trying to coordinate picking up my kids from soccer practice between finding time to cook dinner and scheduling a date night with my husband.
Lena felt claustrophobic just listening to the description, but she felt the need to say, That doesn't sound so bad.
Exactly, Charlotte agreed. Here I was in this perfect life, and all I could think about was that if I had to go to one more church potluck or softball game, I was going to kill myself. And one morning, I woke up and decided to follow through.
Does your husband know about Sybil?
Larry knew we were close, but not anything more than that.
She finally looked up at Lena.
I think it would destroy him if he knew. Not for the reason you're thinking, but because he knows. He knows something is missing, and he tries so hard to—
Did you talk to your therapist about it?
The Christian therapist who's also the minister at our church?
Sarcasm clipped Charlotte's words.
Oh, yeah. We talked it out, and he prayed for me, and Jesus took it away like magic.
Tears fell from her eyes.
It's my cross to bear, Lena. Make your bed and lie in it, right? But if you—
She shook her head stubbornly.
If Larry found out, he would be devastated. I can't do that to him. You have to understand that I really, really love him. He could deal with just about anything, another man even. But this is something he can't compete with, and it would just kill him.
Lena tried to tread carefully.
Does he need to compete with it?
Charlotte gave her a sharp look.
You mean was it all just a phase?
Her bitter tone implied she'd heard this explanation before.
Being in love with someone, feeling connected with someone like your heart is part of theirs, that's not a phase.
I know, Lena said, because it sounded like what Charlotte needed to hear.
I've been with other men, Lee. It's not like I just haven't met the right one.
I'm sorry.
Lena apologized.
I wasn't saying that.
Charlotte looked at her hands. Her wedding ring was a rock, glittering in the crappy trailer. A man didn't buy a woman a ring like that unless he was head over heels in love. She told Lena,
when Larry and I first started dating, he knew that I was getting over someone. He just didn't know it was a woman.
Lena had been the sighted one, but she'd ended up being more blind than her sister. Sitting in Hank's shack of an office, reading Charlotte's deepest feelings, Lena had remembered all the times Sybil had shut the door to their room, asking Lena to leave her and Charlotte alone so they could study. Lena had never guessed exactly what they had been studying. For years, Lena had blamed Sybil's lesbianism on Nan Thomas, the woman she had been living with when she died. It had taken a long time for Lena to accept that her sister's sexuality was not going to change. Lena had even developed a kind of friendship with Nan. Somewhere in the back of her mind, though, Lena had still thought of Sybil as some innocent who had unwittingly been plucked from the straight world. If it had started as far back as Charlotte Warren, then her whole notion of why Sybil had changed was thrown out the window. The truth was that Sybil hadn't changed at all. She had always been that way, only Lena had been too stupid to see it. Lena asked, "Does your husband know that you're in AA?"
It's kind of hard to hide when you get suspended from your job for being drunk.
She laughed, though there was nothing funny about what she was saying.
This was back when I was in the building instead of stuck out here in the trailer park. I fell flat on my face in full view of the newspaper staff. If it wasn't for swallowing Sue, I would have lost my job.
She smiled.
I guess you could argue that it was the middle of the year, and it's nearly impossible to find anyone who's willing to teach anymore, but I like to think she let me continue teaching because she believes in me.
You're acting like this is all some kind of joke.
Oh, Lee, if I didn't laugh about it, I wouldn't be able to get out of bed in the morning.
Why did you start drinking?
Because it was a slower, more socially acceptable way to kill myself, she added, and it helped anesthetize me. I didn't want to feel anything.
That's the same thing you just said about Hank.
Yes, it is.
Charlotte's throat worked. Now that she was looking at Lena, she couldn't seem to take her eyes off of her.
You're so much like Sibby, you know?
Lena shook her head.
I don't look like her anymore.
It's inside,
Charlotte insisted, holding her hand to her chest.
Y'all were always the same inside, too.
Lena had to laugh.
Sybil was nothing like me. I was in trouble all the time. They probably have a chair outside the principal's office named after me.
She was just better at getting away with it,
Charlotte countered.
Remember how she used to mouth off to Coach Hansen in biology class?
Lena felt herself smiling.
She ran circles around him. He hated her guts.
Remember that awful music she used to listen to? God, she had such a crush on Joan Jett. Was it Sybil who... was she the one who... Lena felt her face turning beet red. Christ, never mind. It was mutual, Charlotte supplied. We were both studying on the bed. We had the window open, and it started raining outside, and I reached over to close it, and one thing led to another, and it just happened. Lena felt her stomach drop. Sybil's bed was by the wall. They had made out on Lena's bed. Are you okay? Lena nodded, trying to block the image that came to her mind. Charlotte took Lena's reaction the wrong way. She never thought you would accept her. I didn't, Lena admitted, feeling a familiar sadness. I do now, but I didn't when it mattered. She knew you loved her, Lee. She never doubted that. Charlotte stood and walked over to the window. What's Nan like? Nan? Lena echoed. How do you know about Nan? She called me when Sybil died. Oh. Lena felt ashamed for not making the call herself. Charlotte seemed to pick up on this. You had a lot going on, Lee. Don't worry. I should have let you know. You were... Lena didn't know how to characterize Sybil's relationship with Charlotte. I should have called you. She sounds kind of snooty on the phone. Nan? Lena shrugged. Not really. Sometimes she gets prickly, but she's okay most of the time. I lived with her for a while. Hank told me, Charlotte said. We had a good laugh over that one. Lena felt her stomach drop. What else did Hank tell you about me? That he was worried about you. That there was this guy you were seeing who was really bad, and he was worried you wouldn't get away from him. She paused, hesitating before adding, that he went to Atlanta with you. A lump came to Lena's throat. Is that why he started using again? Because Lena couldn't say the word, couldn't talk about what had happened at the women's clinic. Listen to me, Charlotte ordered, her tone sharp. She waited until Lena looked up. You cannot make someone use drugs, just like you can't make them stop. You don't have that much power over Hank or anybody else. Hank started using again for his own reasons. She sounded just like one of his AA pamphlets. Did he tell you his reasons? Charlotte shook her head again. Mostly he just listened to me. I was so wrapped up in myself that I didn't see what was going on with him until it was too late. When did he start back? I'd guess 3 months ago, maybe 4 or 5 if he started slow. Did he say anything in your meetings? I can't tell you what he said in meetings, Lena. You know that. She held up her hands as if to stop the next question. I can tell you that 2 months ago he told me that he couldn't be my sponsor anymore. I was hurt. I didn't really question him like I should have because I was too busy feeling angry and rejected. Part of me was glad when he didn't show up at the next meeting or any of the ones after that. Sometimes he'd drive over to the ones in Carterson, and I just assumed he was going to those. Carterson was about 50 miles away, not a long drive for someone like Hank, who liked to be on the open road. Lena asked, when did you realize he had stopped going to meetings? A few weeks ago. I got over myself and asked a friend in Carterson to tell Hank I said hi, and she told me she hadn't seen him in forever. Did you ever see a white SUV outside his house? No, she added. Larry and I go for walks after supper. We pass by Hank's almost every night. I've never seen anyone there. As a matter of fact, I wondered if you had come to get him. His car was in the driveway, but there were never any lights on, except the usual one in the kitchen. Hank always left the kitchen light on as a deterrent to thieves, not a good strategy if the entire neighborhood knew the trick.
Lena asked, "When did you last see him?"
4 days ago. That's why I called you. He was outside trying to fix his mailbox. Somebody put a cherry bomb in it. Probably one of those kids from a couple of streets over getting a head start on Halloween. Larry offered to help, but Hank cursed at him, told us both to go away. So we did.
Lena mulled this over. He's been holed up in his house for how many months, and the only thing that got him outside was a broken mailbox?
He was so high, Lee. I'm surprised he could stand up on his own, let alone walk the 20 feet to his mailbox. His skin was awful. He obviously hadn't bathed in a while. A fool could see what he's doing.
Which is?
Trying to end it.
Lena felt her voice catch. End his life?
Charlotte shrugged. End his misery, maybe.
What's changed? What happened that set him off?
I have no idea. That's the truth. My focus every day when I get up is not taking another drink. I'm an alcoholic. We're not known for our altruism.
Lena doubted that was the case with Charlotte. She pressed. But you saw he was having problems 2, maybe 3 months ago?
I don't know,
Charlotte admitted.
Maybe I saw that he was depressed or preoccupied or acting differently, but all I cared about was me. School had started back, and I was in this hellhole with kids snickering behind my back and teachers snickering in front of it. I was struggling to stay sober. My focus was on what would keep me on the right path.
She held out her hands as if she were helpless.
By the time I realized something was wrong with him, it was too late. He wouldn't talk to me. He wouldn't return my phone calls. He wouldn't answer the door. He just kept telling me to leave him alone and let him do what he wanted to do.
Lena was familiar with the refrain. That's when you started writing him the letters?
Yes.
She paused, lost in her own thoughts.
It was awkward at first, but then when he didn't write back, it was almost freeing. I just wrote whatever I wanted. I've never done that before. Just said what was on my mind.
You talk a lot about Sybil, what it was like when you were together. Some of the passages had been so hard to read that Lena had found herself staring out the window, lost in another time. Charlotte had managed to capture the essence of Sybil, her good nature, her loving kindness. Even after Lena had finished reading the letters, the feelings had stuck with her, so that it was almost like Sybil was alive again. Charlotte said,
Hank is the only one who knew about her, us, what we felt for each other, that it was love and not something grotesque.
She leaned her back against the window, arms crossed low over her waist.
But you know what? A long time ago, he asked me what would have happened if Sybil and I had made it work. I could have transferred to Georgia Tech, you know. They wouldn't have offered me a full ride like they did with Sibby, but I was already in college, doing pretty well, making the honor roll. I was miserable living with my folks and having to drive back and forth to Milledgeville. I could have transferred and gotten a job in Atlanta, or got student loans or something to make it happen, but I didn't.
Why not?
I guess it scared me. Everything scared me back then. Atlanta's so big, so anonymous. I felt safe here. And it would have killed my parents.
It was easier for us to leave home than it was for you. Lena tried. Your folks were...
My folks would have never talked to me again if I'd followed her to Atlanta. They caught us together once. Did you know that?
Lena shook her head, shocked that Sybil had never told her.
It was fall break of my sophomore year, and Sibby was about to go off to Tech. My parents were supposed to be visiting my Aunt Jeannie for the day, but they got into a fight. They were always fighting back then. This was around the time Mother found out he'd been screwing Mrs. Ford from the church for about the last 5 years.
She laughed at the irony.
So they came back early and found us... Well, you can imagine how they found us. They called Hank at the bar and made him come over right then to confront us. He was furious, but at them, not Sybil. He said we were both adults and that it was none of their damn business. "Let he who is without sin," Lena quoted. It was one of Hank's favorite verses. He was always throwing it out right before he told you that what you were doing was wrong. Charlotte said, "Y'all were so lucky to have him." Lena laughed. "Are you kidding me? I would have killed for your parents when I was growing up." "You can have them." "Okay," Lena allowed. "What they did then was bad, but they never accidentally locked you out of the house all night, or forgot to feed you, or left you alone with strangers, and they sure as hell never got so drunk they ran over you with their car and—" "What?" "You know what Hank did." Charlotte looked confused. "What did he do?" "He blinded her. He took away Sybil's sight." "How can you— Lena, that wasn't Hank." Lena felt her heart stop mid-beat. "What are you talking about?" Charlotte stood in front of her, still confused by Lena's reaction. "I was there that day." "No, you weren't." "You and me and Sibby were playing in the front yard with an old tennis ball I'd stolen from my brother. You threw the ball over Sybil's head, and she ran into the driveway and—" "No," Lena insisted. "You weren't there." Even as she said the words, she could picture the day, throwing the ball over Sybil's head, making her chase after it. And there was Charlotte Warren on the other side of the driveway, scooping up the ball and tossing it back to Lena. "No." Lena shook her head as if she could clear the memory. "You weren't there." "I was, Lee. I saw the car backing up. I yelled, but she didn't stop. The bumper hit Sybil's head. I saw her collapse in the driveway." As she spoke, Lena saw it happening again. Sybil running into the driveway, Charlotte screaming. "There was just this thin line of blood." Charlotte traced her finger along her own temple, down her jaw, exactly where the blood had been on Sybil. "You started sobbing. You were hysterical, and Hank came running out of the house, and your mother just—" "My mother?" Lena felt lightheaded. She leaned back against the desk. "What are you talking about? My mother was there?" "She was there when Sybil—" "Lee," Charlotte began, putting her hand on Lena's shoulder. "It wasn't Hank. Your mother was driving the car. She's the one who blinded Sybil."
Wednesday evening, Chapter 11. Sara lay in bed, trying not to think about what was living in the mattress underneath her body. The autopsy had taken 10 brutal hours, and when they had finally gotten back to the motel, she had nearly cried at the sight of the filthy room. Sara knew there was a maid around here somewhere. Earlier this morning she had seen the woman pushing around a large cart with all sorts of cleaners and a vacuum. Except for the bed being made, nothing else in the room had been touched. Sara hadn't exactly been expecting a thank-you note for scrubbing the bathroom, but the woman could have at least vacuumed the rug. The green M&M she had seen under the table yesterday morning was still nestled in the shag carpet. Sara closed her eyes and listened to Geoffrey humming in the shower, the water slapping against the plastic tub. She had cleaned the cut on his hand using some disinfectant they'd found in the morgue, but he would have to bandage it on his own when he got out of the shower. She was too tired to do it herself, and frankly, part of her could not let go of her anger from yesterday afternoon. They had spent the entire day together, yet neither one of them had been willing to break the ice and talk about what had happened. Geoffrey seemed fine with this, which only served to annoy Sara more. The situation made her feel like the prototypical bitchy sitcom wife, who was always harping on her poor, misunderstood husband. She had always supported Geoffrey, even when she'd thought he was wrong, and it was unfair of him to let her be cast in the role of shrew. On top of that, Sara still had a bad feeling about Alawa and whatever Lena had drawn them into. The autopsy she had performed that day only served to heighten that sense of dread. Over the years, Grant County had seen its share of violent deaths, but Sara was hard-pressed to think of a more awful way to die than being burned alive. She was usually adept at separating the victim from the crime. If you were going to cut into a dead body, you couldn't think of it as a person anymore. You had to look at it as parts of a whole: circulatory, respiratory, tissue, organs, skeleton. Still, as Sara worked on the woman, she'd found herself wondering about her life, the method of her death, the family she was leaving behind. Then she began to wonder about the perpetrator. What kind of person could do this to another human being? Certainly not the kind of person she wanted Geoffrey talking to. They had not waited for Fred Bart to come before starting the autopsy, which was a good thing, considering the dentist had never showed. Removing the remains from the car had proven to be the easy part. Once the corpse was on the table, Sara found that the woman's body had been so ravaged by fire that the usual procedures could not be followed. There was no need for the striker's saw, since the back of the skull had fractured off in Sara's hand, allowing the brain to slip out like the pit of a ripe peach. There was no need for a Y incision to open the torso, when there was hardly any skin left to cut. All but 2 of the ribs were fractured by the heat. The larynx and trachea were seared, the tongue cooked into the neck organs. The pleural surfaces of both lungs were charred, the air spaces consolidated with soot. Most of the skeletal musculature had a well-done appearance. The bone marrow was black. The soot in the lungs proved the woman had lived long enough to inhale the smoke. Sara was certainly not an arson specialist, but she assumed that the gas tank explosion had been the result of a fire that started inside the car. The blast from the tank had gone up and out, mostly damaging the very rear of the SUV. The woman, even sitting in the back seat, would have been able to remove her seatbelt, get out of the car before the real damage started. From all appearances, she had not been raped. Sara wondered why this came as a relief. Sara herself had been raped, brutally so, as a certain lawyer liked to point out. As awful as that experience had been, she imagined it was much more painful to be burned alive. The thing that terrified Sara most was that the woman surely knew what was coming. There had been no obvious damage to the skull. No one had knocked her out before the fire was set. She had watched and waited as flames devoured her body. The shower cut off, and Sara rolled over onto her stomach, wishing she'd thought to bring their pillows from home. She was wearing socks, sweatpants, and a long-sleeved shirt buttoned up to the collar, even though the room was stuffy from the heat and smelled of wet fried chicken. The remnants of a pizza they'd had delivered were on the plastic table, and she thought about getting another slice, but her body would not move. She would have asked Geoffrey, but earlier he had taken one look at the well-done ground beef topping and dry-heaved. The bed shifted as he got in. She waited for him to turn off the light, to bunch up his pillow and arrange the blankets like he usually did before he settled down. He did none of this, asking instead, "You asleep?"
"Yes,"
she lied.
"Did you put something on your hand?"
He didn't answer her question.
"I shouldn't have slowed the car,"
he added.
"Yesterday."
As if she needed some clarification, then repeated,
"I shouldn't have slowed the car."
Sara closed her eyes.
"I shouldn't have slapped you,"
she answered, though as much as she tried, as shamed as she felt for resorting to violence, Sara couldn't bring herself to truly regret it. Still, she rolled over, put her head on his chest. He gave a deep sigh, and she felt the last of her anger dissipate. She said,
"You smell like hotel soap."
"It could be worse,"
he pointed out, though thankfully didn't tell her how.
"Did you call your mother?"
"She was taking a nap with Daddy," Sara added, "at 6 in the evening."
Geoffrey laughed, but Sara had never told him that she was 22 years old before she found out that her parents' ubiquitous Sunday afternoon nap excuse had been a cover for something far more illicit than sleeping, nor did she tell him that her 19-year-old sister had been the one to inform her. Geoffrey laced his hand through hers, suggesting, "Maybe soon we'll be taking naps."
"A baby. Their baby."
He told her,
"I checked the machine while you were doing your autopsy notes. The adoption agency didn't call."
I checked it while you were in the shower.
They'll call, he said. I can feel it.
Let's not talk about it, she told him. I don't want to jinx it. The truth was that it could take years before a baby was available, though the fact that they had agreed to take a child up to the age of 2 and hadn't asked for a specific race or sex had definitely moved them up the list. The woman at the agency had said that it could be next year or it could be any day now. All they could do was wait, something neither Geoffrey nor Sara was very good at. Geoffrey stroked her arm, then her side. His thumb slipped just under the waist of her pants, and he suggested,
Maybe we could take a nap right now.
She sat up on her elbow and looked him in the eye so that her answer would be loud and clear. No part of my naked body is touching any part of this skanky motel room. He gave her one of his sly grins.
Is this some kind of come-on?
Sara let her head fall back to his chest, not wanting to give him the chance to change her mind. Please tell me that what I did today is going to help you, so we can get out of here.
I don't know that I can do that, he admitted, stroking her arm again. We still don't know who the victim is. If Lena had stuck around, we probably could have found a lawyer to get her out by now.
Don't mention lawyers, she begged.
We never did talk about that, he said, how the deposition went, what the strategy is.
It's okay, she said, but her voice caught in her throat. There hadn't been a message from Buddy Conford on the answering machine either. This meant that Global Medical Indemnity was still trying to decide whether or not Sara's medical judgment was worth fighting for, or to capitulate to Jimmy's grieving parents. For once in her life, she willingly changed the subject back to Lena. I'm just glad it wasn't Hank in that car.
You and me both,
he said, knowing better than anyone how easy it would be for the local cops to up Lena's charges to murder if the victim had been her uncle.
I still don't know how Jake thinks he's going to make a case without an ID. There has to be a motive. If he can't prove a connection between Lena and the victim, then game over.
Not knowing the victim's name doesn't negate the fact that she's dead. Sara smoothed down the hairs on his chest so they wouldn't tickle her nose. And Lena was at the scene. She had her foot on the gas can.
They probably won't be able to get her prints off the can.
That doesn't offer a resounding proof of innocence.
They don't have a statement from her. She didn't say a word to anyone.
Sara thought to ask why he was giving Lena the benefit of the doubt when he would most certainly take her actions as an admission of guilt from anyone else, but she was too tired for the argument that would follow. Geoffrey said,
I wish we could find Hank. He's got to know something.
You're sure he's not at home? Hiding, maybe?
As far as I could tell, no one was there. He added, Valentine has a car right across the street. I'm sure he knocked on the door when Lena went missing.
Maybe you need to knock hard enough to open the door. He laughed in surprise.
I think being married to a cop is finally starting to rub off on you.
Then listen to me. I'm worried that Lena has done something to jeopardize Hank. Geoffrey took his time responding.
Has it occurred to you that it could be the other way around?
She didn't answer, and he continued.
Hank's probably back on drugs. Maybe he pissed off his dealer. Maybe Lena came down to take care of things, only the dealer didn't want to be taken care of.
She looked up at him, resting her chin on her hand. Go on.
These guys don't like being fucked with, Geoffrey continued, and they are not afraid of cops.
For the first time since they'd gotten here, Sara was finally hearing something logical. She could easily imagine Lena pissing off the wrong people, damn the consequences. The same pattern she had established with Ethan Green, provoking her skinhead lover until he retaliated with force, could be playing out again in Alowa County.
Geoffrey told Sara, You didn't see Pfeiffer up close. He was terrified. Maybe he thought they had sent me to finish the job.
He hesitated, as if he hadn't quite worked out the next bit.
It could be that the reason Lena didn't want to talk to me the other night was because she didn't want to expose me to these people.
Sara put her head back down on Geoffrey's chest. She could not give the woman the benefit of the doubt, but she didn't want the ensuing argument that might come if she voiced her opinion. "Do you think the man we saw at the hospital could have been Hank's dealer?"
Jake said the guy was a dealer.
"He also said that the guy was there to visit one of his boys in the hospital," Sara pointed out. "Jake had plenty of opportunity to tell you then and there that the man was supplying Hank and that Lena had gotten in the way."
"I wasn't exactly high on his list at the moment," Geoffrey reminded her. "To his thinking, you and I had just helped Lena escape from custody."
Sara didn't want to dwell on that point. "Do you think Hank might have helped her?" He shrugged.
"To get out of town, she would need a car, clothes, money. Lena could do that on her own, or she could find help."
"I don't know if I buy Hank being capable of coordinating all that."
"He's an old man," Geoffrey allowed. "Then again, you don't get track marks on your arms like that from going to Sunday school."
He had a point. Actually, he had a lot of good points. She wondered why he hadn't been thinking like this yesterday. It would have saved both of them a hell of a lot of trouble, not to mention nearly 800 miles on her car. She asked, "So what's on the agenda for tomorrow?"
"Maybe knock real hard on Hank's store."
He chuckled, obviously still pleased that Sara had come up with the idea.
"Failing any response, I guess I'll find out a little more about Jake Valentine. I've got some contacts at the Sheriff's Academy over in Tifton. Hopefully they can give me a better idea of the kind of cop he is. Then I'm going to call Nick and get him to run a deep background check on Jake."
"You can't get Frank to do that from the station?"
"The GBI can go deeper than a look-see," he said, using the slang for the routine checks he could run at the police station. "It takes several days to pull a complete profile."
"Jake can't have a record, or he wouldn't have made it through the public safety screening."
"I'm going to cross-reference him for known associates."
"Surely they would have flagged his file if he was a known associate of a criminal."
"Depends on how he's known."
"And if he has some connections near your connections, and they find out you've been digging around about him?"
"I imagine he won't be too surprised to hear the news."
She reached for his hand, her fingers brushing his skin until they touched a sloppily applied Band-Aid. She curled her hand around his. "Do you think Jake is part of any of this?"
"Jake grew up here. He was only a deputy for a couple of years before he moved up. I think he knows everything that's going on in this town. Whether he's involved in it or just standing on the outside looking in is the question."
"When did you come up with all of this?" She expected him to make a joke about his stunning brilliance or remarkable sleuthing abilities. Instead, he surprised her.
"That woman,"
he began, and she understood he meant the charred body they had worked on all day.
"There's somebody out there who's missing her. They're either too scared to ask the sheriff for help, or they know that it's useless, that Jake can't or won't help them."
She could hear the indignation in his voice.
"If you can't trust the police to take care of you, to do their jobs the right way, then what's the point?"
He paused, but she knew he wasn't expecting an answer.
"It's not right, Sara. It's just not right."
24 hours ago she had wanted to kill him, but now all that she could think was that she had never loved him so much as she did right now.
"Can you imagine how you'd feel if something like this happened in Grant County?"
Sara could not imagine such a violation. The first time she had met Geoffrey had been on the Grant County High School football field. She was team doctor, watching the game from the sidelines. Sara had turned around for some reason, looking up into the stands. That was when she'd seen Geoffrey with Clem Waters, the mayor. He loomed over the man, making Clem look like a dwarf. There was something about Geoffrey's presence that made it difficult for Sara to breathe. She had never told him this before, but her heart had stopped at the sight of him. When she saw him walk down onto the field, her knees had actually felt weak. If a player hadn't managed at that very moment to get the crap knocked out of him, she would have made an absolute fool of herself. As it was, she had only been a partial fool. She wrapped her arms around him. "You wouldn't let it happen," she assured him. "Not in our town, not ever." He pressed his lips to the top of her head, then reached over and turned out the lamp on the bedside table. Sara settled back in, curling her body into his. She felt herself relax just as she felt him tense. She asked, "What's wrong?"
"Do you smell something burning?"
"After today, that's all I smell."
"No."
Geoffrey turned the lamp back on.
"I mean it. Something's burning."
"I can't smell." He got out of bed and slipped on his jeans. Reluctantly, Sara sat up, knowing that he wouldn't go to sleep until he located the source of the smell. Considering the state of the hotel, she wouldn't be surprised if the electrical wiring was smoking. He pulled back the drapes and checked the parking lot.
"I can't see anything."
"I don't suppose that means you'll come back to bed?" Geoffrey slipped on a T-shirt from the suitcase and opened the door. He stood there, letting the cold in, sniffing the air.
"It's coming from outside."
She stood up. "I can smell it now." They both put on their shoes before walking out into the parking lot. Sara pulled the sleeves of her sweatshirt down over her hands to fight the nighttime chill. Outside, the odor was more intense, like smoke from a roaring campfire. The sound of crackling was obvious, too, and they both followed the noise to a tunnel that ran along the back of the motel's front office. There was a crowd of guests gathered at the end of the tunnel, all of them looking as if they were embarrassed to be seen here. Their fear of being caught by their neighbors and spouses could not compete with the desire to watch a spectacle. And spectacular the sight was. The building next to the motel was surrounded by flames, smoke wafting into the night sky. As Geoffrey and Sara reached the front of the crowd, the windows blew out of the building with an earth-shaking explosion. Geoffrey put his arm around Sara, turning her away from the debris. There was another loud boom. The front door blew off and skittered across the parking lot. Geoffrey had to raise his voice over the roar of the fire to ask,
"Has anyone called 911?
Someone from the crowd answered,
"Twice."
Geoffrey told Sara,
"That's Hank's bar."
"I hope no one is in there," she answered, shielding her eyes with her hand to block out the intense light. The flames seemed to be concentrated around the periphery of the building, as if someone had poured gasoline around the outside and lit a match. With the windows gone, the fire was working its way in, following the line of the studs and beams, dancing across the roof. If there were fire sprinklers in the building, they weren't working. Sara guessed the bar would be completely engulfed within the next 5 minutes. There was a piercing noise, like a hurt animal or maybe a siren. Sara glanced down the road, expecting a fire truck, but there were only a couple of cars and a motorcycle driving slowly by.
"Lena,"
Geoffrey murmured, striding toward the building. Through one of the broken windows, Sara saw a figure move to the middle of the bar. In the glowing light, she could tell that the person was looking at something in his hands.
"Hey, you!"
Geoffrey had obviously realized what Sara had, that the person inside wasn't Lena after all, but a man with broad shoulders and a stocky build. He looked up when Geoffrey called again, but he made no move to leave. Geoffrey turned back toward Sara. He nodded once, as if to say, "You know I have to do this," then ran toward the building.
"Geoffrey!"
she called. It was too dangerous. The fire would reach the man in seconds.
"Geoffrey!"
He jumped back as a wall of flames shot up in front of him, but would not give up. Ignoring Sara's pleas, he circled the building, looking for another way to reach the man. "No," Sara whispered, helplessly watching Geoffrey dart into the burning building. Inside, the man's shirt was on fire now, but insanely he turned away from Geoffrey, disappearing farther into the building. Geoffrey chased after him, reaching out, then they both vanished. "No," Sara repeated, waiting, watching the open doorway for Geoffrey. She circled, glass crunching under her shoes, scanning the building, looking through the gaping holes where windows used to be. She had gone halfway round the bar and was standing at the edge of the woods when there was a loud explosion, this one so intense that it knocked her to the ground. Seconds passed. Her ears rang. Her brain felt enveloped in static. Sara shook her head, debris falling from her hair. She pressed her hands into the packed dirt and sat up on her side. Flames shot up from the building. Her skin felt singed by the heat. She managed to get to her knees, but could not stand. Her mouth opened, but she could not speak.
"Sara!"
Geoffrey came running out of the woods, sliding on the dirt as he dropped to his knees beside her.
"Are you okay?
He put his hands on either side of her face.
Are you hurt?"
She put her hands over his. "I thought—" The distinctive wail of a siren filled the air. This time there was no mistaking that the noise came from a fire truck. The back wheels screeched as it pulled into the parking lot, an ambulance right behind it. The firemen scrambled like ants as they hooked up hoses and directed people away from the blazing building.
"Sara," Geoffrey repeated, "talk to me. Are you hurt?"
She shook her head, collapsing against him, her arms so tight around his waist that she was surprised he could still breathe.
"You're okay,"
he told her, stroking back her hair.
"You're okay."
Sara couldn't trust herself to open her mouth without sobbing. She felt numb, caught in a vacuum that muffled sound and sensation. Geoffrey coughed, and she loosened her grip around him, but did not let go. She had thought he was dead. For that split second, she'd seen her life without him, felt what it would be like to lose him.
"He ran into the woods,"
Geoffrey told her, as if she gave a damn about the man who'd lured him into the building.
"He had something in his hands. I couldn't see what it was."
One of the paramedics knelt beside Sara, put his hand to her back. "Ma'am, are you okay?" She managed to nod her head. Shock